Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Voice-Activated Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Tick, 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 tick. Every time the second hand of the clock ticked, Midoriya felt a weight grow. He felt stares but could not see them. The sports festival was a few days away, and it could just be the pressure of that building on him. All Might's successor was a big title to have to carry, even if it wasn't public knowledge. He still needed to be able to control his quirk, even if he was improving gradually. He did happen to notice that he had definitely gotten substantially stronger, but it still wasn't enough. He wasn't strong enough at the USJ. Aizawa-sensei was horribly injured and All Might's time was reduced. He had to be better. Be stronger. Be smarter. Be fresh. Jiro's quirk made it so she could hear every one of her classmates' heartbeats. Especially in the classroom. Thankfully Power Loader was working on her special pair of earmuffs, but presently, she was stuck with listening to all 23 heartbeats. Wait, 23? She looked around the class, counting again. She could pick up the slowed heartbeat of Aizawa-sensei sleeping, but other than that she counted all 19 heartbeats of her classmates. Plus her own made 20, plus Aizawa-sensei made 21. She counted again. 1, 3, 7, 15, 22, 25, it's gotten higher? She looked around briskly, her earphone jacks swinging as she did so. No one seemed to notice her panic, for better or for worse, bar seemingly Midoriya, who seemed more stressed than normal. She raised her hand, knowing Aizawa-sensei, asleep in the corner supervising their independent study time, would see promptly and awaken conveniently to prompt her response. It was a few days after he returned from the USJ incident, and despite his injuries he was adamant about keeping an eye on the class. His once actual naps now simply feigned. It was kind of sweet. She watched him pretend to wake up, stand by the desk, and was about to point to her, when everything happened. Fresh. Jiro instinctively covered her ears in pain as the glass was shattered, flinching hard with the combined slamming of the door. Although one voice in particular cut through all the chaos and it quickly settled, ringing with commandment. "What's going on here?" Aizawa-sensei yelled with an authority and voice that would put All Might's greatest enemies to shame. The chaos immediately died down and Jiro cautiously looked. She noticed several of her classmates were similarly shocked, their heads clasped on the table as several armed soldiers were in various locations around the class. Although what disturbed her most was where their munitions were aimed. At the class cinnamon roll, none other than Izuku Midoriya. She felt sick to her stomach as she watched his head be pushed down by the barrel of one of the guns, the soldier's finger dangerously close to the trigger. They hadn't been in the class long together. But after the USJ, much of the class had grown significantly closer, bonds being created over even the slightest common interest. Jiro had taken it upon herself to get to know her classmates through music. She had talked to most of the class already about it. Mina and Toru liked dance music, Yaoyorozu liked classical, Uraraka enjoyed pop, Kaminari was into grunge, Tokoyami was into folk songs, and so on. She found that music tastes often reflected people's personality, such as Bakugo being into heavy metal. However, of the class she hadn't yet talked to several members, Midoriya, Todoroki, Koda, and Aoyama. Todoroki just didn't talk to anyone unless it was required, Koda she just hadn't had a chance to, and Aoyama was Aoyama. But Midoriya she hadn't had a chance to for multiple reasons. Firstly, she just hadn't got a chance. Secondly, he always seemed very timid. But mostly because, from what she could tell, he was a very private person. He held a lot of secrets and information close to his chest, but still had a positive and friendly personality. Quite simply, Jiro suspected he wore a mask that hid his deepest secrets. She noticed he had a few odd behaviors, and seemed very new to a lot of aspects of socialization in general. He was constantly apologizing for everything, and he had some minor habits that definitely seemed suspicious. And yet, she couldn't believe he was hiding something this big. She listened carefully to Midoriya's heartbeat as everything started. Licensed Pro Hero Eraserhead. Teacher of Class 1A at U.A, one of the soldiers spoke, We are a special task force assigned to detain Izuku Midoriya on 1 count of villain proxy, 22 counts of attempted end, and upwards of 100 counts of information theft and intentional endangerment. What? What? I didn't do any of that. Midoriya yelled, alarmed and panicked, before his head was shoved with the barrel of the gun. His heartbeats consistent, relatively consistent considering the situation. Jiro, though, alarmingly, her eyes widening, and there's no way he was hiding something this big without someone knowing in advance, and he's so innocent, she thought further. Silence, traitor, the soldier with his gun at Midoriya's head spat. The reactions of the majority of her classmates were nigh immediate after a moment of shock came through the room. It rippled like a shockwave, each student taking a moment to register the words. Uraraka glared at him with an utter disgust in her eyes. A small necklace the greenette had once gifted her was swiftly ripped off and thrown in the trash. Ida was incredibly disappointed, adjusting his glasses accordingly and fixing the boy with an ender glare. Many of Jiro's other classmates had similar reactions. Even Tsuyu and Mineta, who Midoriya saved at the USJ attack, were looking at the boy with some level of disgust. Midoriya looked shell-shocked, on the verge of some form of attack, panic or anxiety, or even both. He was not looking good. He went pale, began shaking slightly, and as his eyes flitted to each of his classmates, a silent begging, and all of them responded with a glare of sharply turning their heads away. Eventually he reached Jiro, and the two locked eyes. Jiro could see the pain, the fear, even memories flashing before his eyes, before he sorrowfully looked down. Jiro gritted her teeth and stood up. None of the soldiers seemed surprised, but Midoriya did, his eyes brimming. She ignored the weird looks she was getting from her friends and classmates. "What evidence do you have to accuse Midoriya?" she declared boldly. She glared at the soldier at the front of the room, demanding an answer as the tension grew heavy. "As stupid as this sounds, I agree with ears over here. What the actual F-?" Bakugo screamed in her support, surprising her somewhat as the boy basically exploded his desk. Izuku's eyes lit up ever so slightly as his classmates stood in his defense, even if no others joined them. "Settle down." Aizawa-sensei shot them a glare, but both Jiro and Bakugo held their ground before Aizawa-sensei then turned to the leading soldier as well, "But I do concur with them. I am fairly certain this isn't entirely legal. There has been no trial process, nor legal representation. So show me one good reason I shouldn't end you for threatening lethal force against my student under my own authority as a pro-hero," Aizawa-sensei said, with a bone-chilling tone. "It's quite all right, Shoyuda. This was under my authority," Nezu said, his normally present smile replaced with a frown. Behind him stood All Might, who looked agitated to say the least. "And you didn't think it appropriate to inform me?" Aizawa-sensei glared at the small creature, who shifted ever so slightly under the piercing glare of the hero. "It was not deemed necessary," All Might boomed, glaring at Aizawa-sensei. Now, Aizawa knew he could take All Might. What with his quirk erasure literally just turning All Might into a lanky skeleton. But he couldn't expose that to so many people. And maybe Nezu had a reason. Maybe. Legal proceedings? Aizawa-sensei questioned harshly, the room of Class 1A still deathly still. "Already handled. Mr. Midoriya here will be on the first armored transport out of here in but a few moments' time," Nezu said, "to where he belongs." "In a court? To be handled fairly?" "Away," Nezu said sternly, and Jiro couldn't help but notice the principal's heart rate jump ever so slightly, a change that would not be discernible if it weren't for the D. But the hunch was there. But she couldn't push it now. "What evidence do you have?" Aizawa-sensei said harshly, venom dripping off every word. "Enough. We are here to take him away," All Might boomed. "Wait just a effing second here," Bakugo yelled, causing all their attention to direct to him. "Mr. Bakugo." "What is it?" Nezu asked. "How can we trust these FING clowns to keep the nerd under control? If this is as serious as it seems, those who are most suited to should escort him out," Bakugo declared boldly before glancing briefly at Jiro and back again. "I've known him longest and can best him in regular combat. And Jiro here can listen out for any potential associates." Aizawa-sensei could erase his quirk if he tries to run and capture him quickly. It should just be us three. Any more and it could draw too much attention? Nezu thought for a moment. Very well, Mr. Bakugo, that's not a bad idea. The vehicle is parked in the staff car park. You'll recognize it fairly quickly. But first, Mr. Midoriya, a word, Nezu decided. Midoriya was shoved outside with a harsh prod with the barrel of a gun, before all the soldiers left out through the window and returned. The class then fell into a tense silence. Bakugo walked to the front without so much as a passing glance to anyone as he waited by the door. Jiro quickly followed suit, but rather than looking directly ahead she focused on her feet as she walked. Aizawa-sensei gave the class one last glare, harshly telling them to behave, before waiting with the other two assigned to the Midoriya extraction squad. And so they waited. Jiro's mind was racing, and she fought to calm the raging storm. Her heart was pounding, and she was struggling to keep control of her emotions. The gazes of the class on her wasn't helping, but she stood firm, her fists so tight that her knuckles were beginning to turn white. It was probably going to be one of the longest waits in her life at this rate. The class all stared at the three of them, some whispers flying across the room before Aizawa-sensei shut it down with a sharp glare. Once the door opened again, it was just Midoriya in a pair of high-grade cuffs behind his back. He wasn't crying anymore, he just stood there blankly, staring at the floor. His heartbeat was rapid, indicating the absolute flurry of emotions he was going through, but the look on his face was soul-crushing. It was as though every last grain, each and every strand of hope was ripped from him and given away. For some false comfort that Nezu sought out. It was awful. The glares he was getting from most of the class were either not affecting him, she highly doubted that, or he was so devastated that his emotions had shut down. A terrible, horrible breakdown. It hurt Jiro so much to see that, and there was nothing more that she wanted to do than scream at the rest of the class to open their eyes and see what they were doing to him, but alas, she knew it would only make things worse. She fought the urge to rush to and comfort the obviously distraught boy, but her sensibilities took over. Rightfully so, as if she did the class would become very suspicious at best and outright hostile at worst. Her heart ached for him, and all she could was ignore it. She swore to herself, then and there, that she would make sure that Cinnamon Roll would smile sincerely once more. Aizawa-sensei didn't say anything, simply grabbing the boy by the chain between his hands and leading them away. Jiro and Bakugo followed quickly, and soon the students were outside of the building. Aizawa-sensei seemed really distracted, however, and the moment they stepped outside he was watching out of the corner of his eyes for something. Waiting. Soon they made it to the Udata forest. This is the wrong way, Midoriya mumbled blankly. Jiro hated how blank his voice was, how empty it was now. It used to be so full of life, and it was honestly one of the things she loved hearing in the room. Even if most people found his rants irritating at best, she found them fascinating, full of personality and information that most people wouldn't bother picking up. Oh whoops, must have gotten lost, Aizawa-sensei replied sarcastically. Kid, listen. I know you didn't do it. Midoriya looks up at this, the blank look still in his eyes, causing even Aizawa-sensei to flinch slightly. There's a saying, the innocent don't run. All Might and Nezu are big believers in this. So you've got to hang on a few days before we can prove you free, yeah? Is there anything at all that could help us get you out of this mess? Midoriya didn't so much as blink. There's no point. No one cares about some little quirkless kid. And even if I could, there's no point in anything. My name's been dragged through the mud on all public media. I'm the most hated man in Japan, if not the world. And Nezu's already made his choice. It's not worth the trouble. Jiro and even Bakugo were left speechless. The brightest, happiest kid in the class was now devoid of hope. Jiro, avoiding breaking down, pushed Aizawa-sensei out of the way, who seemed a little shocked but managed to hide it, and hugged him tight. We'll help you. We know you're not whatever this is, whatever they think you are. We know you're better, Jiro said, hugging the boy. She felt him freeze, before she felt tears landing on her head. She was slightly shorter than him, the top of her head rested against his cheek. I don't get it. Why? Even All Might? Ada, Uraraka, all my friends gone? Midoriya said as the sobs shook his body. Jiro did not let go, and Bakugo looked away, gripping his own hands. Aizawa-sensei was the one to, albeit gently, separate them. He seemed like he was biting his tongue and forcing himself to do so. If we take too long, they'll get suspicious. We'll find something out. I promise, their teacher said. Midoriya sniffled, Jiro nodded in agreement, and Bakugo mumbled agreement. And, for what it's worth, I'm sorry to dash. Midoriya, Bakugo said, for everything. I know that's not even close to enough, but I'm sorry. Jiro didn't even care enough to question that right now, and neither did Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya gently stepped away from Jiro, who stepped next to Aizawa-sensei, before Midoriya hugged Bakugo. Bakugo looked shell-shocked. I forgive you, Kaken, Midoriya whispered, and the taller blonde boy began crying as well, gritting his teeth and hugging the shorter one back. Jiro almost felt Bakugo's raw emotions: regret, pain, guilt, brotherly love, and the desire to protect. It was very close to overwhelming. The boys separated, and Midoriya nodded to Aizawa-sensei. I can tell you what I've been accused of, if it's any help, Midoriya said. Aizawa-sensei nodded quickly. Yeah. Do that, he said. Midoriya sighed. You know how there was the break-in and some files were stolen? I've been accused of that, and by extension student endangerment and the attempted end by association of you, All Might, and the rest of one. That's where the intentional endangerment comes in. What about the villain proxy? Aizawa-sensei asked. Midoriya chuckled darkly, which caused Jiro to grimace slightly. As it turns out, my biological father is apparently one of All Might's greatest enemies who remains uncaptured. I never knew him, and if that's the case, I haven't a clue how they figured that out. So, it doesn't matter what you can prove about anything else. If you can't prove we never knew of each other's existence, I'll be locked away forever. Sorry for wasting your time. Izuku bowed toward Aizawa-sensei, who whacked the boy gently. Don't say that. This isn't a waste of time. I believe of all my students, you have some of the most, if not the most, potential I have ever seen in my life. So don't say you're a waste of time. You'll change the world. I know it. Just hold on, kid, we'll get you out of there. Come on, let's go. Aizawa-sensei said before the small group moved on again. Aizawa-sensei, do you think we'd be able to visit Midoriya wherever he gets sent? Jiro asked, plans forming in her mind. He looked at her with the faintest hint of an approving smirk. I'll ask Nezu where he's being sent. Then I'll organize some visitation, Aizawa-sensei replied formally. Bakugo simply grumbled something about tagging along, before the lot of them made it to the edge of the forest. Right, act a little more formal. Be convincing, was all Aizawa-sensei said before they marched out. Midoriya couldn't ignore the feeling of hope in his chest. More so because not only did he have people believing him, but it was Jiro, Bakugo, and Aizawa-sensei. Jiro was a surprise for many reasons, but he had to guess she saw something that none of the others could. The truth. Her quirk maybe? Stop that. It doesn't matter anymore. Midoriya crushed the internal runaway train of thought as he suppressed a sigh. He could feel the tears welling up again, but couldn't feel sad. Or upset. Or angry. Just devoid. It felt as though he was actively being drained of emotions, a pit below his heart draining anything that dared to come close. It hurt to feel now, after everything got ripped away. The pit that he had known for so long after being 4, and only recently thought was shrinking. The pit wasn't shrinking. The waterfall rushing into it was. That was beside the point right now. Aizawa-sensei, his infamously strict teacher that was known to expel entire classes for the lack of potential, was on his side. His teacher believed him. It was reassuring to know someone in a position of such authority and with so much experience believed him. He had a feeling his mother would not. She was very distant. Somewhere between his 9th and 10th hero notebook, she began to quietly produce a distance between them, bringing him up less to her friends, and began to stop doing certain things for him. At the time, it seemed like he was getting more responsibilities, making his lunches, organizing more of his own appointments and things, and looking after himself more. In retrospect, it was developing into partial neglect. He even had to go out to buy specific things that she used to get so he could make his own lunches easier, doing odd jobs around the apartment building to get pocket money for it. And Bakugo. Midoriya was so grateful for the boys' friendship once, and basically brotherhood, the two once being attached at the hip. They had drifted away, Bakugo feeling a deep insecurity about strength and power that Midoriya's presence evidently did not help, and whilst what Bakugo ended up doing was decidedly not okay, he could understand why. But he couldn't bring himself to hate Bakugo anyway. Pit aside, he couldn't harbor a bone in his body for such strong feelings of hatred or dislike. Decidedly not after everything drained away. He looked to the teacher and two students surrounding him. To someone outside this little group, they were escorting him. To the trio surrounding him, they were protecting him. To him, they were his lifeline. They reached the van. It felt like an eternity. His last walk. He couldn't help but take one glance at the sun, closing his eyes and listening to the breeze brush over him, the birds chirp, feeling the warmth of the sun. One final look to those who continued to believe in him. It was jarringly interrupted by a gun barrel being pushed against his spine. He stepped into the van, but the only reason he truly recognized was when the world suddenly went dark as the door was slammed shut, and he felt someone roughly force a pair of cuffs on his hands. He could feel they were significantly too tight, but did not feel the pain of it. He felt the rubbing but not the soreness. He was working on autopilot as he was forcibly sat down, where his ankles were then fastened to the chair. At least he would be safe, Midoriya thought sarcastically as he was then strapped into what was effectively a straitjacket. Just hope the transport doesn't spontaneously combust. Probably wouldn't. Probably was some legal issues with this. He kept his head hung low as he felt the floor rumble, an indication of the engine working. He didn't really know what to expect. Unfortunately, for him, it wasn't going to be what anyone expected. He fought against the racing thoughts in his head, trying to calm the waterfall into a river. Everything falling straight into the ever-growing pit. He gently bit his tongue to try and calm himself, the pain giving him a faint anchor. It was narrowly enough for him to slow the rapid rolling of the river to a steady whirlpool. There was a slight shuffle to his left and right, indicating some guards had come to sit next to him, the fabric of the guards' uniforms brushing against his at a uniform. He thought it was kind of funny in a sick way. But he didn't. He couldn't have the energy to do so anyway. He just let out a slight sigh, not even noticeable. He kept his head low, occasionally swinging with the seemingly random turns of the van. Just waiting. A passenger on the journey of his body, no longer in the driving seat. He could feel the stares of the guards up the front, glancing at him through the rear-view mirror, and could almost feel the whispers between them, along with the silent conversation happening between the guards adjacent him. He was no longer aware of how much time was passing, his mind falling further into a pit of despair as his heart was dragged down. Seconds, minutes, hours passed in a matter of moments that he barely felt. And soon he had arrived at a facility. It was way out in the middle of nowhere, literally. At some point they had boarded a ferry and were currently out at a location at sea that was partially out of the water. "Welcome to your new stay, kid," a guard in a more decorated uniform welcomed him. "Where am I? Is this Tartarus?" Midoriya asked, unable to help himself. The guard chuckled. "Oh no. If we're going by that naming scheme, the name of this place may as well be Hades." "Now move it, kid," the guard said, the slight humor quickly leaving him as he turned sharply. The guards flanking Midoriya shoved him roughly and he quickly continued walking forward. Towards the large opening steel double doors that looked like they could survive a nuclear blast. They entered the doors and the guards all went through one scanner, whilst Midoriya, still in incredibly heavy cuffs, was given a bizarre collar and made to stand in a chamber that used dozens if not hundreds of individual scanners and lasers that were beamed towards him. He didn't even feel a thing. Emotionally or physically. In a matter of seconds it was completed, and he was pushed forwards, into a holding cell. Cell was a bit of a glorification. It was more of a tomb. No light, large metal walls surrounding him, the only sound was his breathing and the occasional wave, but the water was calm today. If only he could relate. Some amount of time passed. Some would consider this a lazy description, but it was accurate to Midoriya. He had no idea how long had passed. To some extent, he refused to go insane, to lose his mind, to give in. On the other hand, he knew he was going to have some mild claustrophobia. Putting it lightly. But when they retrieved him, several of the guards had changed, so he could only assume it had been hours, shifts having changed and only a dim sunlight through heavily filtered glass could be seen. Where am I going in now? He asked hoarsely with a dry throat, directed to the lead guard currently accompanying him. You're no more than a high schooler, ain't ya? The guard dodged the question completely as they responded with a surprisingly colloquial question for a guard dressed like they were about to go to war. To be fair, he was suspected of being a highly dangerous criminal with strength comparable to All Might, so he was thankful that the guns weren't constantly trained on him. He wasn't counting the cameras with laser originating from them, praying they were merely tracking. Deep down he knew it wasn't. Regardless, as he was walked out of the cell and into a heavily armored elevator that ran so smooth he would have no clue how deep he was, Midoriya continued this bizarre conversation held between prisoner and guard. Yeah. Started a few weeks back, he responded, looking at his feet. Weeks. The guard responded with mild alarm. Great All Might, this place is. I gotta apply for resignation. The guard, however, kept composure, Midoriya ignoring the whispering that followed their response. CC, can I please know where I'm going? Midoriya repeated. The guard sighed. Down? Down to what some prisoners nicknamed Hates Down. Because once you're there, there's no going back. You end up losing yourself. Normally only the worst of the worst go there. I can't say much more than that. Sorry, kid. Midoriya did not say more after that. There wasn't much else there was to say about that. The elevator ride was finally over, and he was marched out of there towards another series of scanners. More beams, more lasers, more machines in general, until Midoriya met with someone who was incredibly broad-shouldered. Prisoner. Follow me, they commanded simply with a deep voice, and the former hero student was shoved along to follow behind. As I'm sure you're aware, you have been accused of various information-based crimes. As such, we have been contracted to extract any information we can from you. But I don't know anything, Midoriya said faintly, and the person he was following chuckled. Right, whatever you say, traitor, they replied condescendingly. It seemed as though most of the staff down here knew exactly why Midoriya was there, but knew he was hardly a threat. Despite this, it seemed like they were prepared to do whatever it took to get information from him. Midoriya didn't say anything as he was shoved into a different room. This one was even more intimidating. It featured a large cement table and 2 chairs across from each other. One featured a pair of cuffs sitting on the counter in front of it. He didn't need to be prompted regarding which one he was to sit in. Midoriya, once sitting in the chair, laid his hands side by side in front of him atop the table. Someone was quick to clamp the cuffs tightly around his wrists, before glaring at him and almost marching away as someone else entered. So, Midoriya Izuku, yes? They asked him. That's my name? Midoriya trailed off, the implied question in the air. My name is irrelevant. Just refer to me as sir. Sorry, sir. Midoriya bowed, slightly only to be met with a chuckle. Just answer the questions I ask, the man responded sharply. Midoriya flinched slightly and stiffened at that. First, what is your quirk? Your true quirk? The emphasis on the true made Midoriya shiver slightly. His reaction made the interviewer clarify. We weren't told any details, only that your current quirk had been removed for reasons and details classified. I'm quirkless? Midoriya replied simply. The man burst out into laughter. Surely someone with connections as yourself would have obtained some kind of quirk from the criminal underworld in some way. No, I'm innocent. I swear. Midoriya responded desperately and the man just laughed. Sure thing, kid. If you won't answer a question, we'll just come back to it later. Next question. How long have you been gathering information for? Never. Midoriya proclaimed defiantly, I have never been in contact with them outside of the USJ incident. All right. The interviewer wrote something down before moving on. Where were you at the time of the documents being stolen? I don't know when the documents were stolen. Midoriya responded almost instantly, his panic growing within him as he started stressing more. He knew it was almost definitely a fruitless battle for his innocence, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to try at least a little. And unfortunately, if not unsurprisingly, it didn't seem to do much. Dozens of questions passed to similar results, Izuku honestly denying his involvement and arguing best he could for his innocence whilst the interviewer said nothing else with a hard glare. Several hours had probably passed and Izuku was feeling incredibly fatigued, hungry, thirsty, and just exhausted in so many different ways. Emotionally, tired, just so many different ways, and it seemed the day wasn't even close to being done with him. The interviewer, at the end of the questions, took their documents and packet of notes out of the room without saying anything, leaving Midoriya alone, once more, with nothing but his thoughts. He wasn't sure how long it was before someone opened the door. Wordlessly, they slammed a tray down onto the table before leaving again. Midoriya didn't even get a word in edgewise as he heard several bolts lock the door extremely tight. The meal in front of him was fairly bare bones. Rice, some vegetables and juice. Enough to sustain him basically. No protein that may promote muscle development. And at this point he realized just how bad his situation truly was and just how refined their process was. They had experience in this business. And he was not the customer in this relationship. He was the product. Nezu was the customer. And the customer's expectations for what he wanted from the product was very, very clear. Jiro wasn't having the best time in class, for many reasons. Having had returned from escorting Midoriya to the van, the class was in uproar, and yet was simultaneously oddly silent. The mood in the class was so wrong. So deeply wrong and unsettling. Aizawa-sensei declared the period a free study session before immediately leaving to go deal with some paperwork, leaving the class with a sharp glare that almost everyone shivered under. Todoroki still seemed really detached from the class and Bakugo was still really off, but Jiro felt oddly comforted by it. It was purely a glare of threat but a glare of disappointment, one that he had used to defend someone she considered a friend. Even if it was a bit late for that. She sighed and slumped into her seat, Yaoyorozu giving her a sympathetic look that she may once have appreciated but now refused to even acknowledge the presence of. She pulled out one of her class books and tried to keep working or studying, but she kept inadvertently glancing at the empty desk. And every time she did, she forced herself to try to keep studying during the free period. But just couldn't. Sometimes seconds, sometimes minutes. But no matter how long it was, she'd end up finding herself staring at the chair once occupied by the class cinnamon roll, the bundle of hope, joy and sheer enthusiasm that could go on and on. She had to stay focused. She wouldn't get anything done like that, and it wouldn't even help Midoriya's situation. She kept her gaze fixed to the book open in front of her, some of the limited notes she took during Heroics 101. She did not like that. She quickly slammed it shut, scaring a few of her classmates nearby, as she pulled out a book that was empty up until now, and began scribbling various notes in it. At first, there wasn't any sense to it. Just words on a page that all had no correlation as she tried to just get on top of her thoughts. She could hear Bakugo doing a similar thing. As far as Jiro could tell, the two of them were the only ones to be doing this. The rest of the class was in tense discussion and gossip, and she could hear dozens of different phone pings as the story spread across the school, and from what she could tell it was already in the media. It didn't take long before someone approached her, Kaminari doing what no one else dared. "Hey Jiro, what was it like walking him away?" Kaminari asked, with a smile that really didn't match the tone of the question. "Hey, I bet it was really difficult." Surely he was hurling insults or something the whole time, Siro chimed in. Kaminari turned his attention to the other boy and responded. "Yeah, probably." "Hey, we understand if you don't want to talk about it," Kaminari said to Jiro, reaching out to place a comforting hand on her shoulder, but she jerked away violently, refusing to look at them so they wouldn't see the ender glare on her face. "Hey, well, you okay?" Kaminari asked, genuine concern on his face as he retracted his hand. "Just peachy," Jiro replied through gritted teeth, her pencil creaking as her knuckles began turning white with grip. "You sure? You seem angry," Kaminari said, the whole class becoming a little quieter as they watched the interaction play out. "She's probably upset he betrayed us," Sato responded for her, which she hated to bits, but she didn't trust herself to answer properly right now, biting her tongue slightly. "Yeah, you're probably right, you can talk to us, you know? We're all going through this together." Kaminari smiled to Jiro, a gesture that felt incredibly out of place at the moment. Abruptly, Jiro stood up. She shot up with so much speed that it startled Kaminari and Shiro, who were standing near her desk. She put her book away and left the stunned room. "I'll go check on her," Yaoyorozu spoke up, breaking the stunned silence. She quickly sped out of the room, and saw Jiro making her way down the corridor towards the bathrooms. "Kyoka?" Yaoyorozu called out, trying to catch her attention, but the shorter girl had already turned the corner. Yaoyorozu clenched her fist in worry and ran after her, skidding around the corner to see the girl's bathroom close. She rushed, this time swinging the bathroom door open. Once and however, she couldn't see Jiro at one of the mirrors, only a series of stalls. "Kyoka? Are you okay?" Yaoyorozu called out as she checked each of the door locks, eventually finding the only locked one. She pressed her ear to the stall, and could hear Jiro's stifling sobs. "Kyoka?" Yaoyorozu asked once more. The sobbing stopped sharply, and Yaoyorozu knew immediately. "Kyoka? Please talk to me," Yaoyorozu spoke through the stall door. "You wouldn't understand," Jiro responded sharply, sharper than she had ever been with the taller girl. "Kyoka?" Yaoyorozu was taken aback by this and stepped away from the door. This turned out to be the correct move, as it suddenly was violently swung open, at least it opened inward, and Jiro was standing there, face down and tears dripping to the ground. "You, and everyone else abandoned him. Why?" Jiro screamed at Yaoyorozu, who backed up slightly. "I am sure Principal Nezu had his reasons." Yaoyorozu started before stopping herself, truly absorbing Jiro's state. The tears that rolled down her face made their way down to knuckle-white clenched fists, before dripping to the floor. Yaoyorozu cautiously reached out a hand to lay on Jiro's shoulder, but Jiro jerked away from it. "You don't get it," Jiro muttered, barely loud enough for Yaoyorozu to hear but more than loud enough to hear the anger laced in those few words. "If you had saw what I saw, heard what I heard, had the ability to think for your self, then you would." Towards the end of this, Jiro seemed to regain her confidence in a sense, glaring at Yaoyorozu as she raised her voice. Tears were streaming down her face more violently than before, and the sheer anguish on her face made Yaoyorozu pause. Yaoyorozu rushed towards Jiro and tried to wrap her arms around the other girl, but Jiro pushed her back. "Kyoka?" Yaoyorozu said softly, reaching out. Jiro pushed the hand away. "You still don't get it, do you?" Jiro asked, laughing cynically. "I didn't think so. Kyoka, you have to understand, Nezu and All Might believed Midoriya was the traitor. I am certain they have reason to believe that," Yaoyorozu repeated. Jiro didn't say anything, the sobs racking her body said it all. "Kyoka?" "I understand, Yaoyorozu," Jiro said, reaching for the bathroom door handle as she walked past the taller girl. Yaoyorozu, acting more on instinct, grabbed Jiro's wrist. "Let go," Jiro told her with venom, teeth clenched. "No, you need to listen to me," Yaoyorozu cried out. "You need to let it go. Justice has been served, you need to trust the authorities. The authorities who failed to follow proper procedure. If you weren't stuck with your head so far up your ass, you would be able to see that." Jiro yelled at Yaoyorozu, an accusatory finger being pointed as well, because, if you could see beyond your own FNG nose, you would be able to tell that the class and teachers all just abandoned someone who was so damn undeserving of any of this shit. With that, Jiro didn't even wait for Yaoyorozu's response, venomously throwing a "goodbye Yaoyorozu" over her shoulder through gritted teeth and running tears. And Yaoyorozu was left with the wind out of her sails. Meanwhile, Bakugo was still in the classroom. The moment Jiro left the room, and Yaoyorozu had followed soon after, all eyes locked onto him. "What the F are you extras looking at?" He screamed at them, continuing to write, somewhat violently, in his notebook. He'll admit, the fact that part of the page would tear every now and then as he wrote was probably an indication that he needed to be less violent, but that was neither here nor there. He believed it was fairly justified. But unfortunately for him, some of his classmates were a bit more persistent. Notably, "Hey Bakubro, do you have any clue why Jiro just ran out?" Kirishima asked, leaning over to Bakugo's desk, looking at the open notebook. Bakugo promptly slammed it shut. "Couldn't if he guess sheety hair," Bakugo said with gritted teeth, clenching his fist as to not begin releasing explosions towards his classmates. He had many feelings right now, and although on one level he knew he truly wasn't much better, he was likely worse, but on the other he would be damned if he didn't try. Yeah, did he, like, I dunno, insult either of you or assault you guys or something? Kaminari asked. No, he didn't. Bakugo spoke again through gritted teeth. You sure? Did he do something whilst your back was turned or some shit? Zero asked. Nope, we had it under control, Bakugo spoke, his tongue becoming somewhat sharper. If it isn't too much trouble for you extras, I'd like to be able to study. Whoa bro, relax, I didn't realize it was this touchy for you, Kirishima said, backing up. Deku did mention that they did go to school together. Uraraka spoke up, the sheer amount of poison lacing the word Deku almost causing Bakugo to flinch. Yes, it would make sense for someone who you'd known for a long time to suddenly not be who they seem to have a strong impact, Ida mentioned, fixing his glasses. Shut the F up. Maybe he did something to trick Bakugo in the past as well? Sato added. That wouldn't be unlikely, Shoji agreed, nodding. Shut the F up? Perhaps the darkness within him became too much to manage? Tokoyami suggested, Dark Shadow nodding next to him. Please shut the F up? Bakugo forced himself into tunnel vision, looking at the mildly damaged notebook before him, his jaw sore and his fingernails digging into his palms. He kept writing, just trying to think of something. Writing. Drowning out everything about him, getting lost in his own world. Bakugo shot up abruptly, not saying a word as he did so. Bakubro? Kirishima asked, concerned. Shut the F up, Bakugo shot back without even looking at Kirishima. Bakugo, 2 students have already left the classroom. It would be unwise for you to do so as well, Ida said, reprimanding the blonde-haired boy who was heading towards the door. I swear. Bakugo uttered under his breath, 4 eyes, I could not give less of it right now. Hey, that was uncalled for. Mina spoke up, I know you're really tense right now, we all are, but don't take it out on others. Bakugo stopped for a moment. He thought. The others assumed he was contemplating whether or not to leave. Bakugo quickly walked back to his desk to grab the notebook he was working in and stuffed it inside of his bag. Bakugo? Uraraka asked, however he didn't respond. He also grabbed the stuff on Jiro's desk and shoved it in her bag which was sitting under her desk. Bakugo! That's not good. Mina cried out but it barely registered in his mind. Yeah, Bakugo, you shouldn't be going through girls' stuff like that. Toru exclaimed, her clothes giving off all the expression needed. Bakugo promptly ignored her too, and made his way with both bags to the door. Ida placed a firm grip on Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo! Stop this right now. He demanded. Ida, if you do not remove your hand right now, I swear I will personally make sure you can never use it again, Bakugo snarled, giving the boy a piercing glare from the corner of his eyes. Ida flinched and jumped away on instinct, the entire room falling silent. Not only was Bakugo not calling someone by a nickname, but that was a damning threat that it seemed like he would genuinely follow through on. The class remained silent as Bakugo left, slamming the door behind him. On his way out, he saw Jiro storming down the halls. Jiro! He called out and the girl froze and looked up. What do you want, Bakugo? She said through gritted teeth, eyes avoiding his. He knew she wasn't angry at him, and she was clearly exhausted. He couldn't agree more, this had been a very long day, and it wasn't even noon. He shoved her bag at her and gently grabbed her shoulder. I know how, was all he said. Her mood shift was immediate, and she wiped the tears off her face. She grabbed the bag and quickly threw it over her left shoulder. Well, what are we waiting for, Blasty? She smirked, tear tracks still on her face but her determination shone through. Let's go then. Bakugo and Jiro quickly made their way to the teacher's lounge, where Bakugo pounded on the door. Thankfully, the one that came for them was present Mike. Oh, hey little listeners. Do you want me to get Shoyuta? He asked, the usually peppy hero a little somber. Yes, please, Jiro cut Bakugo off before he could start yelling, although he also seemed to notice present Mick's watered-down mood. The blonde hero nodded, before stepping back into the teacher's lounge. There was a slight shuffling, a little scuffle perhaps before he re-emerged with Aizawa being dragged. The typically tired pro hero looked even worse, stress on his face and general exhaustion showing even more. "We have an idea," Bakugo said, a straight face on. Aizawa immediately perked up. "Hizashi, my class is now your responsibility. Kids, you have full permission, but for safety's sake I'm coming with you. Follow me to my car," Aizawa-sensei said immediately, throwing his sleeping bag at the other pro hero. He walked faster than the two students had seen him walk in their entire time here, and were quick to follow, a determined aura coming off of them as they left the confused present Mike behind. They got into Aizawa-sensei's car, the two students in the back seat, which was somewhat covered in cat hair. "All right, I'm pulling you out of school today. I've just registered it properly," Aizawa-sensei said from his phone whilst buckling himself in. "All you're going to be missing a short assembly from Nezu anyway. And if anyone asks, I've taken you guys to extracurriculars based on your involvement with Midoriya's transportation." Jiro flinched a little at that, but ignored it as she buckled herself in, across from Bakugo. "Where do we need to go?" Aizawa-sensei asked, fixing his rear-view mirror. "Midoriya's house," Bakugo responded. Aizawa-sensei nodded, and in a matter of moments from then, they were off. Bakugo was giving instructions as Jiro nervously fiddled with her earlobe jacks. She took deep breaths and avoided tangling them accidentally in her stress. Whilst she wasn't sure what she was going to be looking for, if the way Midoriya saw his mother was any indication, there probably wouldn't be anything good. She had no idea what to expect though. Eventually they arrived at a quiet apartment block, one not too far away from her own. They walked up several floors and Bakugo knocked on the door. "I'm coming." A woman's voice rang from within, and Jiro could hear the sound of footsteps. The woman quickly came to the door and opened it up. "Oh, Bakugo. How nice to see you. Oh, you've grown so much. Shouldn't you be in school?" the green-haired lady asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "Actually no, Auntie Inko. We're here to talk about me, Izuku," Bakugo said, shuffling slightly. He seemed a little uncomfortable saying Midoriya's first name, but did so regardless. Jiro assumed this was a thing of an assumed relationship that Bakugo and Midoriya shared, as far as the woman, now introduced as Inko, knew. It was at this that Inko seemed to actually address the others standing there. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Please, come in, she said, stepping to the side of the door and gesturing for the trio to enter her room. Jiro rubbed her arm as she walked in, slight nervousness showing on her face as she followed Bakugo and Aizawa-sensei into the sweet-seeming short lady's house. She led them to the living room, where she insisted they sit down as she prepared tea. "Ma'am," Aizawa-sensei started, having had just sat down. "Please, call me Inko," she said, smiling. "Very well, Inko, would you mind answering some questions about your son and his relationship with his father?" Aizawa-sensei asked, starting a tape recorder. When he mentioned this, Inko seemed to stiffen. "Oh, Izuku? Well, at least he was very interested in heroism, constantly taking notes." Looking back at it, I think it may have been information gathering, Inko sneered, the nice lady turning very sinister with those words. The sheer level of almost hatred in her words regarding Midoriya caused Jiro to stiffen. It was off-putting, as though she didn't quite appreciate his presence. "Would you mind if we had a look at his notebooks, Auntie Inko?" Bakugo asked, feigning a smile. "Oh, after he was revealed to be a traitor, I began packing all his things away. Most of it will be sold or donated, but I figured things like that I would burn. It's all in a pile in his room if you'd like to look," Inko responded offhandedly. Bakugo nodded and quickly grabbed Jiro and pulled her up, going to the bedroom. Any other time Jiro might have actually ended Bakugo, but in this case she knew exactly what was going on. They reached the blank door, and with heavy hearts, opened it. Within, they found a blank room with nothing but several boxes. Bakugo became lost in memories as he ran his hand along the now blank walls, whilst Jiro went to the box containing the notebooks. "This is what we want?" Jiro asked, picking up the box of not only notes but diaries and other more sentimental items. Bakugo simply nodded as he knelt by the other box of old toys, a few tears rolling down his face. I'll be a moment." "Take it to the living room," Bakugo said, and Jiro nodded. Jiro picked the box up and quietly walked out the room, leaving the boy with ash blonde hair to reminisce. When she returned to the living room, it looked like Aizawa-sensei had started questioning Inko on some broad, basic questions. When Jiro entered, they both looked in her direction briefly before resuming conversation. "So, do you think your son did it?" Aizawa-sensei finally stopped beating around the bush and asked the most important question. Inko looked incredibly nonchalant as she answered, probably. He was getting money from somewhere and honestly was always a little suspicious considering how much he wrote in those hero notebooks of his. The first day he got back from Udare, in spite of his injuries, he spent the night writing all of his teachers' and classmates' quirks down. Crazy. Jiro's eyes widened in realization, and Aizawa-sensei seemed to have a similar epiphany. However, Jiro's eyes noticed a specific book on top of the rest. It looked almost like a spreadsheet, the kind businesses use to track expenses. Why would Midoriya need something like this? Jiro felt kind of bad snooping, but flipped it open regardless. Her heart shattered when she saw what was in it. Various food prices, along with money that was noted to be earned by doing odd jobs for the neighbors. The worst part was at the end of each page, it wouldn't be noted what he could buy, but what he couldn't. And it was fundamentals too, things like rice, bread, chicken and so on. She noticed the small date at the bottom of the page. He had been doing this since he was about 9. She spaced out, picturing a small version of Midoriya having to work for his own food, making it himself whilst his mother casually ignored him. "Sorry, I just need to get some air," Jiro said, letting herself out. Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow at this, and Inko nodded unconcerned. Jiro simply, as an explanation, handed Aizawa-sensei the spreadsheet and walked outside, stopping herself from punching the green-haired woman inside. Once outside, Jiro sat down, leaning against the wall as she clenched her fists, feeling her nails dig into the palm of her hands. She forced herself to breathe normally, calming herself down as she tried to clear her mind. It wasn't much longer after that when Aizawa-sensei and Bakugo left the apartment, Bakugo carrying the box of books and Aizawa-sensei actively trying not to lash out at the woman who resided behind the now closed doors. "If we go to my house, we may be able to find more about Midoriya's malnourishment," Bakugo said, an oddly somber tone about him. Whilst he said what they were all thinking, none of them wanted to be the one to point it out in the end. Aizawa-sensei just nodded, and Bakugo gave Jiro a hand up as the three returned to the teacher's car and put the box in the boot. "My parents are at work right now and I have a house key so it shouldn't be an issue." "Alright, give me directions." And so the trio traveled once more, this time making their way to the Bakugo residence. The trip was fairly quiet, the traffic relatively low. Sure, it was still metropolitan Japan, but it was working hours still for most. As such, it didn't take too long to get to Bakugo's home. Once they arrived, the blonde boy moved fast, rushing straight to a larger room, presumably his parents. "Never thought I'd be grateful to the old hag for saving these," Bakugo muttered as he rummaged through a box of photo albums until he pulled one out. This had a school emblem on the front and was fairly thick, maybe 2 or 3 dozen pages within. Bakugo slammed the album on the dining table where they all sat and flipped through the pages, grabbing the class photo from his elementary and middle school years. Each year he was in the same class as Midoriya, and Bakugo lined all the photos up so they were side by side. And what they all saw was heartbreaking. Whilst Midoriya did retain the baby fat on his cheeks throughout the years, it was clear that he was clearly beginning to become malnourished. Especially during the middle school years where the sunken, hollow frame of his ribs became more evident throughout. Jiro didn't have anything to say, and neither did Bakugo. Aizawa-sensei, in the end, gently encouraged the students to leave the house and begin to return to UA. Bakugo had the photo album clutched in his hands, the realization still not completely settled. Meanwhile, Jiro was going through the other box of personal items that belonged to Midoriya. Amongst the many notebooks were a few diaries and a few more of the spreadsheets, each of various expenses. They eventually made it back to UA. Students had been dismissed for the day after the events that had transpired earlier, and because Nezu needed to hold a meeting with the teachers. However, Aizawa-sensei was clearly avoiding the principal and opted to bring his 2 students into their homeroom, where they pushed several tables together and placed the boxes on them, before dumping out the contents. They pulled out several folders from the teacher's cabinet and began writing down all the information they could gather and organizing the notebooks accordingly. It took less than an hour for them to go through the notebooks. So, with this, we can definitely prove that there would be no motivation for Midoriya to steal the information. He had more detailed information here regarding the quirks of the class. This should be enough circumstantial evidence to clear him of those charges, Aizawa-sensei explained as they put some of the notebooks into a folder. Bakugo and Jiro were currently going through the few diaries and journals, trying to find anything regarding Midoriya's father. Right? But I don't think we'll find enough on the villain association charge. Maybe we need a private investigator? Jiro suggested, and Aizawa-sensei suddenly had a eureka moment. That's it. Kid, you're a genius. I'm going to go make a phone call. You two keep going through the books, Aizawa-sensei said as he dashed out of the room. Bakugo and Jiro felt some hope. It was something they were feeling bits and pieces of throughout the day, but now it was truly building. Although, they still went through the journals. And in doing so, Bakugo tightened his jaw as he clenched his teeth in frustration, whilst Jiro fought the pain in her heart. Midoriya truly deserved none of this. Midoriya woke to a bright light in the bland room he had started becoming accustomed to. He was on a medical bed, fixed by several cuffs and straps. He couldn't move his head as it was fixed in place, so all he could do was squint. "Ah, you're awake," a smooth voice spoke. "I'm surprised you even managed to fall asleep. Regardless, please try not to tense your muscles or we'll be required to sedate you." That was all Midoriya was told before he felt a very sharp needle enter his arm. He desperately fought the instinct to tense and flinch as he felt the blood being pulled out of his arm. It felt a little excessive, and he began feeling a little lightheaded but didn't complain. When the blood was finally finished being pulled out, the individual said nothing and simply left the room, a small hole on Midoriya's arm still spilling out blood. It eventually clotted itself, but not before Midoriya lost a decent amount of blood. However, nothing came from it as he was wheeled away to a different room with a variety of medical scanners. "Now kid, because you won't give us any info, we're going to run an in-depth analysis on you," someone in a lab coat spoke, a clipboard in their hand. Several other individuals in lab coats approached Midoriya, taking various measurements and plugging him into many machines. He just lay there as the machines made beeping noises, and the presumably scientists took measurements and readings whilst they were figuring things out. And that's when, wait, his blood pressure, it seems different to normal. Did we take his blood pressure when he arrived? One of the scientists asked, peering at various numbers. I don't believe so, however it was monitored on the van ride, so we can check that, another replied, texting someone for the info. Yep, it's in a packet on its way. Good. More time passed as nothing but the beeping of the machinery and shuffling of the scientists to, kind of, maintain Midoriya's sanity. The scientists all seemed surprised as they continued to take down various measurements and compare them to other data pinned elsewhere, before they all shuffled out and Midoriya was carted back to his cell. "All right, prisoner, tell me, if we want information from you, what do you think is important?" a guard asked, leaning against the door. Having the right person, Midoriya replied dryly as he stretched a bit, having been released from the medical bed. "Hilarious. We need you to be sane, and the easiest way for you to stay sane is through music," the guard responded, rolling their eyes, "and because we're so nice, and mostly because people tend to be more cooperative, you get to choose the music." "Genre?" Midoriya sighed as he slumped against the wall. "Can I choose the artist? If we're feeling nice." "So?" "Nope." "All right. Protest songs?" Midoriya asked. Feeling ironic, I see. "Very well." The guard put on a playlist through the speakers. It seemed to primarily consist of Rage Against the Machine, bits of White Stripes, a little bit of Green Day, and some U.2. The tinny little speakers in the roof of the cell began playing the songs, and Izuku leant against the wall, feeling his heart beat in his chest to the beat of the music as he hummed along. He had previously read about inmates going insane due to isolation, however those with a music background retained sanity as they were able to keep themselves occupied by reciting sheet music, or just music in general. So, music was keeping him sane not for his own sanity but for the sake of the interrogators. Wonderful. At least he got some choice in the matter. He lay on the mattress, if it could be called that. It barely raised him off the ground, and he could still feel the cold concrete that it sat atop. There were a few sheets and a very tough pillow that felt more solid than an actual pillow. Regardless, he lay down on it and tried to get comfortable, the protest songs oddly relaxing. He wasn't going to sleep tonight, there was no chance of that. But if nothing else, he was going to rest for now. In his rest, his thoughts came to his head once more. And whilst the music did help somewhat to clear and calm them, it was still swirling constantly as he felt doubt rise within him, questions that he would never get the answer to, nor did he need the answer to. But they arose nonetheless, trying to understand anything. There was so much that had happened and time was borderline meaningless even though it had barely even been a single day. At least Midoriya was fairly certain it wasn't a single day yet. Time was meaningless. Because as far as he knew, he had all the time in the world. At some point he must have dozed off, because he was abruptly awoken by the harsh clanging of a metal baton against the thick metal of his cell. "Get up, kid, the doctors want to run more tests," a guard informed Midoriya, who quickly got up. He wasn't feeling tired, nor was he feeling particularly awake, instead feeling a strange place in between. It didn't really matter for now though as he stretched and got up, hearing the muttering between guards. He could hear much of the conversation. It didn't surprise him that these guards were good at keeping hushed conversations, well hushed. But as he strained harder to hear, he managed to barely pick up the end of their discussion before the doctors arrived. "Really? That's from the science division?" "Apparently. But you didn't hear it from me." That was all Midoriya heard before several guards, evidently commanded by some of the doctors, entered his cell and began ushering him towards a different section, a series of testing labs. There, once more, he was strapped down before he was brought before a new machine. From what he could tell, it was a massive scanning machine, a form of X-ray machine. He was slid underneath it, and could hear the machinery whirring up as the scanning process was commencing. He strained to hear what the doctors were saying, but could barely make out the whispers through the window. He could hear the sound of pencils on paper, and kept straining to hear. He was able to pick up certain patterns of their writing, and whilst he didn't know what they were writing, it was something he was able to entertain himself with for now. Some passage of time went by before he was moved again, as though he were merely on a production line. However, this time he was taken to a different room. This one reminded him much more of the interrogation room. He was directed to sit in one of the chairs, which he did, before the guard escorting him walked out, and in came a different guard. They had a variety of tools on their belt that looked dangerous, a large file with dozens of sheets within and a pen. They sat down in front of Midoriya, not saying a word as they opened their file up and pulled out a few sheets, placing them in such a way that Midoriya could easily read them too. Of course, this was clearly their intention. "So, assuming you aren't involved with the League of Villains dash." "I'm not." Midoriya's outburst was completely ignored. "How do you explain your connection with your father?" "I never met him before, I swear, he was always absent in my life," Midoriya exclaimed, desperate as he had to justify himself once more. "Right? And can you look at what these papers say, please?" The guard responded, something clearly rehearsed. Midoriya looked at the papers and read it once. Twice. He couldn't believe his eyes. By the third time the guard was getting impatient and slammed a baton on the table, causing Midoriya to jump. Sorry." He flinched. In short, the documents were saying that several teachers, including Nezu and All Might, had both provided testimonies saying they had definite evidence that not only was Midoriya in league with villains, but he had gained a quirk through illegitimate means that could not be verified. "Well?" the guard demanded, sitting up taller and increasing their figure. "I haven't. All the notes I took were for my own use, some were done in crayon." Midoriya defended himself. "Right, but what were you planning on doing with those notes?" The guard barked back, not giving Midoriya any thinking time. "I was doing it to better myself, to improve my chances to be a hero." "What? Some quirkless little sheet thought he could play the big leagues?" the guard yelled, and Midoriya flinched. The guard, however, did not stop there. "Kid, the only reason you'd done that is because you knew you could get a quirk. Chances are Daddy would have handed one to you of your own choosing on a silver platter if you didn't obtain one before." "Oh wait, doesn't matter now." "Nothing matters now." The guard screamed at Midoriya, who slunk into his chair and made himself smaller. The guard, however, stood up. "Listen, kid, you're going to answer me. Whenever you get the answer wrong, I'm going to run some tests on you that the doctors can't because it breaks their oath." Midoriya's heart rate skyrocketed at that, and he could feel his blood pulsing through his body, and he could feel his heart trying to break out of his chest. He gripped the chair, knuckles white as the guard loomed over him, a contraption unfolding itself in his hands. The guard grabbed one of Midoriya's hands and placed it, palm up, on the table. "What are you doing?" Midoriya asked, not trying to resist and trying to avoid tensing. "A test," was all the guard said as the machine then wrapped itself around Midoriya's hand. Midoriya gritted his teeth in pain as it tightened slightly, spindly metal rods wrapping around his fingers as it dug slightly into his flesh. It then started tracing along his hand and lower arms, searching for his veins. He could feel his heart racing more and more, and the beating harder and harder as it latched onto his veins and arteries. The sharp, fridge-cold metal pressed into his skin and made slight incisions in various places, causing Midoriya to wince in pain as he felt the blood spill across his palm. The guard did not seem to care that Midoriya was losing potential fatal levels of blood, simply writing down on his clipboard before removing the machine and tightly bandaging his hand up. "Why?" Midoriya asked as the guard bandaged him up. "Why are you hurting me and yet still fixing me?" "Well, we need to keep you alive. And consider it both progression for science and coercion tactic," the guard replied, his face completely neutral. After a moment's break for the guard to clean the device and to collect a new sheet of paper. And then the guard did it once more. Midoriya felt the cold pain and resisted tears as he felt it repeat the action, the guard writing down similar sounding results. Midoriya fought to ground himself, distracting himself from the pain. It finally stopped and the guard tightly bandaged Midoriya up, panting slightly in pain. "Fascinating," the guard said after connecting Midoriya to another machine. This one seemed fairly basic at least. It was probably just blood amount and pulse, but he really didn't care as he was given food for the first time today, and ate it carefully as to not make himself sick. It wasn't complex food, if anything it was merely staples, rice, fish, and some vegetables that seemed like they were canned. Midoriya didn't care though, he needed the energy for many reasons. Not least of which because he needed to replenish his blood levels before he fainted or something. It probably wouldn't be good if he did here, there was no telling what would happen. He was kept in that room for a while before a different guard returned. They did not seem like they carried good news. So, after some tests the doctors have decided to take a more drastic one. This will confirm for them what the results have been seeing. Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, the choice for you is obvious, the guard explained as he slid a series of forms towards Midoriya, who began reading them, a pen nearby for him to sign. In short, the terms stated that if Midoriya were to accept, he would undergo an unspecified medical procedure that would not impact him in a negative way long term. However, if he did not agree to this, he may be subjected to more severe testing. It was blatant coercion. "See, can I have these terms archived somewhere?" he asked the guard, who simply nodded. "It'll be kept with your file." Midoriya nodded, before signing off. I'll do it. To forward research? Right? "Sure, kid," the guard said. Both knew the truth. Midoriya signed the waiver and was soon carted into a room where there were even more machines, probably at least a dozen doctors all in coats, and then he was strapped to the table, before being quickly sedated. And when he awoke, it was with a muzzle. "So, Midoriya, because of the operation, you will be required to wear the muzzle until we are completely certain of the impacts," the guard explained as Midoriya, unsurprisingly and completely fairly, panicked. "So until then, the only times you will take it off are to eat, drink, and for supervised testing. At all these times you will be supervised by several guards. In the interest of continuing your interrogation, we will teach you sign language. Do you understand?" Midoriya nodded, his mind frantic. His thoughts were flying, many colliding as he tried to make sense of what was going on. Additionally, did some other testing. It seems to have had some unintended impacts. As such, we believe an ability of sorts may have manifested within you, but, as previously, further testing will be required in a designated environment. Please try and avoid to force your blood rate to rise or emit anything, otherwise we will be forced to restrain you further. That is all for today. With that, Midoriya was left with a lot to think about as another guard came to escort him back to his cell, the muzzle still on. It rubbed harshly against his cheeks and he felt it pull on his jaw as he lay down on the mattress. "Can I have some trance music?" Midoriya wrote on a piece of paper that the guard had handed him for communication, before shyly passing it to the guard in front of his cell. They took the paper and nodded, setting it up to play as Midoriya lay back on the bed, trying to organize his thoughts. On one hand, he was terrified. He had just undergone some unspecified procedure with surprising side effects. On the other hand, he was giddy, because it finally sounded like he had a quirk to call his own. But he lay down letting the music wash over him, pulling him into a relaxed state as he let his heartbeat slow and his eyes closed, pulling him as close to a sleep state as he could reasonably get to. And he lay there for the night, letting his thoughts go as they did. "All right, kid, we've brought you somewhere that you should be able to try to speak a single syllable without threat." The guard spoke it through a system within the large testing facility, but Izuku was able to hear it through the bulletproof glass as well. He wasn't sure why that had happened, but he wasn't going to start drawing attention to it. Midoriya nodded and breathed in, before speaking at a quiet volume, saying the first thing that came to mind. "Quirk." With that single word, an intense shockwave exited Midoriya's mouth, who quickly clamped it shut. The shockwave rattled not only the room but seemingly a large portion of the facility they were currently within, the walls proclaimed to be indestructible and incredibly thick, nearly shattering, and the bulletproof glass that the scientists and guards were resigned behind was completely shattered. A guard, posted outside the now blown-off blast door, quickly came in and restrained Midoriya and placed the muzzle on him, and Midoriya did not try to resist as it clamped his mouth tightly shut. The scientists quickly entered the room to run a series of tests whilst Midoriya was still shell-shocked. His jaw felt quite sore and his throat hoarse. The doctors quickly ran a series of scans to confirm that whilst Midoriya did have a sore throat, he would not have any lasting damage from that. He was quickly taken to his cell where a guard explained. "So, after that, you will not be doing anything more with your quirk at this point. Whilst we have a detailed description or prediction of your quirk, we will not provide this information to you, and this information will be sealed barring extenuating circumstances. As such, we will begin teaching you sign language later today. Once you have a decent understanding, we will then resume our information collecting." Midoriya could only nod. A whole week had passed since the inciting incident at Jiro and Bakugo had grown fairly close, sharing a relationship that siblings might, with Aizawa-sensei being their pseudo-father, a role he had leaned into surprisingly well, assisting the two on various endeavors during the school day in regards to their research. They were almost certain they had enough evidence. They were just waiting for the detective to be available to be able to formally seal everything off. Also in that time, a dorm system had been set up. However, it seemed Aizawa-sensei had purposely left only Jiro and Bakugo on the top floor, on their respective sides. As he explained, it was because they both needed unique room types due to their quirks, as did several other members, and there were less rooms on the top floor, only two aside. The rest of the class shrugged it off, but Bakugo and Jiro both knew better. The two of them were about to leave the dorm in the evening to go meet with Aizawa-sensei when Shiro cut them off. "You two have been really distant ever since he was taken away. Why is that? Is there something going on?" Shiro declared boldly, catching the whole class's attention, all of whom, sans Yaoyorozu, who just looked away sadly, quietly mumbling something in agreement. "That's why," Jiro responded through gritted teeth, not really wanting to say much more. "Come on, Jiro, I knew you were moody but not okay stopping now," Kaminari tried before getting cut off by a very quickly and very aggressively approaching pair of earphone jacks. "Bakubro?" Kirishima asked. Bakugo simply sked and glared at the class as a whole whilst Jiro quietly continued walking before Azui spoke up. "Jiro? Will you please talk to us, Karo?" Azui spoke plainly before going on. "Is this to do with Midoriya?" You could hear a pin drop even onto the carpeted floor of the dorms as everyone waited for the Bakugo and Jiro's response. "What's it to you extras?" was Bakugo's curt response. "Ah, so it is. Explain." came Kaminari's oddly energetic declaration. No one really bothered to press the subject though. Yeah guys, come on, we know he was guilty. Trust the teachers you too, Shiro said, and several of the other students nodded in agreement. Jiro and Bakugo's increasing frustration however did not go unnoticed. Do you two still think he's innocent? Came the inevitable question, coming from Sato. The room almost immediately chilled, despite Todoroki not using his quirk and it being nowhere near winter. Bakugo turned back with a deathly snap so sharp you could hear his neck crack, although that didn't really mean much, you could hear anything in the room right now. Jiro's glare sharpened, so much so that one might have assumed it would activate a death quirk onto Sato. The boy shrunk under the attention of the two clearly angry students, who briefly glanced at each other before responding. Yes. Now piss off, Jiro said as she swung back around with Bakugo, the two of them continuing towards the door. Wait, you guys can't be serious, you think the traitor is innocent? Screeched Mineta, who made the very, very brave, idiotic, decision to run in front of the two leaving students and attempt to hold them up? Even the little pervert didn't quite know. But he was soon joined by Ida, who nervously adjusted his glasses and gently, and incredibly quickly, moved Mineta out of the way before Bakugo and Jiro could commit a violent crime. As much as I bemoan to say it, I must agree with Mineta on this, Ida said, shooting the boy a sharp look. What makes you think he is even slightly innocent? Does it matter to you Four Eyes? We could have all the evidence in the FING world, and you wouldn't believe us because you can't see beyond your glasses, the response came. Unsurprisingly from Bakugo, although he was clearly holding Jiro back from doing something incredibly violent to the class representative. Come on, let's get out of here. But you guys Mineta tried again before Jiro started going off. No, shut up. You don't get it. You all act like Midoriya The class gasped at his name and Jiro's white knuckles got just a bit paler, is some great criminal mastermind, but you don't know what we know. You refuse to hear, to see, to find the truth. So why the F would we tell you anything? Jiro screamed at the class, her accusatory death gaze flying from person to person. I knew Deku, Uraraka almost spat his name as she went on, and there was always something off about him. Too scared to do anything, that trash he gave me was far too spontaneous. He was always suspicious. Don't call him that you beach, Jiro spat back, stalking over to Uraraka. Don't insult him. You clearly didn't know him well enough. Bakugo had visibly winced when Uraraka had called Midoriya Deku, but no one was paying attention to him as they directed their attention towards the unfolding altercation before them. Most students quickly distanced themselves from the two students staring each other down. Bakugo quietly approached. Jiro from behind, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, squeezing gently. Oh, but Bakugo does it, so surely it's okay? Uraraka sneered, causing Bakugo to clench his teeth before snapping back. I don't anymore. I'm better than that, he spoke through gritted teeth, fighting both the urge to snarl and to just attack her. Midoriya has been through enough. The fact you don't believe in his innocence will be your downfall when he inevitably returns. Honestly, that was the most rational sentence Bakugo had spoken in the presence of the class. Even if they begged to differ. A small uproar at Bakugo's words occurred as everyone shouted their various levels of disagreement. However, one thing was clear. Bakugo and Jiro refused to change their opinions and were certain they were right, and the class thought the same of themselves. Jiro could feel the anger in her about to bubble over, and Bakugo felt similarly as whispers flew around the class about Midoriya, why he did what he did, if he was compromised, bribed, perhaps even just evil to the core. All of them, complete bullshit. But they flew like flies at a buffet, greedy to be the person who was right about it. Of course, Bakugo and Jiro knew exactly who was truly right. They could only hope they could save Midoriya before it was too late. Both Jiro and Bakugo whipped their heads away from Uraraka and started walking towards the door again, not bothering to look back as the class was left shell-shocked. Within a matter of minutes they had made it to Aizawa-sensei's office, where he had organized a meeting with the detective they were going to bring to Midoriya. The only issue was that they needed to get to him before anything got too bad. The detective, who introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi. So, My quirk gives me the ability to detect lies in speech. As long as we can get access to an in-person conversation with Midoriya, we should be able to prove his innocence. These notebooks and all this other contextual information is enough to at least push my case for giving him a proper trial. I don't know how or what Nezu did to get around a proper legal system, but given that fact he is technically detained illegally and I can push for at the very least retrieving him from whatever system Nezu put him in, but no matter what it would be impossible to openly condemn Nezu and U.A as a whole for the actions regarding this, and Midoriya's reputation will forever be marked as the suspected traitor. Rebuilding his reputation will be a long and arduous process, as the cons of U.A publicly announcing they were wrong would potentially be catastrophic for society. But we can still get them to release a statement that Midoriya is indeed innocent, if only after further investigation. Whilst we may know otherwise, this is the best-case scenario, the detective explained, pulling out document after document of legal information that would hopefully force Nezu into at the very least allowing them to arrange some kind of meeting between Detective Tsukachi and Midoriya. Hopefully the two students, Nezu, All Might and Aizawa-sensei would all be supervising the meeting as well, but one could only hope. And that was what they clung to. Izuku Midoriya, despite what his primary school teachers would have you believe due to their quirkish nature and not wanting to put down other kids, was incredibly intelligent and a very quick learner. In any other case, that would be not so bad. Unfortunately for him, this was one of the cases where it wasn't quite beneficial. He picked up the required sign language to provide rudimentary information, even if he was spelling it out character by character, very quickly. And of course he could always write it. So the very next day he was back in enhanced interrogation, a pen and many sheets of paper before him as the guard assigned to him for the day ominously circled him, a baton tapping their gloved hand menacingly. Midoriya wanted to itch at the muzzle but knew that sort of action would result in something very bad happening to him. Even when he was in his cell, he now had a new electrical burn that would scar after what had happened, a guard storming in and zapping his hand with an isolated shock. But for now, he frantically wrote down various details to try and appease the guard regarding who his father was. Unfortunately, Midoriya could only respond with the limited memories of being a toddler with his father and his mother explaining to him that his father had gone away for work, despite Midoriya believing strongly that his father had simply left him and his mother after it came out he was quirkless. Even if his father was working overseas, there wasn't all that much to show for it. But this information wasn't enough for the guard, as evident by the bruises building up on Midoriya's back with every strike of the baton. He was in great pain but unable to cry out or even whimper, both with the muzzle and in fear of retaliation. That however did not stop him from instinctually flinching from every blow. Every strike against his back, arms and legs forced him to flinch, feeling the pain linger and become drawn out as each one was followed by another, frequently in rapid succession as he fought back any tears. At this point in his experience, he felt very few things. Hope was definitely not one of them. Pain was definitely part of it. Pain, sadness, loneliness, mostly negativity. Not really surprising, but it was difficult. Every time he was struck, the pain felt lessened and yet his sensitivity to the blows felt stronger. He could feel the blow just a little earlier each time, the wind of the fist reaching his hardening skin, his denser muscles preventing more pain from the blows. He winced still though but continued to write as much as he could, however refused to lie and say more than he knew for the sake of less interrogation. After all, their previous agreement had decidedly gone ignored. It was frustrating but the energy it took for Midoriya to be upset was so great that he didn't even bother trying. All he could do was wince, flinch and write as minutes became hours became days of repeated beatings, interrogations and limited sleep. Meanwhile, Jiro, along with Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei and Detective Tsukachi were in a meeting with both All Might and Nezu, each group on opposite sides of the conference table. It was incredibly tense, the primary tension sparking between Detective Tsukachi, someone who was a close friend of All Might before the evidently false accusations truly came to light. It was the day after meeting the detective, and after filling out excessive amounts of paperwork, they were able to confront Nezu with at least the proposition of a proper meeting. All Might was very stubborn and, frankly, hard-headed, and it was driving Jiro nuts. His unwavering smile that didn't reach his eyes despite the nature of the topic. Them falsely imprisoning Midoriya. Nezu, of course, wore a very tight smile, refusing to budge on a public stance, although he was steadily conceding minor points as he was steadily pushed back by the detective and Aizawa-sensei. There was nothing quite like watching him, the principal that is, briefly lose his smile as the detective and homeroom teacher kept pushing stronger points that forced Nezu further into a corner. Very well. If you wish to visit Midoriya, you may ask him any questions through the detective, provided that we all are supervising. Whether or not he is aware of this is irrelevant. I can organize a visitation tomorrow. Is this acceptable? Nezu offered. But when we prove him innocent on all charges, Jiro started, glaring harshly at the principal who did not flinch even slightly. Yes, if you prove him to be innocent, the first will organize his release and it will be as if nothing ever happened. F off, you can't act as if you've done nothing wrong. You need to own up to it, admit it, and work towards rebuilding some form of bond. Show that you're sorry. Bakugo growled at both Nezu and All Might. Very well, young Bakugo, I believe that's fair. Should we free him, we will make sure he remains unimpeded by our potential mistakes. Nezu's smile seemed to sharpen slightly and his eyes widened at that admission, and both the detective and Aizawa-sensei were very quick to pick up on that admission, with both of them having separate recording devices during the meeting. On that note, I believe now is a good time to wrap up, Nezu said hurriedly, his eyes darting over to All Might. I will contact you for tomorrow's meeting with Midoriya. Jiro and Bakugo were quickly dismissed whilst Aizawa-sensei and Detective Tsukachi were discussing various contractual arrangements along with a custody agreement, and frankly neither of the two had the energy to deal with the depressing conversation of it. And so they arrived to a near-silent dorm once more. Even though Jiro could definitely hear the conversation happening before they entered, the moment the two did, everyone went silent and whispers and rumors replaced friendly conversation. This pattern was consistent since the confrontation last night, but neither student cared as they immediately made their own food and went up to the top level. With the agreement of Aizawa-sensei, they had turned the spare room next to Jiro's into a mini lounge room, given the fact that they were effectively outcast, and they all knew Midoriya would have difficulties reintegrating into the classroom. The room itself didn't have that much. A small fridge, a microwave, a couch, a television. Small decorations and posters littered the wall, although it was mostly of various bands that Bakugo and Jiro were fans of. Bakugo had kept up with cleaning the other boys' dorm as to make sure it would be clean for when Midoriya eventually moved in. The two would mostly be quiet in each other's company, listening through the stereo system that Jiro had brought for the dorm, but ended up moving it into their mini lounge for her, Bakugo, and eventually Midoriya's use. Tonight was no different, although there was a slightly greater energy to it. Bakugo seemed a little lighter and Jiro's music choice for the night was much more lighthearted, at least relative to her typical punk. Both were happy, progress was being made with getting Midoriya back to them, and hopefully he would be able to be with them once more, laugh with them, listen with them, talk, chill, learn, smile and follow the path of a hero once more. All they had to do was make it to tomorrow. And soon tomorrow came, and Jiro and Bakugo were both pulled out of classes for the day by Aizawa-sensei, who was having his classes covered by Yamada-sensei, who knew what was going on and was in full support of the erasure hero, detective and two students, and spent a decent amount of time listening to some music with them as well, whilst Aizawa-sensei was preoccupied with talking to the detective, making sure they had prepared every question required. Aizawa-sensei was already waiting at a small transport van sent by whatever organization Nezu had used to take Midoriya away, which the detective was definitely taking notes regarding considering the sheer amount of information he was writing down in his notebook, along with the detective whilst Nezu and All Might were not too far away. Bakugo had a stern look on his face, whilst Jiro was incredibly anxious. The group of students, teachers, detective and principal all looked at each other before boarding the unmarked van, with tinted windows. Once they entered, they were pat down by guards to make sure they were not currently carrying any weapons or contraband. Once they were all cleared, they were directed exactly where to sit so they were able to make sure that they were under proper supervision that was appropriate to their quirk, well, All Might was under guard, but it was kind of pointless to monitor the hulking muscle mass that was considered human. The ride there was deathly silent, all of them not saying a word, the students occasionally passing glances to each other as they waited for time to pass. Jiro, despite her quirk, could barely hear the outside world thanks to whatever the van was insulated with, and was only faintly able to hear the hissing of what sounded like pneumatics, and the slight dip in her stomach told her that they were going down an elevator, while still in the car. She wasn't sure how long they were going down for, but the air pressure felt different as the vehicle was screened and the individuals let out, to be met by a head guard, judging from their unique uniform. "Ah, you are the visitors I was told about. Come along, he is sitting in his usual room at the moment. There is one-way glass as requested, for both sight and sound. Come along now," they said whilst snapping around sharply, clearly indicating for the group to follow closely behind him. Tsukachi and Aizawa-sensei were first to follow, quickly followed by both Jiro and Bakugo, and behind them was All Might and Nezu. They were surrounded by over a dozen heavily armed guards. However, Jiro noticed that none of them seemed to carry any form of official identification, raising many questions regarding the nature of their organization, but Jiro was smart enough to not question it. If they wanted the best cooperation from whoever it was that was currently imprisoning Midoriya, hopefully they could do enough to at the very least prove he didn't deserve to be in here, and to be taken back to where he belonged. With them. All that was left was to wait for the vault door to open that would allow them to finally see Midoriya again. And so as the vault door swung around and opened up, revealing the one-way glass for people to watch the interrogation, but from the angle Jiro was that she couldn't see into the room well, and could only make out the faint shape of a large stone table with a figure sitting at a chair. It took all her self-control to not immediately run up to the glass. She forced herself to calmly remain with the group, remaining next to Bakugo as they were shuffled to a table where they could discuss, and the detective pulled out his notes for examination to make sure there was nothing that wasn't allowed being brought in, and the moment it was cleared he quickly and quietly entered the room. It was at this point Jiro couldn't stop herself, and evidently neither could Bakugo, and the two rushed to the window to glimpse Midoriya. To say things were dire would be an understatement. He looked broken, beaten, and was clearly terrified of whatever was coming through the door, even though it was someone who was going to help him, given his white knuckle grip hidden just under the table. Midoriya was littered with scars, and Jiro reflexively flinched as she noticed them along his arms and hands. But the worst was yet to come, the muzzle that was tightly attached to his face that looked like it was actively hurting him. She couldn't imagine why he needed that, and clearly something was going on behind the scenes, something that she wasn't made aware of, and clearly Bakugo, the detective, and Aizawa-sensei weren't either. Tears were making their way down her face at this point already, but the worst part was his eyes. Nothing had changed about them as far as she could tell, but the hollow look to them said volumes of what he had been through. His eyes were devoid of life yet filled with sorrow, fear, pain, and suffering. Not only that, but they no longer carried the life that she loved to see within him, instead carrying something much darker. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it wasn't so much bad for everyone else as it was for Midoriya himself. She wanted to pound on the window, shatter the probably bulletproof glass, and comfort the once life-filled boy. But all she could do was watch in tears as the detective began. At the beginning of this session, all Midoriya could guess was that he was going to be lead towards more suffering and pain. Just this time they may have something new for him to experience. What he wasn't expecting was a police detective to walk in, a tense look on their face with barely veiled anger that reflexively caused Midoriya to flinch. The detective saw this, and his eyes softened as he glanced over the boy before him, taking in all the injuries and the appearance of the boy in front of him. It was hard on the eyes to say the least, and what he had heard of the boy he used to be filled with life, excitement, and determination. And now, well, the detective wasn't quite sure if he wanted to figure out what was behind the pained eyes. The detective was very concerned, however, given the muzzle the boy was wearing, and the pad of paper in front of him. Additionally, the long sleeves were tightly around his wrists, not actively restraining him but instead simply making it impossible for the detective to be able to better analyze Midoriya's condition. It was incredibly worrying and raised an uncountable number of concerns. But the muzzle was incredibly important. However, before they started, it seemed Midoriya had some questions of his own. He swiftly wrote them down incredibly neatly in spite of his shaking hands. "Who is behind the glass?" Midoriya asked, gesturing to where the one-way glass was located, surprising the detective. A voice boomed over the small loudspeaker in the room. "It is all right to answer that. It is simply up to you, detective," the voice spoke, presumably of one of the guards. The detective went deep into thought for a moment before responding. "People that care for you." "Now, before we begin, I should explain my quirk," the detective said, and a slight glint appeared momentarily in Midoriya's eyes before rapidly disappearing. The detective made a mental note of that and began explaining his quirk, and Midoriya seemed to be lost in thought. "Ah, detective, there may be an issue with that if it's limited to voice." The voice spoke once more. "The prisoner has been assigned a muffle due to a side effect from an experiment performed. They cannot safely speak or produce noise from their mouth." "Oh," the detective said plainly, not really much else to say. This was definitely a major issue. A significant portion of the plan the detective constructed with the students and Aizawa relied heavily on his quirk. "Detective, may I try something?" Midoriya asked. It seemed he knew that this was his best way out. "Of course, feel free to," the detective responded quickly, hope stirring within him. Midoriya gestured for the detective to stand next to him and place a hand on the boy's shoulder before writing something else down. "I doubt your quirk is in fact bound to an individual's voice, but in fact bound to their intent. When was your quirk registered?" Midoriya asked, and the detective had to think for a moment. "Oh, he must have been a few decades back now," the detective responded, and Midoriya nodded. "Quirk understanding has greatly improved since then, and what your quirk was registered as will probably need an update, as no quirk is that simple. Focus on me and activating your quirk whilst I write some things down," Midoriya wrote, and the detective followed promptly. The detective closed their eyes and focused on the spark within them that was their quirk. He recognized the familiar pulsing that was his quirk, simulating a heartbeat. Then, an unnatural pulse. Something out of place. The detective's eyes flew open at that and saw Midoriya had written that his name was something false. "That worked," the detective declared happily, and Midoriya nodded, an ever so slight glimpse of excitement in his eyes. A voice sounded over the speaker, that of the guard once more, who clarified Tsukachi's next question before he could ask. "If you are confident in your quirk's abilities, detective, feel free to use them as you see fit," the guard explained, and Tsukachi was incredibly excited. "All right, Midoriya, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Could you please write your answers honestly?" "Of course, detective," Midoriya's written response was before he grabbed a new page. The little ping that indicated a truth sounded, and Tsukachi's excitement began growing. This was going to work, and all he needed to write down was other notes regarding Midoriya's reactions that would otherwise go unnoted because there was no way the boy would be open or feel safe enough to write down his true feelings regarding the situation. At least he should be able to get the information required to release the boy from the imprisonment. The questions Tsukachi asked were simple. What is your connection to your sperm donor, or all for one, beyond biological? None. Any memories I have of him are too blurry to identify anything other than white hair, and I think I was told he had a fire-breathing quirk, but he left a few days after I was announced quirkless to work in America. As far as I'm aware, he never contacted us again, nor did he send any money. Do you have any connection to the League of Villains? I was attacked by them at the USJ incident. That's about it. Did you steal or have any form of role in stealing the documentation stolen regarding student quirks and the U.A timetable? No, I was part of the mob being crushed trying to get out until I saw it was the media that had triggered the alarm by storming the gates, through means that now make sense, and got my classmate to float another to alert the remaining students, and of course, the notebooks you create, why, when and what. This was the final question to be asked, and whilst Tsukachi was certain at this point the students and teacher would need to be restrained from harming, maiming, the principal and All Might, this was one on the list and would clear any lost doubt from anyone's mind. Midoriya looked down for a moment and contemplated. Hobby since I was 4. Being quirkless, I was enamored with the ideas around quirks and being able to analyze and understand quirks, and I thought it would help out with being a quirkless hero. Being able to counter anyone in theory would be good to be able to understand what kind of advantage I would be fighting against. Fat lot of good those books did me, Midoriya wrote, and Tsukachi could feel the bitterness seething through the words, almost leaking from the paper. It was the truth though. Thank you for your time, Midoriya. I promise that as soon as I can, we will get you out of here. The detective was fairly secure in saying that. He knew what he had discovered would be more than enough to get Midoriya out of here, and saying this was his way of comforting the boy and reassuring him. Everything was going to be okay. The detective tightly gripped his notes and the boy's confessions, which were literally handwritten and confirmed to be genuine. These, combined with the notes Tsukachi took, would definitely get him out of here and could potentially, if they refused to let him out by the end of the day, shut the entire operation down. It was a long shot, but he was determined to free the boy who he had seen photos of with life beyond living in his eyes and hope beyond dreams. The boy who was now shattered, and was barely a remnant of himself, merely a passenger in the journey of his body. He would be freed faster than Tsukachi could launch a case against Yue. He was sure of it. Jiro watched with tears running down her face as Tsukachi bowed to Midoriya and left the room. Bakugo was in a similar state, his knuckles white and blood seeping out from beneath his nails. Aizawa-sensei was not faring super well, and Jiro suspected if it weren't for the security detail in the room with them, Nezu would probably be little more than a blood-red stained carpet and All Might's cape would be a nice rug. Honestly, she thought the same thing herself. The principal and the number one hero were both looking a little nervous, waiting for Tsukachi to clear all the checks before he could return to the side room, and watched Midoriya be violently dragged away, the boy looking more resigned than ever as he gazed sadly forwards, spacing out as his otherwise empty eyes betrayed the pain he felt as the guard shoved him forwards. So, what is the process involved in removing someone from your detainment center? Tsukachi asked a guard, who simply shrugged. Dunno. You'd have to ask the boss. How do we get to the boss? Aizawa-sensei demanded, glaring at the man. Dunno. Never met him personally. Rumor is that he doesn't even come on site and lives in a bunker for security reasons. But how do we contact him? The detective asked in an incredibly firm voice. Closed circuit conference room, I'm pretty sure. And how do we get that? I can ask my immediate supervisor. The guard responded, not very sure themselves. Go do that then. Aizawa-sensei demanded, and the guard quickly ran off. Even the armed guard wasn't brave enough to deal with the incredibly angry man, with his eyes piercing beyond the soul of those victim to his glare. If looks could end, they wouldn't be dead, but instead probably be ripped to shreds whilst still barely alive. And then let heal before it happened again and again and again. Aizawa-sensei was not incredibly patient right now. And it didn't take long for the next target, Nezu and All Might. What in F's name were you two thinking? He screamed at them, and both, whilst looking incredibly sheepish, still held their ground regarding the issues that had occurred. As someone with an IQ-based quirk, Nezu started, which immediately earned him a lot of glares. There is no certainty. There are statistical likelihoods and acceptable risks. Unfortunately, in this case, the statistical risk of Midoriya was unacceptable. So, you sent him to what is effectively an illegal detainment center? I prefer the term unethical. That's not better, you effing rat. Nezu flinched, and All Might, whilst he knew he probably should have stepped in to somewhat protect his employer, although honestly he didn't want to get in between the Endless-looking Eraserhead and once his closest friend, who was now glaring at him like All Might was some of the worst scum of the earth, which All Might would only be able to put up a very shallow argument against. As the day had gone on, he had come to realize how ridiculous the accusations were of a child he had watched grow for almost a year now and had, after giving the child away to fulfill his dreams, ripping it away. All Might knew he had messed up now, and there was probably no way to fix this. Midoriya breathed shallowly through the muzzle as he sat in his cell. The chat with the detective had finished, and now he was simply left to contemplate. The detective had given him a tantalizing glimpse of hope, but Midoriya refused to give in to it. He knew he just had to hold on to himself if he were being honest. He wrote down a request for music, mostly consisting of U2, Guns N' Roses and AC/DC, and lay on the bed, closing his eyes and spacing out as he felt the beat pound in his bones, the lyrics flying through his ears and the words creating meaning in his mind, no matter how limited or simple. Time passed weirdly as someone came into the room to monitor him as he ate his lunch, a simple rice dish with a few frozen vegetables that were barely defrosted. Honestly, though he ate it quickly out of hunger and fear as several guards all had guns pointed at his head whilst he was eating with the muzzle off. Although his mind did wander, were there other prisoners? Why were they here? Were they like him? Honestly, these thoughts depressed him. Were others suffering unfairly because someone wanted them in here on simply ruminations? His mind drifted to the words, or writing he exchanged with the detective. The information he wrote down, maybe it would be believed, maybe his story would be told. Maybe the paper would be burnt and no one would ever believe him. He didn't really want to ponder it. Time would only tell what would happen. And time was going to tell its tale very soon. Jiro was incredibly stressed. After the events of, 2 days ago now, Aizawa-sensei had been absent and was, from what Yamada-sensei had told the class, that their regular teacher was incredibly busy doing some legal work with a detective. On one hand, this was incredibly reassuring, things were definitely being done at least. On the other, it was taking much too long for anything to happen. Bakugo was incredibly similar to her in this regard, she noted. He was incredibly agitated and she could basically hear his irritation as the boy kept tapping his fingers on the table. Although interestingly enough, she couldn't hear the normal tapping of Yamada-sensei's shoes outside, a sound she had become quite accustomed with over the past few days. Instead, she heard 3 pairs of footsteps, one of which she recognized as Aizawa-sensei, but the other 2 she couldn't. But she could guess. And from the sound of the hardened soles on the floor it sounded like someone with leather shoes, probably the detective. And of course, that left one last person. They walked with a quiet shuffle, directly behind Aizawa-sensei and in front of the detective. Their shoes didn't leave much sound, but it wasn't sharp noises, so it was likely there was rubber on the soles that was soft enough to muffle it. Perhaps the shoes were heavily worn, it was hard to say. But that didn't matter right now. She was trying to figure it out when she realized something. It seemed like that whoever the detective and her teacher were with wasn't responding, because the 2 were holding a conversation with the individual, even though they didn't respond. So that left very few logical conclusions. And of course, as much as she tried to avoid it, she began building up hope. She felt happier than she had felt in days, although that was a fairly low bar to clear. She still wasn't very happy though, but it was definitely a start. But she wasn't too sure how to feel about the sudden introduction back to the class. On one hand, it was probably best handled this way. On the other, Aizawa-sensei better be quick on activating his quirk. After all, there was no knowing what exactly how the class would react. And there were probably a fair few trigger-happy individuals. Ida was incredibly self-righteous, Kaminari and Mino were much more act first think later, and Mineta was prone to act based on fear. And that was just a small portion of the class. There was absolutely no telling what the rest would do. Frankly, she would rather not guess. All she had to do now was wait for him to enter. It didn't take too long. Aizawa-sensei slammed the door open, entering into the room, and the class immediately scurried to their seats to avoid any of his wrath. Although several other students quickly noticed his agitated yet happy mood, no one dared comment on it as he began speaking. Today, to talk to us about certain happenings, we have a detective coming in. I do believe Nezu and All Might will join us as well. Not many of the class noticed his slightly sour tone, but Jiro definitely shared and noticed it. But first you need to give him your full attention and listen very carefully. Aizawa-sensei then stepped out of the room, but the class had already erupted into chaos, theories flying around, all unsurprisingly centered around the notion of Midoriya being the traitor and the interviews they would have to do around that. All of them missed his deeply disapproving glare. Jiro sat in class, not engaging in the theories, almost shaking with anticipation as the detective walked into the room. Immediately the class shut up and everyone sat down in awe. After all, the most any of them had interacted with detectives and police in the past revolved around the initial USJ incident. Everyone directed their attention to the detective as he approached the podium, who looked at all the students but didn't say a word. Silence hung over the room for a whole 5 seconds, before chaos erupted. So, is he the traitor? Do we get to help in any way? Oh, I want to be interviewed. Ask me, ask me. Do I get to be acknowledged? Do we get to submit questions? Enough. The detective's voice boomed over the cacophony. The class immediately fell still. Everyone who was leaning out of their seats quietly leant back. So, and hold all questions to the end, I am here to update you on the situation regarding Izuku Midoriya. The class almost immediately erupted once more into a cacophony, but quickly stopped as they saw the look the detective gave them. As you are well aware, Midoriya was taken to a detainment facility. He was subject to various lines of questioning with inhumane treatment. The detective pointedly ignored the yell of "he deserved it" from a certain midget before continuing on. And the truth is that I'm not entirely sure regarding the legality of the facility. In short, the nature and treatment of Midoriya, along with the course of questioning he was subject to, was completely inappropriately and did not at any point take into account his answers. The class all had various reactions. Some were very uncomfortable, some completely indifferent, some somewhat happy with this knowledge that he had received what they believed him to deserve. However, as was recently discovered by myself, and after close analysis of his responses, it was found that Midoriya was completely and unequivocally innocent. 1 beat. 2 beats. Chaos. Disbelief. Shell-shocked. It took almost a good 5 minutes to settle down. The presence of All Might and Nezu entering the room, incredibly sheepishly, glancing nervously at each other, was what it took for all the chaos to settle. And Jiro took a good look around the room, admiring the reactions of everyone. Some were horrified, some were still indifferent, some refused to believe it. After all, how could their teachers be wrong? How could their teachers tell them something wrong, something they had all believed so dearly? The evidence was all there as far as they could tell, and all of them had promptly rejected him, some incredibly harshly, as they quickly trashed any reminders they may have had of him. They had even stopped so much as saying his name. Several students looked to All Might and Nezu for clarification. Was this some kind of sick joke? Some way to test their skills? And yet, both refused to meet any gazes directly, All Might spacing out whilst intentionally avoiding the looks of any students, and Nezu keeping his beady eyes locked onto a very interesting desk. And so it steadily set in on the students, all of them falling back into their chairs. Some held back sobs, others had an empty stare on their faces as they processed the news. But the general consensus was that of regret. However, one brave soul spoke up on behalf of those with doubts still, which most did have. "Sir, how can we trust that this information is truthful? My quirk is lie detector. If anyone speaks a lie, it sets off a trigger. And recently it was discovered that through physical contact I can detect the intent of writing or actions." Dead silence. No one could question that, especially if it was of the grade where he could use it as evidence in police cases. At this point, there was nothing but silence, pain, and regret within the room. Well, Bakugo and Jiro were emanating relief, and the detective was giving off some serious frustration vibes. The detective continued after a brief pause, almost daring the class to interrupt him. And so, after a lot of paperwork, the detective stated with a glare towards All Might and Nezu, "We were able to retrieve Midoriya from the facility. Because we proved his innocence," several students flinched at that, "he will be returning to the hero course as of today, although he may take some time to readjust." Additionally, due to the nature of his treatment, the detective said with no small amount of malice, "He will not be the same as you know him to be and will probably need some other allowances as he adjusts too. Remember, you are not the victim in this." The way the detective said that was definitely precautionary, but there was interesting reactions from most notably Uraraka and Ida, who were Midoriya's closest friends before, well, everything that had passed in less than the previous week. Although it felt like close to a lifetime with just how much was going on, how much emotional turmoil Jiro had experienced. Additionally, they were remarkably good at making themselves victimized throughout the past few days, acting as though they were the ones to have suffered worst after being tricked into being the friends of the traitor. That being said, I'd highly advise you make no sudden movements towards him and don't be intrusive with any questioning unless he trusts you enough. He's been through a lot. Don't make it worse. All right, Izawa, bring him in. The detective yelled towards the doorway, which Aizawa-sensei had recently walked out of. From it, in walked Aizawa-sensei, followed closely by Midoriya. Midoriya's state broke Jiro's heart. He was still as soulless as ever and seemed so exhausted, the bags under his eyes rivaling that of Aizawa-sensei's, whose had also gotten pretty bad with the events that had happened. Midoriya was still wearing the muzzle, although it seemed like it had been loosened a bit, and had small earplugs in his ears, although it didn't seem like it had stopped him from hearing any of the commotions from within the classroom as he avoided the gaze of all the students, except from that of Jiro and Bakugo, even if he only met the gaze for a short amount of time. He was wearing the normal school uniform, but he looked more gaunt, his ribs slightly visible and the shirt more hanging off of his shoulders than sitting on them. It was a horrible sight, and he flinched at even the slightest sound within the room. As you can see, Aizawa-sensei began addressing the class. Midoriya will be back. There will be some changes, however. He will be given a room in the dorms on the top floor, the one next to Bakugo's, and that room will be locked. The only people that will have a key to that room are to be him, myself, and anyone else he trusts enough. Do not pressure him for that. Whilst he won't be in school today, he will be moving into the dorms as he readjusts, both time-wise and socially. If I hear anyone stepping even slightly out of line of these rules, they will be punished incredibly severely. Am I clear? The class quickly nodded and Aizawa-sensei glared around the room, making sure everyone was in agreement regarding these rulings. Good. Midoriya, I'll show you the way to the dorms and give you some more clarifications later. The rest of you behave. With that, Midoriya was taken out of the class by Aizawa-sensei, although the boy did give a small wave towards both Jiro and Bakugo. It took little time for everyone to quickly turn their attention towards All Might and Nezu, but before they could direct any questions towards them, they quickly took the podium and began speaking. Although, they were under the incredibly dangerous-looking glare of the detective, and frankly Jiro would feel sorry for them if she didn't despise them so much. Well, as Detective Tsukachi and Aizawa-sensei have explained to you, there has been an error in our judgment. All Might started, and Jiro heard the detective mutter, "No sheet, Sherlock," under his breath, and we have a long road ahead of us to, at the very least, show our errors. The remainder of the day will resume as normal. However, once you return to the dorms, be aware that Midoriya will be there. He will likely return to school next week. If he's feeling up to it, the detective finished off All Might's sentence with a glare. All Might loudly gulped before confirming that. Nezu quietly announced that present Mike will return to look after the class while Aizawa-sensei helps Midoriya readjust and become acquainted with the dorm structure. And so they left the room with the detective close behind. The silence of the room was palpable, not even a quiet murmuring to break the noise. Instead, there was only the dull echo of silence within the class. Midoriya breathed in. He breathed out. He looked over the dorm room that was to become his. It was a definite upgrade, he thought cynically. The room was surprisingly clean, and from what Aizawa-sensei had told him, the only students that would ever be on this floor were Bakugo and Jiro. Apparently the two of them had made a mini living room with the spare room next to Jiro's after the alienation from the rest of the class as a result of their belief in his innocence. On one hand, he loved that Bakugo and Jiro cared so much and were so certain of him. On the other, he was not so happy about the way the class thought of him, or the people that had stood by him. Frankly, he didn't know what to think of the rest of the class, other than that he really didn't like them all too much. It was definitely going to be a long time before he could honestly tolerate them without one of his anchors in the room, but that would be a problem for later. For now, he had forms to sign. Not too long after they had made it to the dorms and Aizawa-sensei had made it to his room, he explained some other going-ons regarding his situation. So, after talking to your mother, it was deduced that she was neglectful, if not abusive. Unfortunately, due to the media coverage of the situation, it would be impossible for us to potentially arrest her for her crimes. Additionally, whilst Nezu and All Might did say that they would be working on restoring your name, it's hard to say how long that will take. As such, if you want to go anywhere outside of you today, make sure you let me know and I'll organize some form of security detail, whether it be myself, Mike, or Midnight. Of all the teachers here, they're the ones I trust the most and honestly would admit they're pretty good friends of mine. But don't go repeating that to anyone, got it? Aizawa-sensei said, as Midoriya looked around the room that would become his. Wait, so who is looking after me? Midoriya signed, after realizing halfway through that he didn't know how to sign guardian. Well, kid, that's currently up in the air. If you let me, I'd take that role and would do my best to support you. After all, you've been through a lot and I know that you're a good kid. I saw what you did at the USJ, and after reviewing some of the footage from it, I can see you have a heart of gold. Whether or not it remains that way is up to you, and whatever you choose, I'll support you. Hell, if you want to stop going to UA and go to a different school or even stop trying to be a hero altogether, I'll do my best to facilitate that. At that, Midoriya began tearing up, or a close equivalent, as he hadn't had many fluids recently. He was kind of malnourished and dehydrated, and it was taking a toll. Aizawa noticed this and gently put an arm around the boy's shoulder, waiting to see his reaction before gently pulling the boy closer. It's all right, kid. I'm here for you. The two stayed close, in an odd sideways hug with Midoriya at Aizawa's side, Aizawa's arm around the boy's shoulders as Midoriya pulled himself together. Come down to the common room, I'll make you plenty of food that you can stock your fridge with. I know you won't feel like eating heaps, but this way as you regain your appetite you'll be able to want to eat more. Midoriya simply nodded and Aizawa cracked a small smile at the boy, the two making their way down the stairs. Eventually they made it to the common room. Whilst it was barely past school start, Midoriya was fairly hungry despite having had breakfast, although admittedly it was an incredibly light breakfast. He sat down on the couch and Aizawa nodded towards the T.V remote before heading to the kitchen. See what I can make that freezes or keeps well. You may just end up with a bunch of different soups because I'm not the best cook, but oh well. Midoriya's eyes showed a glimmer of humor, and honestly, Aizawa was incredibly happy with that outcome. It was a stark contrast to the bleak boy that showed no emotion and little hope that Aizawa had seen in the past few days, and it was a shattering comparison between the shy, starry-eyed boy with a determination that he had never seen step into his classroom before that had entered his class at the start of the year. Whilst that starry-eyed boy of determination may be lost, he'd be damned if he didn't try to get just a glimpse of it back. And Aizawa, once he reached the kitchen, admitted to himself that whilst he may have said he would make soup or something easier, he honestly had no clue what he was doing. He'd be lying if he said he cooked often, or ever cooked without some form of recipe in front of him, and that easily made it much less ideal to be cooking for Midoriya right now. He pulled his phone out and began texting some of his friends to come to the 1A dorms once they no longer had a class or were on break. They'd probably be able to whip something up better than he could, and he didn't really want to subject Midoriya to his sad attempts at cooking. His friends responded fairly quickly, saying that they would come during the recess break, and Hisashi would be bringing Jiro and Bakugo with him as they were pestering him non-stop about finally being able to see Midoriya properly. Aizawa smiled slightly and quickly let him know that was a good idea. Although he'd need to teach the kids sign language, it wouldn't hurt as heroes to be able to effectively communicate with each other in environments where they can't speak, but also would allow them to communicate with a much broader range of individuals. Overall, not only would it let them be able to effectively communicate with Theophor Friend, but it would immensely increase their potential as a hero. It would be a long process, and Midoriya was genuinely needing to relearn how to communicate with others, but they would get there. In the meantime, however, he was able to make a basic noodle and broth dish that would hopefully keep Midoriya, and himself, happy until the others come over during recess break. It was only a 5-minute walk to the dorms and recess itself wasn't super long, but there was a time after the break for classes to return to their homeroom for a small amount of time before their regular class would resume. Honestly, he was considering taking Bakugo or Jiro out of class for the day. It wasn't like they would miss anything. Despite Bakugo's abrasive nature, he was actually quite intelligent and switched on in class, and Jiro was, despite getting disinterested fairly easily, was by no means falling behind in class, and with both Bakugo and Midoriya as her only friends, after Yaoyorozu evidently abandoned the shorter girl, she would have little to no problems catching up with the work today, and any hero-related courses would be paper-based as All Might was incredibly preoccupied with extensive paperwork levels. And a lot of different issues he and Nezu would be dealing with regarding the fallout of the current situation. He couldn't help but crack a smirk at that. He was well aware of the amount of pain paperwork was, especially as an underground hero, He had a larger amount of bureaucracy to deal with as he needed to go through several filters to maintain his anonymity but still function as a hero. That, combined with the paperwork involved in teaching, All Might was almost definitely not prepared for, meant he was more than a little sick of dealing with it. As the water boiled, he chucked the noodles in, also adding the correct ingredients and spices to create the broth. Almost 10 minutes later, and a disproportionate amount of stress given the simplistic nature of the recipe, Aizawa sighed in relief and scooped the meal into a bowl for Midoriya to have. He brought the bowl to the living room where Midoriya was watching an old American cartoon, Gravity Falls. "Enjoy the older TV shows?" Aizawa asked as he entered the room, announcing his presence without startling the boy. However, it seemed that Midoriya was already aware of his existence and barely flinched as he signed a response. "Yeah, they're simple but fun." Midoriya signed, still his eyes on the show. "Here, this is for you." "Thank you." Whilst it was definitely harder to express emotions through sign language as compared to standard talking, Midoriya's embarrassment was definitely still evident through his slight body language, the slight curling, and mostly the look in his eyes. Midoriya placed the bowl on the table in front of him, before gingerly moving his hands behind his head towards the straps of his muzzle. Whilst it was no longer as tight or as painful as it was during his stay in the detainment center, it definitely wasn't something he wanted to wear. Unfortunately, due to the nature of his quirk, he still had to. He understood that, but he hoped one day he would no longer need to. But that was for the future. The look Aizawa received now as Midoriya moved his hands into position told him everything he needed to know. "Go ahead, kid, it's fine. I trust you, and even if it misfires, I understand it's not something you can control. Besides, that's part of the risk of running a school with kids who have dangerous or powerful quirks," Aizawa reassured the boy, before adding, "Hey, even if it does, Nezu'll end up footing the bill and he decidedly deserves it." Midoriya hardly reacted beyond a very slight bounce of his shoulders that did indicate that he found it humorous, even if he didn't indicate in any other ways. With this, he tenderly released the firm metallic straps around the back of his head with one hand, the other wrapped around the muzzle. With a soft click, the muzzle released from the back of his head and he placed it down onto the table, and Aizawa was able to see Midoriya's entire face for the first time since he was taken away. It was refreshing in a sense, seeing the green-haired boy's face whole once more. Yet at the same time, seeing Midoriya's face whole was somewhat unnerving as he didn't smile, not with even the slightest twitch of his lips. As such, it was not the usual expressive Midoriya he was used to, and this really rubbed that in as the slight lines on his face that would normally show slight emotions barely moved at all. His normally expressive mouth and beaming smile remained non-existent. But Aizawa didn't comment as he knew better than to do so. Chances are mentioning it would be definitely for the worse, so he opted to just smile slightly at the young boy before sitting on the couch, by the other arm, and leaning back. Midoriya placed the muzzle on the coffee table before grabbing the bowl and carefully raising it, cautious of any potential heat. Aizawa slowly picked up the muzzle, but Midoriya did not react and instead focused on carefully eating the noodles, a slight nod of his head indicating to Aizawa that he didn't mind the inspection of the device. Aizawa continued to pick it up, carefully inspecting the device. He was concerned that it may have still been tighter than was necessary despite Midoriya no longer being under detainment. The device itself was surprisingly weighty, with a surprising amount of weight on the front of it despite more presumably being required at the back. From the cold touch of it, he could only assume it was made out of metal. Aizawa ran his fingers over the grate at the front that allowed air in for Midoriya to breathe through, the sharp steel pressing against his fingers. He compared it to his own face, and realized quickly that the harsh design of it meant that it would put a significant amount of pressure if done correctly, or pain if done maliciously, against the bottom of the chin and the nose bridge, forcing the entire jaw shut. He glanced at Midoriya and quickly noticed the small scars against Midoriya's nose bridge and underside of his chin in the exact position in which he'd expect them, causing Midoriya to turn away with the attention to his face. Aizawa wanted to say something but knew that mentioning it further almost definitely wouldn't help the situation. It seemed that there was plenty of damage done over time recently. "So, how much of your quirk do you understand at the moment?" Aizawa asked, and Midoriya shrugged in response. He placed down the now half-full bowl of noodles before signing. It gives my voice extreme power. It seems to originate from my voice box. Midoriya managed to sign after a moment's thought, but overall it seems like a rapid adaptation quirk. That's how I was more injured on my first use of my other quirk compared to at the USJ. Aizawa had read the files received by him and the school after Midoriya's release. It was effectively that, but as far as they could tell, the current testing on him showed that he had an abnormal bone density, presumably due to the extreme damage of his other quirk, the voice box modification as mentioned, and potentially another quirk as a result of some of the interrogation techniques that he was subjected to. Torture, Aizawa's mind provided as he watched the boy calmly eat, as though nothing had ever happened to him. And yet, the soulless look in his eyes spoke volumes, at least if you knew the stories they told in the past. Jiro and Bakugo were brought aside by Yamada-sensei during their temporary relief lesson with him after he had given the entire class some generic English worksheets, not that anyone was really paying attention to class or learning anymore. Everyone was much too distraught and distracted by the happenings of the morning so far, and it wasn't even 10. So the two were brought aside and Yamada-sensei asked them if either had any plans for the first break of the day. Neither did. Most likely Jiro was going to end up venting by playing some music, and Bakugo was likely to end up working out in the gym, wrecking a couple punching bags. Yasumada-sensei quickly said that after their current class he would take them to the dorms, where Midoriya was currently with Aizawa-sensei. He mentioned that Aizawa-sensei had also cleared them to skip the next homegroup session, which would normally occur just after recess, so they could help Midoriya. But, he said the little listener was still off. I don't know exactly what that means, but he did say that Midoriya won't be the same kid he was on the first day, Yamada-sensei mentioned, causing Jiro to tear up and Bakugo to flinch and clench his fists. I'll understand if you don't want to see him, but dash. I'll go. Both Bakugo and Jiro cut Yamada-sensei off before he could finish that, causing him to smirk. Alright then, little listeners, but for now back to class with you two. There's still some English to do, Yamada-sensei scolded playfully, briefly losing his train of thought regarding his own lesson. Jiro and Bakugo both smiled slightly, but the slight shakiness in the smiles told it all, the nervousness in their eyes. They didn't know what to expect of Midoriya, but they definitely knew there would be some barriers. Oh, before I forget, take these. Yamada-sensei handed both students a book that looked a lot like a dictionary. Jiro ran her fingers along the new cover of the book, tracing the spine and cover art as she read the title of the book. A comprehensive guide to basic Japanese sign language? Jiro questioned, and Yamada-sensei gave a somber smile before responding. Well, the simplest explanation is that Midoriya can't talk. He's began learning basic sign language to be able to communicate, but it might be some time, so I recommend being patient with him. We'll be teaching the class about it over time, but I figured you guys would benefit from having these to get to talk to Midoriya. I guarantee he won't mind if you're constantly flicking through this while he's signing to you. Honestly, I think he'd find it amusing, the blonde teacher explained to the students, who were tentatively flicking through the book in their hands. Thank you, sensei. Jiro said happily, grasping the book tightly with a shine in her eyes as Bakugo grunted with a vaguely similar sentiment. No worries, now back to class with the two of you. The rest of class felt like it took both forever and no time whatsoever. However, both Bakugo and Jiro quickly rushed to their teacher the moment class ended, earning the lethargic but curious stares of the other students who they promptly, and pointedly, ignored. Yamada-sensei simply rolled his eyes as he strolled out of the classroom and with a flick of his finger indicated for the two to follow him as they quickly followed him, a beeline being made towards the direction of the dorms. The other students quickly understand, but before they could ask any questions, Midnight walked into the room and quickly ushered them along, saying to go to the cafeteria to get food for recess. There was a general muttering of frustrations and some form of jealousy, but no one leaving to see Midoriya even paid slight attention to it. They were incredibly excited. Both Bakugo and Jiro had their sign language dictionary under their arms as they hurried out of the classroom following their teacher, all the way outside as they hurried to the dorms. Jiro resisted the urge to bug their teacher to hurry up, or to just rush ahead and get to the dorms already. She desperately wanted to see Midoriya, but at the same time didn't want to appear crazy. As such, she did her best to calm her excitement. And if that meant she walked behind Bakugo and Yamada-sensei whilst occasionally skipping along the path, so be it. Eventually they made it just outside the entrance to the dorms, the large building known as Heights Alliance that Jiro and Bakugo had come to call their quarters for a short amount of time, and Jiro hadn't felt this much apprehension in regards to entering it, ever. It was terrifying, knowing what was waiting behind the doors. Relief. Change. Fear. Fear of what happened, fear of the stories she may hear but she desperately yearned for. Jiro wanted to be there for Midoriya, but was terrified of how to get there. Bakugo and Yamada-sensei seemingly noticed this as they turned to look at her, meeting her eyes with theirs to ask a simple question. "Are you okay?" Their eyes spoke, concern flooding like the morning sun. She looked down at her hands. Shaking. She shunned the thought, shunned the feeling. If she was terrified of seeing Midoriya, she couldn't bear to imagine how he was feeling after what he had been through. She couldn't start to imagine what he had gone through, out of fear and out of a lack of knowledge. She couldn't start to imagine how to comfort him, out of fear and out of inexperience. She couldn't start to imagine where to begin with him, out of fear and… Jiro rapidly shook her head. She did quickly notice the pattern with her thoughts and was quick to shut it down so she didn't linger too badly on that, but pushed it aside for a thought to bring up with her mother perhaps. With a sigh, she nodded sternly at Bakugo and Yamada-sensei, the former who merely turned away and the latter who gave a gentle smile before tapping on the door a few times. She didn't mention the weird pattern and assumed there was a reason as Aizawa-sensei was at the door nearly immediately, who quickly glanced at the three before moving aside and gesturing for them to come in. Midoriya is in the main common room. You can show him to your guy's room later, but for now this is easier as all the food is much closer and this way I can get some meat on his bones. Hizashi, I need you in the kitchen because I can't cook. Aizawa-sensei explained plain and simple, and in no time both Jiro and Bakugo were speeding their way to the common room of the main dorm, whilst Yamada-sensei chuckled and walked towards the dorm's kitchen with Aizawa-sensei closing and locking the door before following behind his blonde colleague. Jiro and Bakugo glanced at each other, before nodding and crossing through the doorway to the common room's living area, where they could see a vague outline of fluffy, cloudy green. Jiro had to stop herself from running towards the bush of hair that was unmistakably Midoriya's. As they neared, they could hear some noise from the television, seeing the flashing lights. Neither recognized the show but could hear the English, but the animation style made it seem much older than they, perhaps even than their teachers. It seemed charming and simple, but incredibly intriguing. Regardless, they kept walking, glancing at each other, not really sure what to do. On the coffee table in front of Midoriya, in front of the couch Midoriya was sitting on, was the muzzle he was seen wearing in the morning. There were a few paper towel napkins and a spoon sitting just in front of him. And of course, Midoriya himself. The boy that Jiro and Bakugo were here to see, and were maybe unintentionally sneaking up on. He was having what looked like ramen noodles in a plain clear sauce. Whilst it didn't seem great, he was definitely enjoying it, although didn't seem all that hungry. Midoriya? Jiro spoke hesitantly, Bakugo next to her as Midoriya turned to face them, his face remaining neutral. It seemed that he was somewhat happier, his eyes seemed to lighten a little bit, although it seemed like he was only slightly. There was no other expressional change and it terrified both Bakugo and Jiro, the lifeless nature of his smile and the rest of his face. Midoriya was almost a shell. It was haunting, and Midoriya seemed to pick up on the micro-expressions of Jiro and Bakugo because he turned his face away, placing the bowl down and began signing to them. "It's really good to see you guys," he signed. Although Bakugo and Jiro only knew good and see, they were able to make the rest out through context. Jiro smiled at Midoriya, crushing any negative feelings as her joy of seeing him again became overwhelming. Bakugo smiled slightly, a surprisingly gentle look on the otherwise stoic and harsh boy. "Oh, we don't really know that much sign language yet," Jiro sobbed, rubbing the back of her head as Midoriya nodded understandingly, his eyes glinting happily at the mention of yet. Jiro could tell that he was touched by that, his heartbeat fluttering ever so briefly. Midoriya pulled a notebook out from seemingly thin air, causing Bakugo to chuckle and roll his eyes, and Jiro to simply be confused before Bakugo just patted her shoulder and said, "You'll get used to it, don't worry." Jiro shrugged it off as Midoriya began writing his words down, but before he did anything else he pat the couch next to him, gesturing for Bakugo and Jiro to sit beside him. Midoriya pulled up the notebook and presented a simple question, "How are you guys?" It was a simple question, but neither Bakugo nor Jiro could respond in a manner that could even remotely be considered simple. Bakugo gave a shrug and Jiro sighed before trying to figure out what to even say. "Well, I don't know. I'm ecstatic you're back, but this past week has been so exhausting and I dunno. Words are hard. But I think everything's worked out in the end." Jiro smiled at Midoriya, whose only reaction was a slight lightening of his eyes. Jiro's heart felt heavy with that, although he wasn't showing extreme amounts of emotion, and she knew he wasn't going OTB. She honestly didn't expect it to be as bad as it was and hoped that she would be able to help much better than she had so far. The three students remained in an awkward stillness, broken up by the Old English show and the sound of Midoriya eating his noodles. They were all anticipating this day to come, but they honestly weren't entirely sure what to do now that it had. Luckily, a tired angel came to save them from the awkwardness as he came into the main room, carrying several boxes of different food. Most of it looked like various soups and different rice dishes with various meats, but in general it looked pretty good. Hizashi helped make a bunch of different foods. He said it's pretty good even after frozen, and I'll take his word for it, as honestly I don't know enough about cooking to say anything otherwise. I'll bring them up to your room and chuck them in the freezer for you. That way whenever you begin to feel more hungry over the next few days you can just reheat them with no effort. "'Kay kid?" Aizawa-sensei explained. "Thank you so much." Midoriya signed, although Jiro and Bakugo only got the thank you part of that sentence. "No worries kid. Hizashi insisted on making sure you eat something other than whatever noodles I managed to cook up for you today, so he's making some food for you now, and you too as well," Aizawa-sensei said, gesturing to Bakugo and Jiro as well. Bakugo nodded gratefully, whilst Jiro gave a thumbs up before Aizawa-sensei turned away and began walking up the stairs. "How come old Grumpy-sensei over here is so nice?" Jiro asked, and Midoriya began writing down a response within moments. "Well, he's my legal guardian. And even he has a soft side, just like you too," Midoriya wrote down, causing Bakugo to scoff and Jiro to shrug. "You think?" Jiro asked, casting a glance at Midoriya, who looked away thoughtfully before writing down his thoughts once more. "Well, the three of you all project a certain personality that appears to be quite cold and uncaring, but truthfully you really do care," Midoriya wrote, and Jiro blushed whilst Bakugo just scoffed, turning his head away in disbelief, and to hide the slight tinge of red on his cheeks. Midoriya's eyes glinted with amusement, and his mouth twitched slightly as he watched his friends react to his statement, before adding more to his notepad. "Well, it's true, and I'm really thankful that you guys let me see it," Midoriya wrote before turning the notepad back towards his friends, both of whom blushed a bit. But Jiro's heart really melted at the small smile he gave them. It was hardly anything in comparison to the beaming boy she had met on the first day of school merely a week and a few days ago, but it was enough to bring one of the purest forms of joy to her as it reached to his eyes, and Jiro quickly found herself looking directly forward and down, refusing to meet the boy's gaze. Instead, her gaze found itself landing on the coffee table, until her eyes caught the glimpse of a dull metal. Inevitably, it landed on none other than the dull gray of the muzzle. Even the soft cotton pads that looked as though they were only bought today didn't help her as she flinched, causing Midoriya's smile to fall as Jiro's one did too. It took her a moment to catch her fault, but luckily Bakugo had first, scoffing, leaning forward and tapping the muzzle. "This dinky little thing? What, you talking their ear off too much? Worse than some psycho's ramblings." Bakugo scoffed, lightening the room immediately and resulting in Midoriya smiling again, and Jiro letting out a chuckle. She did also make a mental note to thank Bakugo later, but for now opted to just enjoy the light-hearted mood as she continued the little bit. "Yeah, it's not like it did that much. You're still writing, probably even more than ever." She playfully teased Midoriya, who ended up with a light tinge of blush but amusement shining in his eyes nonetheless. Bakugo chuckled as Midoriya began writing a response up, as fast as he could before letting either of his friends get another word in. "All right, but it's not like I talk or write that much, surely?" Midoriya asked on paper, causing both Jiro and Bakugo to laugh. Oh, you have no idea, you absolute nerd. Bakugo cackled and Jiro followed up. I swear the first proper impression I had of you was, damn, dude knows how to talk on, and the second one was, damn, dude writes fast, Jiro chuckled, causing Midoriya's blush to redden slightly. Bakugo chuckled before continuing on, and if time has shown anything, it's only going to get worse. What's next, you learn to write with both hands? Nah, I reckon he already has. Jiro cackled, and Midoriya blushed more before, using his left hand instead of his right, to write the next message. Maybe. Midoriya flipped the notebook around with the simple word written with perfect handwriting, a genuine smile on his face and humor glinting in his eyes as the blush remained to dust his cheeks. No way. Jiro cracked up laughing, hunching over as Bakugo began howling with laughter. What Jiro and Bakugo didn't notice, as Jiro was too distracted by her own laughter to notice the quiet muttering, was the cooing of the two teachers. Midoriya, however, did hear it, his hearing incredibly sensitive as a result of his time. He didn't linger on that thought for too long and instead just turned his head towards the two teachers, waving and casting a soft smile towards them, Aizawa-sensei chuckling slightly with a small grin on his face and Yamada-sensei beaming, giving 2 thumbs up before Midoriya turned back away, focusing on his friends. After everything goes to rock bottom, the only way to go is up. And Midoriya felt like he was on top of the world. Bakugo and Jiro did eventually return to class. For last lesson, after lunch, Yamada-sensei had returned later during the day to make lunch for all of them, and Aizawa-sensei had said they could stay but would need to return by last lesson for him to talk to the whole class. So of course they took that to the limits. Bakugo and Jiro both walked in the door, smiles on their faces just moments after the bell went off. Aizawa-sensei wasn't in the room, but someone more annoying about that was Bakugo and Jiro. Why are you arriving to class late? Despite the somber mood of the class from the morning, and a still lingering sadness in several members of the class that seemed to be steadily turning to anger of some kind, Ida had enough energy to call out the two for their slight infraction. Both their smiles immediately fell as Jiro gave Ida a death stare and Bakugo resisted the urge to completely curse the boy out. They opted to not engage Ida beyond that and got to their seats, Jiro quietly humming a tune to herself as Bakugo tapped his fingers on the desk. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiro did see Ida look taken completely aback by their lack of acknowledgement of him, and saw Uraraka go over to comfort the saddened boy. Jiro couldn't help but roll her eyes as they waited for Aizawa-sensei to enter the room. She knew many students in the room were looking at both her and Bakugo cautiously, unsure of what to make of the two, but mostly unsure how to approach the topic that hung over the class's head. Well, Bakugo and Jiro both knew how they wanted to approach it. But they opted to respect Midoriya when it came to this topic and would rather he approach it as he felt was right. The boy didn't need more stress or chaos adding on top of everything that had happened. She trusted the Midoriya would go ahead and handle the whole situation whenever he felt ready, and however he wanted to. For now, she would settle with pointedly ignoring and dissing the rest of the class whenever the situation called for it. She felt it was suitable, and quite honestly it was very enjoyable. In her eyes, a win-win. Bakugo's approach tended to be more volatile, however it seemed to work for the boy as he successfully got the class to stop openly bugging him, and seemingly by association he got them to stop annoying Jiro too. Not that she would complain about that. Finally Aizawa-sensei walked into the room, the friendlier look on his face that she and Bakugo got to see in the dorms completely gone as he stared down the class. Most of the class shivered at the pressure in his gaze. Even the normally stoic Todoroki turned his head away from the piercing glare of their homeroom teacher. Alright, as you know, Midoriya is back now, and if I hear any kind of rumors spreading from anyone, and I find out you started, you will regret ever stepping into my classroom. Aside from that, I should inform you of the next opportunity coming up, Aizawa-sensei said, a screen dropping down from the ceiling and he pressed a button, turning the lights off and the projector turning on. The sports festival is in 2 weeks from now. Wait, isn't that unsafe? We just got attacked by terrifying villains. Mineta cut Aizawa-sensei off, who simply sighed and was about to speak, when Kirishima spoke first. Mineta, how scared of them are you? We beat them before, we can beat them again. Kirishima declared, smiling confidently. Nah, Mineta's right," Kaminari said, pushing his hand in Kirishima's face as he cut in. "The villains are terrifying. Surely it's not safe to still have some sports festival? What if they come back?" "Kaminari, Mineta, do you understand how important the sports festival is to both UA's culture and Japan's as a whole?" Ida spoke accusingly, his glasses glinting in a way that caused Jiro to both want to gag and roll her eyes. But he was right. The sports festival was an incredibly important event in terms of not just their future as heroes, but to the culture of UA and as part of Japan's culture of heroes. It was not only a scouting ground for future heroes to see those up and coming, but for the public to be reassured as the new and upcoming heroes would not only be talented, but be capable of such pressure under the public eye. Not really? But could some festival really be all that important? Kaminari shrugged nonchalantly as Yaoyorozu sighed, shaking fatigue off her shoulders and standing up. The sports festival is essential to not only UA, but helping to keep the peace of Japan as a whole. Not only is this a chance to apply yourselves in a new way, but it allows for heroes to see all the up-and-coming students. Having said that, Yaoyorozu sat back down again, a significant amount of her usual bubbliness lost. As much as this level of stillness disturbed some of the members of the class, Jiro just huffed and rolled her eyes, not being able to help the satisfaction of the girl being somewhat quiet and down, especially after their confrontation earlier on. As Yaoyorozu correctly stated, this is an important opportunity for both you as students and for the school's image, but also for the entirety of Japan. It's an important part of hero culture's society. And if we call the event off, we'll end up projecting weakness, or something like that. Look, if you care that much, take it up with Nezu, but with that said, I recommend you all start some kind of training regime for the next 2 weeks. It'll be on the Friday on the second week after today. Feel free to do that with friends or whatever. Aizawa-sensei seemed to say that last part nonchalantly, but Jiro felt there was a hidden meaning to that, especially with the glance that he gave both her and Bakugo. She could only assume it would be something to do with Midoriya and his quirk, but she wasn't entirely sure at this point and didn't want to make any assumptions. Although, she and Bakugo were definitely going to do something about it regardless. From her understanding, Midoriya's quirk had been altered in some way, and as a result he would have to catch up with years of knowledge and learning within the span of 2 weeks in time for the festival, although she imagined he'd be allowed to opt out if he wanted. If nothing else, he had managed to do it before. After all, his infamous punch on the day of the entrance exams came from his quirk, which literally came in that day, so she believed he would be capable of such a feat, and this time, he would have proper support on his side. In the meantime though, Jiro leant back on her chair as Aizawa-sensei napped to the side of the room, and she closed her eyes in thought. Her mind very quickly turned to Midoriya and how to help with his new quirk, and what exactly it would entail. All she knew was that he had, at least, an incredibly powerful vocal cord modification that meant he had a quirk that would function much like present mix, but from what she had noticed his senses seemed to be sharpened. Whether this was a result of his quirk or something else, she didn't really care. But it was nice to know she wasn't the only person who had to deal with the chaos and loud noise of the class. She had someone who could relate in that regard. Even if the class had been fairly quiet recently. Her gaze traveled across the room, glancing at various students on the way. Whilst everyone had partially recovered from the shock of the morning, all of the groups were definitely mellowed out somewhat. Honestly, it made sense the change happened so fast. The class of 1A hadn't even spent a week together before everything went down, so they weren't that close, and Jiro honestly didn't know why she was so emotional about it all. She didn't linger too much on it as her gaze landed on Bakugo, the boy she could definitely call one of her 2 best, and basically only, friends at the moment. The boy seemed to be taking proper advantage of the opportunity to prepare his training regime, a calendar page on his desk with a series of different exercises scribbled down, and it seemed like he was trying to organize them into various categories: quirk training, combat training, physical strength, agility, etc. Jiro decided to follow his lead, and whilst she wasn't going to make nearly as an intense schedule, she honestly didn't care too much about performing super well, just well enough to be noticed maybe, but she knew it would be a good time to lay down the groundwork for being able to figure out some kind of routine. However, she had never put too much thought into training her quirk. She wasn't really sure how to do that, And honestly, although she had spent a decent amount of time doing various physical exercise, she had dedicated far more time to her instruments. So she stood up, only really causing a slight raise in Yaoyorozu's head, who looked at Jiro with a sadness in her eyes that caused Jiro to pointedly turn her head away as she continued walking towards Bakugo. Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement of Jiro standing over him, before speaking. "What's up?" he asked, not raising his head from his schedule however. I was wondering if you'd be able to give me any advice in regards to training," Jiro said, and Bakugo responded soon after. "Quirk training or physical training? Both? Helpful. Physically, do you want to get stronger or smarter in fights? Both? Great." Bakugo rolled his eyes and Jiro lightly punched his shoulder. "If you want physical training, look up some basic bodyweight routines. Smarter in fights will come with sparring and combats, and from that punch alone I can tell you don't know how to throw a proper punch, and quirk training I can't help you with. But we know someone who can?" Jiro suggested, causing Bakugo to smirk. "I like the way you think. And yes, but we'd have to see if he's feeling up to it. I don't know how he feels about the whole quirk notes thing after everything that's happened though," Bakugo said sadly, and Jiro felt her heart pull. Bad emotions, she scolded herself as she pulled herself together. "Well, we can ask him after school, and we'll also see if he's down to train with us." That sounds fair. However, keep in mind that Midoriya is still undecided about his future as a whole the next few days, and you two will probably play the biggest factor in that, Aizawa-sensei said from behind Jiro, surprising neither of the two. Jiro had heard him walking up as Jiro first approached Bakugo, and Bakugo just didn't react to things. Bakugo hummed in understanding while Jiro just nodded, a contemplative look on her face as she took in what Aizawa-sensei was saying. It was a scary concept, Midoriya moving away from U.A or heroics altogether. She would support him nonetheless in whatever he did, and knew Bakugo would as well, but was definitely sure that Japan, if not the world, would be missing out on one of the greatest possible heroes in existence. Jiro hummed determinedly, resolve shining in her eyes as she looked at Aizawa-sensei. "We'll convince him to stay. Even if we don't, we'll still see that he is supported." "Good. I'm glad to hear it. But you're about to face the first challenge," Aizawa-sensei responded ominously. Bakugo nodded and Jiro was a bit confused. Then the final bell went, and everyone was rushing to get back to the dorms. Midoriya sighed as he laid on the bed in his room. He had begun setting up the room layout in a way that he liked, which mostly involved making sure as much sunlight as possible would come in, with his desk having its back to the door so he could work in the sun. His eyes roamed the empty room and didn't land on anything in particular, scanning the empty shelves as his thoughts wandered. He didn't really know what to think. Ironically enough, an infamous chatterbox with thoughts that flew faster than hawks had no idea what was going on. Of course, he thought about the class as a whole, but quickly remembered what Bakugo and Jiro had told him about that, soon crushing the thoughts. Instead, they wandered to his new quirk, or original one perhaps. It was hard to say what was happening, and he gently stroked his throat as he felt the small surgery scar on it. What exactly they did to his voice box didn't really matter, the result was the same nonetheless. And of course, after the experimentation performed on his hands, he didn't really know what would come of that. Would something else happen? He focused his gaze on his hands for a little, his concentration drifting to them, although not intensely, yet he would have sworn he could see slight vibrations in the air around them. He shook his hands and rubbed his eyes, opting to worry about that at a more suitable time. For now, he simply lay. He saw out of the corner of his eye the clock, and noticed that it was time for school to be over. On one hand, Jiro and Bakugo would be back. On the other, so would the rest of the class. With that in mind, he stood up and double-checked that his room door was locked, before sighing again. He kind of felt bored, and yet didn't really care enough due to the fact that there was so much going on in his mind. The thoughts he had were rushing, all competing for his attention as he attempted to sort through them. He clenched his hands tightly, feeling himself shaking and a slight drawing of blood as his chiseled fingernails dug into his skin. He should probably do something about that. His fingernails, the bleeding would stop itself, but the past day of stress and the week of torture had really taken a toll on him. He went into his dorm's bathroom and went through the cabinet, actually exploring what was in there properly. There was disinfectant, but no medications, probably for safety reasons, and he imagined that there would be some in the kitchen. There was also some nameless, generic brand soaps and shampoos that Midoriya would end up replacing at some point with those that he preferred. But he did end up finding the nail clippers, and he set himself up over the small bin in the bathroom, methodically trimming his fingernails as he chipped away the sharp edge of each. Doing something like this, however slight, really helped calm his mind as he focused on the simple actions involved. It wasn't long before he was done, and he placed the clippers back away in the cabinet, as he laid back on the bed. He turned his head to look at the small digital clock on the bedside table, the red lines showing him that it was almost time for the students to be done with school. The bell soon confirmed that for him. The ringing of it was fairly quiet. In fact, he doubted most people would even be able to hear it from the dorms at all. Regardless, he felt quite nervous, and he thought that was fair enough given everything that had been happening these past few days. He still didn't know how to approach the rest of the class, or at least didn't know how to react when the rest of the class inevitably approached him. He was hoping that Bakugo and Jiro would be around, but of course, because he couldn't speak normally to them, he was concerned at how long it would take to sort things out. And honestly, he didn't have the energy to deal with the class for extended periods of time. But he really didn't know what to do. Whatever happens would happen, but he would rather things just didn't. At least he thought that made sense. But honestly, he was far more worried about the way the class would treat him as a whole given the ordeal, and what he was going to do in the future. Did he still want to be a hero? That was the question that he wanted to know, and he imagined that there were plenty of others that wanted to know too. Well, at least Aizawa-sensei, Bakugo, and Jiro. But for now, he wanted to know for himself. What would keep him in? It would be easy to decide what would get him out. That's not hard to figure out, but keep him in? He shook the thought from his head, exhausted at the thought of trying to determine whether or not he wanted to continue hero training. At least, if nothing else, he would be able to see Bakugo and Jiro again. And, well, he heard a lot of footsteps coming towards the dorms. It sounded like a lot of people, presumably rushing somewhat, and he could hear yelling but didn't want to put too much energy into trying to figure out what they were saying. All he knew was that they were coming now. And he just did not want to deal with any of it. But he knew he would have to sooner or later, and would much rather get it done sooner. Like taking off a band-aid, right? He thought to himself as he sat up on the bed, steadily trying to calm his nerves and prepare himself for the many, many confrontations to come. He could only assume that Ida and Uraraka would probably be first to approach him. Part of him hoped that Bakugo and Jiro would hear first, and be able to save him from the inevitable. The other part of him knew that he needed to be able to accept and deal with these problems on his own, as they would definitely arise again, for quite some time to come. The door to the dorm opened, and he could hear the chaos of the class, all trying to rush up to the top floor where his room was, and he tried to identify who was in the lead. It didn't surprise him as he was proved correct with his prediction, but he could also hear Bakugo and Jiro rushing after everyone, trying to slow their pursuit. He slowly reached over and fixed the muzzle to his face, before standing up and steadily approaching the locked door to his room. It didn't take long, and by the time he was done with the uncomfortable facial fixture, he was able to hear all the students rushing up the final flight of stairs. Not long after, he heard everyone run to the front of his door, and heard the class panting of exhaustion as they all stood awkwardly there, not entirely sure of what to do or how to approach the obvious subject. And luckily for him, it gave just enough time for Bakugo and Jiro to catch up, who promptly began yelling at the class. "What the F do you think you're all doing?" Bakugo yelled at them, and Midoriya figured that they would all promptly turn to face the ash-blonde boy. "We want to see Midori, bro," Kirishima declared boldly, causing Midoriya to flinch sharply at the term of familiarity. "Like how you will." You all turned your backs on him the moment there was a sliver of doubt cast upon him. Bakugo yelled back in response quickly whilst Jiro glared at the class, backing him up. "Exactly. Why do you think he would want to see you?" Jiro added on, causing Uraraka to yell back, and by the proximity of their voices it sounded like they were almost face to face. "We need to apologize. We want to be his friend again." Uraraka yelled back quickly, a pleading tone in her voice that somewhat scared Midoriya. He didn't want to face any of his old friends again, least of all her. It was hard enough being near to them, and being able to face them was another matter. but he figured sooner was better than later. So what? That's not for you to decide, not after everything that's happened. Jiro quickly snapped back, and a noise that sounded like a growl came from Uraraka. I don't care. We'll be his friends again, she declared boldly, a menacing tone beginning to enter her voice. It was at this point that Midoriya decided to make his presence known, the clicking of his lock unlocking gathering everyone's attention as he swiftly opened the door. A tense silence was held in the dorm hallway as all the students turned to look at Midoriya, who had just emerged. The tension was palpable as he quietly but methodically weaved his way through all the students, all of whom were unable to say anything. He was making a clear path towards the confrontation, and both the uncertainty and happiness that were simultaneously present in Uraraka's eyes made it evident that she believed he was coming towards her. However, he completely ignored her and walked by as he grabbed both Bakugo's and Jiro's hands, before dragging them with him. No one said a word. Jiro and Bakugo seemed confused but went with it as he pulled them back through the crowd of students, and soon he made it back to his room. He shoved his friends inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He took his muzzle off and smiled at them, slowly signing to them. It's good to see you again, he signed, with a small glint of happiness in his eyes. Bakugo and Jiro just chuckled as they all sat on his bed, and the two other students looked around the room. There wasn't too much around, and overall it was a very bland room, but they knew he would want to change it. They could also now hear the class snap out of their shock, and several began knocking on the door, yelling for not only Midoriya but also for Bakugo or Jiro to open the door. Bakugo chuckled at that, congratulating Midoriya for the move he pulled whilst Jiro just glared at the door, trying to silence everyone outside through the door with her unseen gaze alone. We're gonna have to face them eventually, you know that, right? Jiro asked gently, causing Midoriya to look down and nod. Yeah, but they can wait for a bit, Midoriya wrote on a notebook which he was passing to his friends to talk to them currently, causing Jiro to chuckle slightly and Bakugo to cackle loudly. You little f dash, Bakugo said before cackling more, falling back in laughter. Jiro chuckled as well, shaking her head in faux disapproval as Midoriya looked away bashfully, causing the other two to laugh more. Oh, own up to it. Jiro chuckled more, causing Midoriya to blush. You guys are mean, he wrote down on the pad before lightly tossing it at them, causing them to laugh again. Honestly, this was what motivated Midoriya, these moments of happiness. Maybe he would stay in after all. Although having thought that, the counter-argument immediately presented itself as he listened to the class outside for just a moment, although the volume they were at was incredibly loud and not pleasant. Guys, use me as a battering ram, a voice yelled, unmistakably Kirishima's, as he heard Uraraka's hum of agreement and several other classmates voice their own, and Ida's concern, which was promptly ignored. Despite the thick doors and walls of the room, Jiro was also able to hear them and looked at Midoriya with worry, who just sighed, causing Bakugo to raise an eyebrow in confusion. They're going to brute force their way in, she explained simply as Midoriya stood up, facing the door with his notebook in hand and a pen in the other as he sighed, prepared to face the music. He gave a small smile behind him to Jiro and Bakugo as he opened the door just before the class could go through with whatever they were planning. What do you want? He had written down on the notepad in front of him, a completely blank look on his face. Deku. Bakugo cackled and Jiro laughed, as the door was immediately shut in Uraraka's face with the smallest flick of the green-haired boy, before Midoriya took a breath and did it again. This time, without the nicknames. Was all he had written on the notepad, whilst Uraraka looked hurt and taken aback, several of the other girls giving him looks of disdain after what he did. He did not care. These were all people who had deeply wounded him beyond belief and were decidedly contributing factors to everything that had happened. If there was more support, he would probably be out faster. But enough ifs, they didn't matter now. We wanted to apologize, Karo, Azui spoke first, causing generic murmurs of agreement to echo throughout the class outside the door. Uraraka confirmed, looking recovered as she looked at the boy, who merely stared blankly at her in return, causing shivers to run down her spine. For Midoriya wrote down, seeing how long he could play this out. Well, you know, for everything, Uraraka replied vaguely, looking a little nervous now. Such as? He questioned plainly, his expression not changing as everyone else's in the class became more somber. Huh? Uraraka didn't know where to start, causing Bakugo to scoff loudly from behind Midoriya, who had stood up behind the other boy and slowly placed a hand on the shorter one's shoulder, letting him shrug it off if he felt uncomfortable, although Midoriya did no such thing, and the hand remained firmly clasped. "Come on, it's not that hard to say, surely?" Bakugo sneered, giving Midoriya a comforting squeeze on the shoulder as he did so. "Surely you guys know what we're talking about. It's obvious." Kaminari yelled from the middle of the group, causing Jiro to pipe up and glare at him. "Well, if you can't say it, guess we won't know." "Stole the last cookie?" she asked sarcastically as the class continued to get more nervous and began losing their momentum. "Do we really need to say it?" "Come on," Mina whined, her shoulders slumping as she did so. "Yep," Midoriya wrote down as the class began giving each other glances. "This seems wholly unnecessary," Ida said, looking at them all through narrow gazes. "I don't think so. If you can't tell me what you're sorry for, I have no business talking to you. And besides, none of you in front of me even trust me slightly. You're all tense like I'm going to lash out at a moment's notice, even when I had the muzzle on. It's just worse now," he wrote down, causing all of the class to nervously gulp. The sheepish looks they all gave meant that Midoriya, Jiro, and Bakugo all had their answer. And yet none of them changed. "What exactly are all of you doing on this floor? Harassing a student?" Aizawa-sensei's voice boomed from behind the class, causing them all to jump in surprise. They all became immediately terrified, as the sharp red gaze pierced through their very souls. "Go on, get lost," he said, causing almost all of the class to scatter immediately, rushing past the teacher to go back down the stairs whilst Uraraka stayed. "Not until we get to apologize to Deku." "Don't call him that." Jiro yelled at her, not able to contain her frustration for the nickname, which many of the class had used very negatively just the other day. "Why not?" Uraraka replied, feigning innocence. Jiro clenched her fist, and Aizawa-sensei was soon behind the brown-haired girl, a firm hand on her shoulder. "Leave." Uraraka immediately ran back down the stairs. "Thanks you too, for sticking with Midoriya," Aizawa-sensei said, a much gentler look on his face as he turned to face the three, and specifically Midoriya. "Kid, take this. It already has mine and Hizashi's number in it. If you ever need anything, just text us." As the teacher said that, he handed the boy a fairly recent phone, which had a simple green protective case on the back. "Remember, kid, we're here to look after you now and forever. So if you need anything, don't be afraid to reach out." As Midoriya took the phone, Aizawa-sensei gently ruffled the boy's hair before turning around. As he was leaving, he yelled something over his shoulder. "I'll deal with the class tomorrow. In the meantime, you should all organize some kind of food. Oh, and show Midoriya the mini room you converted. It was no small feat." "Oh yeah, come on Midoriya," Jiro said excitedly, grabbing his hand and dragging him to the other side of the dorms as Bakugo chuckled, closed the door and chased them. Aizawa-sensei smiled at the scene as the three left quickly, shaking his head in humor. Meanwhile, Midoriya felt like his heart was just a little more made up about his decision, warm feelings coursing through him as they ran across the dorms. The trio of Bakugo, Midoriya and Jiro were all hanging out in the dorm room next to Jiro's that was converted into the mini living room. It was incredibly relaxing, and at one point Aizawa-sensei had brought them all dinner stating that Hizashi had made it because I can't cook for Jack, as he handed them each a very full bowl of rice, steamed vegetables and very nice honey soy chicken. Jiro wasn't gonna lie, it was one of the best meals of the week she had eaten. Even if the food itself wasn't the best, the company was the best possible. She was laid back on the couch next to Midoriya with Bakugo on the other side, the three of them watching whatever random shows came on television, not really paying attention to it as they all focused on the company they were spending time with. The three exchanged jokes, stories and general banter as they ate their dinners, none of them caring for the world outside the room they were in. It was a lot of fun, and Bakugo and Jiro both had large smiles on their faces, whilst Midoriya was not smiling, his eyes were glinting with happiness. To Jiro this was perfect, and what it meant to not just survive, but to live. To enjoy the time she had with the people that she wanted to spend it with, not needing to be productive, or having any expectations of her other than to be herself. It was fulfilling on a deeper, emotional level. Eventually, though, Bakugo brought up the topic of the sports festival, causing Midoriya to shrug when he was asked if he would participate. Probably not, he had written on his notepad, causing Jiro and Bakugo to nod understandingly. Well, that makes sense. Not sure about using your quirk at this point? Jiro asked him, and Midoriya nodded, before his shoulders slumped. I think there's more that has happened, but I'm not too sure at this point. In the meantime, I need to do some more testing, he had written, causing Bakugo to grow excited and Jiro to grow concerned at the thought of the testing that was going to occur. Ooh, you are going to be safe about it, yes? Jiro glanced at Midoriya, causing Bakugo to cackle and interrupt. What's the point of that? That's no effin' fun, Bakugo declared with an excited grin on his face, making Midoriya's eyes light up in humor whilst Jiro glared at him. Don't encourage anything dangerous, dumbass. Jiro scolded him, and Midoriya looked sheepishly away before she looked at him. And you won't do it dangerously, will you? Jiro sternly asked him, and Midoriya quickly nodded, causing her to nod once back. Good. Bakugo just scoffed. Coward, he said before Jiro gave him a hard glare, causing him to quickly shut his mouth and look forward. That's what I thought, Jiro said, turning back towards the television as the two boys looked at each other nervously, a silent conversation happening between them that carried one message: don't piss Jiro off. But that moment soon passed as Jiro spoke again, no threatening tone in her voice. Actually, we kept the notebooks, Jiro started, causing Midoriya to flinch slightly as he put his food down, his hands gripping his knees as Bakugo gave her a look of, what the F are you doing? And I promise it's not anything bad, and, God, I'm sorry I didn't think this through. Look, Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei and I had a look through them and it's really, really impressive. Like, it's super high quality stuff, and Aizawa-sensei mentioned that he would get you to train it to an even higher level, somehow. Look, long story short, I wish I could do that, and it's genuinely impressive. You should be proud of that skill, Jiro declared with a smile, somehow recovering. Bakugo sighed in relief as Midoriya began blushing, a small smile creeping on his face as he wrote down shakily. Thank you, it's the first time anyone said something like that to me, Midoriya had written down, shyly holding the notepad up. Tears shimmered in the boy's eyes as Jiro beamed at him, and Bakugo smiled slightly at the two, leaning back in his relief. Jiro gently reached her arms across to Midoriya, watching for his reaction. He didn't flinch, but he did acknowledge it, and Jiro gently hugged him, Midoriya's tears going into her shoulder. Midoriya let himself be hugged but did not hug back, Jiro not minding, as she assumed it would take a long time before Midoriya would be comfortable with most physical contact, and she was internally surprised that she let her hug him. And maybe she didn't quite think all of that through and it was catching up to her. Midoriya pulled away fairly quickly though, and Jiro smiled before getting to her point. So, would you be willing to help me and Bakugo train our quirks and improve how we use them in time for the sports festival? Jiro smiled, and Midoriya nodded without a moment's hesitation. Would you be able to get me your official quirk files? Midoriya had written down, and both nodded. We could probably ask Aizawa-sensei to get them for us, so that'll have to wait for tomorrow, Jiro said, and Bakugo nodded. Midoriya waved his hand dismissively. I'll get it from him and work on it during the day. I won't be going to school tomorrow, so I'll write something up, Midoriya wrote down, and Jiro nodded thankfully as Bakugo made a thankful-sounding grunt. Midoriya then put his notebook down and resumed eating, his eyes still a little watery as he cast his attention to the show, but he was clearly more relaxed. Jiro cast a smile to Bakugo, who looked weirdly at her. It was a huge gamble she had made, no denying that, but it had worked out for the better. At least she believed it did. Soon night came and they all had to go to bed, as Aizawa-sensei came to remind them that lights out on school nights were the same, regardless of what had happened or who was there. And after a very restless night for Midoriya, who honestly wasn't used to having anything that resembled a proper bed, he was up the next morning by the chaos and noise of the class preparing to go to school. Now, he knew he could just go back to sleep and simply avoid talking to them. He had food, he wasn't particularly thirsty, and knew that there probably wasn't a good enough reason for him to go down and confront everyone. So in theory, he wasn't going to confront everyone and instead just wanted to speak to Bakugo and Jiro before they left for the morning. And he assumed they didn't really want to be around the class, so he waited until it sounded like the class had left before making his way downstairs to grab something for breakfast, as most of the food he had was better suited to lunch or dinner meals. Unfortunately for him, not everyone had left. When he made it to the dorm room's shared kitchen and dining area, there was an incredibly tense standoff, Bakugo and Jiro both glaring at Uraraka, who was standing just between the divider between the kitchen and dining room whilst the other two were at the table eating their own breakfast. When Midoriya entered, all three of their heads turned to snap towards him. Midoriya! All three of them turning to him, all with incredibly happy expressions. Midoriya did not even acknowledge Uraraka as he turned and waved towards Jiro and Bakugo, going towards them with his notebook in hand. Uraraka looked hurt but did not falter as she began walking towards the table. Midoriya, can I talk to you for a moment? She asked him, looking as sweet as she could. It caused all three of the other students to cringe. Anything you need or want to say to me can be said here, no? He had written down, a deadpan look on his face as Uraraka chuckled nervously under the harsh glares of Bakugo and Jiro. See, I'd rather talk to you just the two of us, Uraraka responded with a nervous chuckle as she rubbed the back of her head. No. Why not? Uraraka asked nervously as Jiro and Bakugo's glares both hardened. Don't need to. Midoriya had written plainly, and Uraraka sighed in disappointment. Well, will you at least be my friend again? Uraraka asked. Midoriya flipped back a page to the simple word of no. Uraraka sighed before speaking again. Fine, I'll go, but I will speak to you later. Just you wait. Midoriya rolled his eyes, and Bakugo and Jiro both glared harder, but Uraraka shrugged it off as she left the room, on her way to school. The remaining three just looked at each other and shrugged, as Midoriya went to get breakfast for himself. Not much talk was exchanged as Bakugo and Jiro were running behind and Midoriya wasn't able to really talk, although he did start writing some rudimentary notes on their quirks from some basic information they gave him, as he shot a text off to Aizawa-sensei to ask for the files. Sure thing, kid, I'll bring you a laptop sometime after school as well because your notes are like, professional. Standard, so we'll need to look at levels of encryption and data protection. Midoriya wasn't quite sure what to make of the praise. It was literally an insane level of praise given that it was from an incredibly intelligent pro-hero that was well known for not only being incredibly strong in terms of fighting but in terms of strategy and general decision-making. Midoriya replied with a thanks for both the laptop and the praise, and the response was just a thumbs up as he pocketed the phone again. Midoriya waved farewell to Jiro and Bakugo as they headed out the door, both of them giving him a smile as he left. And for the second time, Midoriya was left alone in the quiet of the dormitory. It was eerie but peaceful. He didn't want to stay downstairs for long though, as shortly after he finished breakfast, he returned to the miniature living room Jiro and Bakugo had made. He noticed on the ground a box of notebooks with a note on top. Here are all the notebooks. Jiro. Midoriya smiled to himself as he went through the collection, filling his day with going through the notebooks and seeing what he could add or if there was anything in particular that really got his interest. There wasn't really anything, but it was fun nonetheless. At some point during the day, he turned the news on and was just watching it, lost in the action of the replays of recent villain and hero encounters from the smallest beginner hero to Endeavor himself. And so he remained there for the day, only stopping to get food and use the toilet as he fell back into his old routine, truly trying to find himself again. If I decide to forego being a hero, I could always do professional analysis, he thought to himself as he added extra notes to one of the pages. And who knew where the future would take him? Soon school finished, and Midoriya remained in the miniature lounge room awaiting his friends and Aizawa-sensei's return. Just after lunch he had polished a lot of his notebooks and decided to put them away in his room, with not much else to do. On one hand, he appreciated the quiet. He was able to try and get all his thoughts in order. On the other, the quiet was steadily allowing his thoughts to get more chaotic. The stress was definitely getting to him slightly, but he thought he would get it through it all. He figured that hopefully the class would become less of a problem over time, and once he felt he could open up to them again, maybe he would at least be able to trust them in terms of hero work, but until then he really hoped they would just leave him alone. Of course, chances of that happening were pretty low. Perhaps it wouldn't be as bad today, but it definitely wasn't going to be any better. He heard the students chattering loudly as everyone made their way to the dorms. All students passed the 1A dorms on the way to their own, but of course he could hear the 1A students rushing ahead. Unsurprisingly, it seemed Ida and Uraraka were in the lead with Jiro and Bakugo close behind. However, he could also hear Aizawa-sensei's almost menacing walk just behind them all, carrying a laptop in one of his hands. Midoriya breathed heavily out of his nose, leaning back in the couch of the mini lounge. Despite all that was going on, he would say he was somewhat relaxed. At least immediately. Although it was difficult to find actual happiness or contentedness without his friends around right now, he was definitely very chill. Soon he could hear students rushing up the stairs, although there was definitely some yelling from Ida who didn't approve of them running up the stairs, although he definitely was doing the same himself. Whatever the matter was, Midoriya simply shrugged as he waited in the room. It would sort itself out before it became a problem, because he could hear the swinging of Aizawa-sensei coming in through the balcony. The tired teacher came up to Midoriya, handed him the things he asked for, and waited by the door, just leaning next to it. He almost wanted to laugh at the sight, his teacher-turned-father figure just standing at the doorway. Menacingly. Waiting for someone to come. And of course they did. Midoriya heard the moment Ida and Uraraka made it to the top of the stairs. Midoriya nodded to Aizawa-sensei to open the door, which he did, just before Ida and Uraraka could knock. And instead, they were met with the teacher's glare. They swiftly turned around and began to back away, pretending to not be planning to do anything. However, Aizawa-sensei quickly caught both of them with his scarf. He quietly dragged them away as they both didn't struggle, knowing that would definitely only make things worse. Soon up came Bakugo and Jiro, Aizawa-sensei nodding to both of them as he passed them by, the two definitely not smirking at Uraraka and Ida getting an inevitable comeuppance. Midoriya waited in the room for them, smiling at them as they came in. Midoriya was quick to start setting his computer up whilst grabbing some of his notes, tearing out certain pages before handing them to Bakugo and Jiro respectively. Both had their own training plan, specific to their quirk and their weaknesses. For Jiro, she was given instructions that would, theoretically, improve her close combat potential with the intention to be able to rapidly maneuver her earjacks, but that they would also be significantly stronger. In theory, that should allow her to be capable of doing more powerful long-range attacks as well. Even if it didn't change her accuracy, it would definitely increase her capacity to attack from extreme distances. Bakugo had something similar, however there was much more focus on incorporating a combo attack. Midoriya knew that Bakugo was already fairly proficient in attack and using his quirk on the whole, but realistically needed to be able to deliver strong blow after another. Whilst Bakugo's quirk was definitely strong, he lacked the ability to quickly follow up using his quirk. Whilst he was a capable hand-to-hand fighter, being able to use his quirk to achieve the same purpose would make him so much stronger on a whole. Being able to first disorient someone, then come in close and rapidly KO them using a series of combos with his quirk. That, and general quirk endurance and accuracy on a larger scale when he needed it. Although that goal was going to take much longer. It didn't take long for the two students to read their notes, who both then quickly said they wanted to start now and rushed to go get changed. Both changed out of their school uniform into suitable exercise clothes, and Midoriya was already in something that was good enough to go out, so the three of them began going down the many stairs, ignoring any of the questions or comments that they received as they went. Eventually, once they got outside, they began making their way towards the free use field. Basically, to support the students, the school made a number of different amenities open and free to use on a regular basis, one of which being a safe place where they could practice with their quirks. It was probably the largest amenity provided, if the simplest. All it consisted of was a series of large, fenced-off fields, so many students could use them. Although most students wouldn't, a lot would focus on physical training in the exercise gym outside of school times, as in school they tended to do more quirk stuff, some definitely did. Bakugo was no stranger to the area, and had spent a decent amount of time there recently venting some of his frustration and anger. Trying to bring himself back to a normal or normal enough state of mind that would let him keep doing things. However, this time he actually had a plan. Or at least particular goal in mind. But this time, he was working to channel his explosions in such a way that one would throw the enemy directly into more. It was unique in the way that he was not fighting for raw damage at this point, but for control over his opponent's motions. It was clever, instead of fighting for absolute strength domination, but the complete domination of his opponent's actions. In a way it felt stronger to him, the ability to force someone into a corner before giving up. Simultaneously, Midoriya had Jiro plug her jacks into the ground, before releasing progressively more powerful blasts of sound into the ground. Whilst the power was fairly weak as her directional power went down into the ground, deeper into the denser earth. Normally her attacks through the ground would go along the surface, disrupting where it would be less dense and be capable of ripping up the weaker earth. This is because it would be able to be displaced into the air, as the weakest link is broken. Firing directly down into the ground was exponentially harder as there was nowhere for the displaced earth to go. It would simply press into more earth. This meant that she had to try a lot harder to get a lot further, but in theory, as Midoriya had explained, their quirks were like muscles. Use it as you always had, it would never get stronger. Push it harder, and you could try and strain it enough to grow. But push it to its limits, strain it, make it ache and burn, it would grow significantly more. And given how far away they were from the sports festival, it was definitely a safe risk to take, with the goal being to keep up a routine like this to significantly improve her base quirk strength, which whilst not lacking definitely was pretty far from anything that could be considered strong, until the time of the festival, at which point doing lighter exercises that would generally benefit her combat potential would be ideal. But for now, she had to push herself and her quirk to the limits. So within seconds of firing a blast from one earlobe, she would switch to the other and repeat the process. And repeat. And repeat. The way her quirk worked, because it was a mutation, was a lot like a muscle. Every time she was to release a pulse of a sound blast, her quirk itself would pulse. When she first got her quirk, it was incredibly difficult to control, and the slightest charge from it would cause immense pain because she was completely unable to control it in any way, and the sound would not be directed. This meant her very, very sensitive hearing was very much hurt by it. Many loud blasts, and a doctor's visit. Later, she was told by a quirk specialist that basically her hearing portion of her quirk would end up being badly damaged if she couldn't control the strong sound waves she could produce. As a young child, this terrified her, so she instead dedicated time, rather than learning instruments like she really wanted to, learning about various sound frequencies and the absolute basics of the way which sound traveled. Of course, this meant she was really good at music when it came time to it, or at least being quite well versed in the nature of sound frequencies. Plus her quirk gave her perfect pitch, which definitely helped. But more importantly, it meant that she had to learn how to control the frequency of sound waves she would project. When she was still learning, if you asked her what sound frequency it was, the answer would be yes. Because she couldn't control it. But now, as she got more experienced, she was able to control the frequency and direction of her blasts to make sure it wouldn't cause any form of backfire or misfire, whether it be to herself, teammates, or civilians. And so this training, in a sense, was definitely digging into the past experience she had of overcoming the struggle, but more importantly would overall allow for her to develop her quirk and quirk use. In theory, she could train even directional control more later on. For now, she just wanted to improve the general strength of her quirk. She kept going as she began to feel the strain on her earjacks, first in the part that would extend and retract, like a cable. It made sense that would be sore first. It was the thinnest part and therefore by far the weakest link. She wasn't really sure how it would end up getting stronger, but it would definitely be something that over time would either get stronger or she would have to learn to fight around as a weakness, both a literal weak point as a potential target for enemies or for her own ability to keep up in a fight. Although there shouldn't be an object she was trying to send powerful sound waves through in a real situation that literally would be immobile, such as the incredibly compact and dense ground of the earth when she wasn't trying to rip it up in the direction of an opponent. It didn't take long for the exercise to exhaust her. Whilst she knew this wasn't exactly a good display of her potential strength, she couldn't help but feel like she was weaker than she may have built herself up to be. Whilst this was kind of difficult on her mentally, She knew she could definitely work up to becoming stronger and needed to actually work around her weaknesses. That wasn't something she was currently doing if she was being honest. She was trying to rely on the pure merits of her quirk and her quirk alone as opposed to incorporating other aspects into her fighting. She leaned back and sighed as she took a moment to breathe. She wasn't too sure how long she had been doing this training for, but she had definitely lost herself in thought in the process, falling into a trance as she kept at the repetitive action. She could see Bakugo doing his training, mixed martial arts and careful quirk control to be able to fluidly knock a given target around. The combo was a series of kicks and blasts all carefully weaved together to create something that looked almost unreal in practice, although she imagined it would be highly unlikely that he would be able to pull the whole thing off flawlessly in a fight. It was more likely that he would end up using an improvised version of the combo, but he knew that doing the practice would definitely facilitate him being able to utilize a similar strategy in combat. Jiro glanced over to the edge of the field, near the tree line, where Midoriya rested against a tree, eyes closed. He looked peaceful, his notebook hanging loosely out of his left hand with a pen still in his right, and Jiro couldn't help but stare at the scene, smiling slightly. It made her happy to see Midoriya at rest. He seemed unbothered by the state of happenings. And she really hoped that one day he would be able to display those feelings when he wasn't sleeping, when he was able to just be happy with no worries hovering above him, with no pressure from the others, with nothing but what he wanted for himself. And whenever that day was to come, she hoped she would be able to see it. The waiting room was awkward and tense. Two obvious sides were formed, Jiro and Bakugo on one side with basically everyone else on the other side. Bakugo and Jiro were somewhat at ease whilst everyone else just looked awkward about it. It was understandable, but they could at least try and hide it just a little bit better. They pushed it to the back of their mind, however. A much more important event was happening today. It was the sports festival, and both Jiro and Bakugo were determined to show off their new skills, developed under Midoriya's watchful eye, for several reasons. Obviously, they both wanted to show that they were candidates for the internship program that would be happening in the following week, but more so they wanted to show that they were thankful to Midoriya for his training. He had told them he would be watching, but they weren't exactly sure where from. Regardless, they wanted to make him feel valued and honestly just wanted to make sure he would stay at the school. He was going to make his final decision fairly soon, and they suspected he was leaning towards staying at UA as he was working fairly hard to keep up with the coursework outside of class hours whilst he was guiding Jiro and Bakugo. But they both did have other reasons for showing off their new skills, and it wasn't even slightly just so they could beat the shit out of the rest of their classmates. Alright, maybe a little. Just a little. But Jiro and Bakugo both had kind of similar reasons, both directly related to their friendship with Midoriya. Bakugo wanted to show that he had learned how to take criticism, but more importantly was humble enough to be capable of learning from Midoriya and having changed over time. He wanted to prove that he was a different person, a better person, one that Midoriya could believe and trust in. Jiro meanwhile wanted to prove that her time training with Midoriya had been valuable and that she truly appreciated having him around. She knew she could demonstrate that she was thankful for his friendship and presence easily enough, hopefully, but right now she wanted to demonstrate how useful his talents in helping them train were. His ability to break down and analyze not only their quirks but their fighting styles and identify any weaknesses was incredible, and his ability and willingness to help them with no expectation of a return beyond their friendship, which was already a given, was simply saint-like. Basically, Jiro just wanted to show Midoriya how important he was. She wasn't sure if winners got to give speeches, but if she did she would definitely credit him. Although both she and Bakugo would be competing for it, hey, maybe she'd get a speech for second place. But she was still gonna try for first. Both students were brought out of their thoughts when Ida burst into the room, declaring that it was time to move into the arena as their class was being introduced by Present Mike now. Jiro sighed as she got up, Bakugo similarly standing up beside her as they quietly walked out of the room, a little earlier than the rest of the class who were all hyping each other up. Jiro rolled her eyes at them as she left the room with Bakugo, waiting by the tunnel for the rest of the class to be mostly caught up to them. And here is Hero Course Class 1A. Present Mike declared loudly as the students within the class began walking out, and Jiro couldn't help the chills on her skin or the smile on her face as the crowd cheered for them. Bakugo had just rolled his eyes at the crowd and barely didn't scowl at the reaction of the crowd, and for the reaction of the rest of his class who were simply living up the fame, all of them smiling and laughing as they played themselves up for the crowd. It made Bakugo cringe so hard watching them try and get more attention from the crowd. But he had to suppress those emotions as he wanted to focus on the day ahead of him. It was going to be long and the sports festival was going to be intense, but he was looking forward to it, being able to try himself in combat and whatever the other events were. But mostly the combat. He knew there were so many students to fight and it was a great opportunity to test himself after the villain attack. He knew that he had become significantly stronger and couldn't wait to show it off. He smirked menacingly and cracked his knuckles, gathering a glare from Jiro causing him to smile sheepishly. She nodded happily as Bakugo put his hands behind his back and gave his best smile to the crowd. Alright, he'd admit, living in the limelight was a bit nice. Just a bit. But he knew that wasn't what being a hero was about, and he certainly knew Midoriya wouldn't be one to live in the spotlight, especially given with what had happened recently. Or at least if he did, he definitely wouldn't be one to spend it lavishly. He would probably take the chance to advocate for quirkless individuals or other discriminated groups. Bakugo chuckled at the thought, a genuine smile appearing across his face as they finished walking to Center Arena and the other classes were trickling in. Now they waited for the announcers to declare the first event. At least, that was what Bakugo thought was gonna happen, before he noticed that Midnight had an extra microphone beside her on the stage, on a small stand. Alright everyone, thank you for coming out here today. Before we get into our students' displays of talent, we have a speech from our highest scoring student on the entrance exam. OF-. Bakugo was never informed of this and Jiro could hear the panic of the boy. She was cackling and Bakugo rolled his eyes and punched her shoulder. It didn't stop her, if anything she was laughing harder. Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd cheered for him as Jiro shoved him towards the podium, and he quickly composed himself as he began to think up a speech. Honestly, he wasn't good with emotions, he knew that was fairly obvious to most people. But big speeches? On the fly? This was not going to end well in any way. Bakugo hid his uncertainty as he stepped onto the podium, his face in its natural scowl as he stood behind the microphone. His eyes glanced over the students before him, though naturally he ignored a certain class, before he roamed the crowd in the stadium seats. He didn't see anyone in particular who stood out, although he did notice some booths along the top of the stadium, many of them with the optional tinted windows enabled. However, a few of them stood out. One booked out by various support companies, all of whom had sent delegates to the show. A few high-ranked pro heroes had sidekicks in some and some teachers. But the one that caught his attention was the one with the boy with green hair. He cracked a small smile knowing that Midoriya was up there watching him, and Midoriya met Bakugo's eyes with nothing but a pure belief in the blonde boy on the podium. Bakugo breathed in and out, and gave a genuine smile as he began talking. To all students, competitors today, remember that today is not just an opportunity to prove yourself to other students. Today is an opportunity to prove those around you, who didn't believe in you, wrong. Today is the time where you can prove that you have grown, that you have changed. At that line he nodded towards Midoriya, a small tear rolling down his cheek, although no one else knew it. Maybe Jiro, but he continued, with that being said, give it your all, I want to have some good fights. With that, Bakugo raised his fist in the air, the crowd cheering for the speech. Bakugo smiled and quietly wiped away the tear on his cheek, no one noticing as he did so. He knew it would take a long time, but he hoped one day that he could prove to Midoriya that he had changed, and he was truly thankful for Midoriya's input and, well, continued support of the blonde boy. Bakugo knew that whilst Midoriya had forgiven him, Bakugo wanted to show that he was sorry. Bakugo decidedly was someone who believed far more in actions over words. And today he would do his best to show that. After that simply wonderful speech, I will get into the first event, the obstacle course. Midnight declared, all students giving her full attention as she got into the details of the event. All the students lined themselves up at the tunnel entrance. They all waited for, presumably, a countdown. But when Midnight screamed go, all the students immediately panicked, before rushing into the tunnel. Bakugo and Jiro were towards the back of the group rushing their way through, and immediately realized that this was the first of the obstacles, even if it wasn't declared as such. The tunnel would make it impossible for most students to get through quickly without some kind of mobility from their quirk, which Bakugo realized he had, but Jiro did not. However, when he looked to her, she shook her head, responding quickly. I can do this for myself. For Midoriya, she whispered the last part, and Bakugo wasn't sure if he was meant to hear that or not, but he wasn't going to be concerned about it, as Jiro cast a glance towards the booth with the green-haired boy. Bakugo just nodded as he took off, blasting his way over the other students struggling through the tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiro was stuck trying to figure out how she was going to get through. She fiddled with her earjacks as she thought, and, that's it. Jiro smirked as the idea came to her mind. She ran towards the tunnel, muttered a brief apology and played a screeching sound directed through the tunnel. Of course the sound would naturally echo and everyone would be affected by it, but not her as she was outside it. The high-pitched noise caused most people to freeze in shock or hunch in pain as they clutched their ears from the sensory overload, meaning Jiro could run directly through the tunnel and make it as fast as possible to the next obstacle, which happened to be the ice that Todoroki left behind. Because of course it wasn't an actual obstacle, it was one of the FS she called a classmate. Maybe she had been spending a bit too much time around Bakugo recently. Regardless of that, she made her way to the and ice began sliding across it. She knew she wasn't going to get any traction with her shoes as they were, but at least because she was out of the main group, but not in the frontrunners, she would be able to carefully traverse the ice best she could. Thankfully, she was able to slide across the ice, using walls as stopping points to be able to turn before she eventually made it off the ice for the first obstacle. The massive robots from the entrance exam. Well, there were also the smaller ones, but her current problem was the massive one about to slam its fist down on her. Because she wasn't in the frontrunners who had already totaled one of the robots and made their way well past, nor was she stuck in the main group, as they were all just halfway down the ice. This meant she was stuck dealing with one of the robots herself. She breathed in and thought as calm as she could. She noticed that the last robot seemed to have been toppled over, resulting in its destruction. Perhaps she would be able to exploit that? As fast as she could, she dashed to the side of the collapsing fist, which crashed directly into the ground, causing large amounts of dust to spill everywhere. However, with the robot's weight no longer distributed to its normal base, she was able to send two powerful sound waves through the ground, shredding it as it went. The ground immediately in front of her shook, tremored, and then exploded spectacularly, a large ripple of the destruction being caused in front of her in a line. At the speed of sound, the earthquake-like destruction reached the base of the robot, gradually leaning it forward. It wasn't enough to do any damage, but the extreme force was able to topple the robot forward slowly, onto its fist and eventually causing it to smash down. What's this? Present Mick's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, the commentator apparently keeping track of what she was doing. Jiro from 1A has single-handedly toppled one of the zero-pointers. Jiro cringed at the attention she was receiving, but she could almost feel Midoriya's pride at her thinking. She knew that even a few days ago she would have been incredibly hard-pressed to use that much power, and honestly it was hard to describe the feeling of it. It was so incredibly satisfying, and she couldn't help the smile on her face as she ran around the toppled robot. After clearing the zero-pointers, she came face to face with a field of all the other robots. Although thankfully at this point many of the other examinees had caught up to her, so she wouldn't need to fight too many. She kept running until a few of them locked onto her, and she ran past them, letting them gather together in a small group before turning around and using her quirk on the ground. Similarly to last time, she used it to shred the ground between her and the opposing force, but unlike last time she needed to destroy multiple enemies. Her goal was to destroy the one in the middle with the force of the rupturing ground, and in theory this would result in the ones directly next to it being destroyed or thrown away. And her theory was right. However, she quickly realized that one of the robots would end up flying directly at her, although it was a bit late for that. Thinking fast, she stuck one arm out to protect her face, and she felt the heavy impact of the robot against it, ripping the sleeve and definitely leaving a mark. Thankfully it wasn't bleeding, less thankfully the robot was still functional, so she sent one of her ear jacks out, directly into the robot's arm that was extending for her face. She winced a bit as she forced the jack to puncture the sheet metal, but after enough force she got the jack in, and used it to send sound waves through the machine. The robot vibrated before it collapsed, and Jiro pulled her ear jack back and began running towards the next obstacle. Unfortunately for her, this one was just going to be annoying. There wasn't much she could do to get a lead using her quirk to get around the large chasms, with only ropes connecting between them. She sighed and grabbed onto the rope, crawling along it as she hung underneath. She heard the whirring of machinery, presumably one of the support corps students using their gadgets. This theory was confirmed when she saw a girl with a ridiculous amount of machinery and bright pink hair flying high into the sky, yelling something about getting attention. Jiro rolled her eyes and grit her teeth as she kept crawling along, gradually making it across pillar after pillar. Her palms were burning and the bruises on her arms definitely weren't helping, but she kept on going, forcing herself to work through it. She could hear complaints from other students suffering similar situations and some genuinely just giving up and not bothering to cross the chasm, which reminded her to not look down. That probably wouldn't help her mental state, not even a little. But she carried on, and after maybe 10 minutes managed to traverse all the rope and pillars. She stood upright and stretched her arms, trying to get a judge on the remaining competition. It seemed like she was in the top 50 if the amount of people behind her were anything to go off of, but knew that she would have to pick up the pace if she wanted to place well overall. Thankfully, she was able to give her arms a rest as she started running further towards the third and final obstacle. From the commentary given by Present Mike and intermittently by Aizawa-sensei, they had mentioned that the final obstacle was a minefield. Of course, they weren't using real landmines. Instead, it was a harmless explosive, somehow, but from what she heard whilst making her way across the pillars, they were definitely loud. And apparently pink. But she winced as she got closer to the source of the explosions, knowing how painful it would be on her ears to try and deal with it. She sighed though. She knew she would eventually need to deal with such weaknesses in the future if she wanted to be a hero in the public eye, when her strengths and weaknesses would be public knowledge. So of course she wanted to avoid running into the mines, but wanted to make sure she wouldn't have to stop. She stood by the minefield and noticed that the mines had clear indentations so students would be able to see them, but this meant that they were distinguishable objects in the landscape. Not only that, but they were modified for a school event, so they probably functioned a little differently. Jiro's eyes widened and she quickly crouched to the ground, an idea in her mind. She plugged her ear jacks into the ground and closed her eyes, a smirk coming to her face as she used the humming of the landmines to identify where each one was. Because it was a school event, there had to be a safety switch to turn all the landmines off at a moment's notice, and therefore there would have needed to be a level of electrical current running through them. And so, within seconds, she had a perfect layout in her mind of where each mine was. She wouldn't be able to trigger them herself from afar, she didn't have that much control, but she would be able to sprint across and in theory not land on any. She kept her eyes closed to keep the soundscape she had built in her mind present and prayed she wasn't going to run into anyone as she sprinted down the minefield. She had to keep her focus on the image she had built up. If she got distracted by any noises even for a moment, she would immediately lose it. And so she ran as fast as she could, ignoring the cries of confusion and shock from other competitors as she ignored the minefield altogether, and thankfully not stepping on any of the mines. She couldn't help but smile happily as her plan worked out. She was just a few rows away from the end of the minefield, and then she could just sprint it to the finish line. Based on what the other competitors had been saying, she was probably on track to make top 20, if not top 15. And as she took the last step out of the minefield, she opened her eyes and smiled. And then her face fell. As it turned out, there was still more minefield to go, but her echolocation technique hadn't picked up on all of it. And unfortunately for her, that first step she took. There was a mine there. Jiro quickly braced herself as she prepared for it to go off. Thinking fast, she jumped forward so when the mine went off she would be sent flying, at least in the direction she intended to go. Of course, this wasn't such a bad idea at the time. In fact, it was probably the best option. She soared over the rest of the minefield and couldn't help but think that she wanted to learn how to fly, no matter how impractical it may have been with her quirk. But then of course, she realized she had to land. She could see off in the distance the front runners, Bakugo, Todoroki, the girl from earlier, Yaoyorozu, and some students she didn't recognize. If nothing else, she would definitely make it into the next stage. But right now, she needed to know how to land. Her mind raced as she tried to think of something, anything, but all she could think of was brace herself and hope. From what she could tell, the dirt wasn't super compacted, so in theory when she landed it would soften and take the majority of the impact. Hopefully. And in the last few moments before she landed, she realized she could try and produce some upwards momentum using her quirk to soften the landing a little bit. She let out a decent blast, and the recoil on it was enough to slow her descent a little bit before her boots made contact with the dirt, at which point she bent her knees and went into a roll to hopefully negate most of the impact. And it did work. She was able to recover quickly with only a slight ache in her legs as she ran to the finish line, ignoring the dirt all over her clothes. And the many bruises she now had. Hopefully it wouldn't impact her too much later on, but for now she would just have to deal with it. Maybe she'd be able to sweet-talk Recovery Girl into healing her or something. But that would have to wait for later. For now, Jiro enjoyed sweet victory as she was announced to be 17th place, walking up to Bakugo, who had managed to grasp first place for himself over Todoroki. "Hey, good job, dude," she said as she went to high-five him, Bakugo rolling his eyes but still returning the gesture. "Yeah, you didn't do so bad yourself," Bakugo chuckled as Jiro rolled her eyes. She looked up to the booth Midoriya was in and noticed that he was waving happily at them. She smiled at him, and although the muzzle hit it, she knew he was smiling back. Jiro wasn't quite sure what she had gotten herself into. For the second event, they were participating in a cavalry battle, and honestly she didn't know what to expect from it. All she knew was that she teamed up with Bakugo, who had the only important amount of points on the team of a casual million, and the weird pink-haired inventor from earlier, who just kind of invited herself, and neither Bakugo nor Jiro could be bothered trying to convince her otherwise. She had good ideas and could provide a lot to the team that they needed. Mostly someone else to help carry Jiro, who would be the rider. They wanted to play exactly within the rules, which meant that Jiro couldn't touch the ground. However, with Hatsum carrying Jiro using her gadgets and with the might of Hatsum's gadgets, they would in theory not need to touch the ground. At least not willingly. So Jiro was strapped up with a jetpack thing, whilst Hatsum wore hover boots of some kind. And the moment that midnight finished the countdown, they had soared in the sky, barely staying up with the occasional sputter from Hatsum's machinery instilling deep concern within Jiro, who just had to swallow her concern and hope it wouldn't go to shit. Meanwhile, Bakugo was self-propelled just to the side of Hatsum and Jiro, flying off of his explosions. "You sure this is a good idea?" Jiro asked Bakugo again, who just chuckled, a few extra crackles and sparks coming out of his hands. "Absolutely," Bakugo declared, a smirk on his face as his eyes roamed the field below of the fighting groups. A few students dared look up at the leading group, flying high above them all. Very few, however, had the means to be capable of attacking them, let alone bringing them down. So Hatsum and Jiro were completely safe. All they had to do was stay in the air for the 15 minutes of the game. Bakugo, however, was itching for a fight. "I mean, it's not like you have anything to lose, so..." Jiro shrugged, and Bakugo cackled, before blasting into the field. "Is he going to end someone?" Hatsum asked Jiro, the pink-haired girl's unique pupils zooming into the field below. Jiro just shrugged. "If he does, they deserved it." Bakugo was soaring down to the ground, using occasional explosions to steer himself. He honestly didn't have a particular target in mind, he just wanted to let off some steam. Having to deal with Todoroki the entire race was really getting to him, and due to the nature of the event he didn't get a chance to let any of the rage out. But now he was able to just take people on. Because there was nothing stopping him, his horse technically wasn't broken and he wasn't the one carrying the points. So long as he kept an eye out for anyone trying to pull any shenanigans with his team as the target, it would work out alright. He wasn't really paying attention as he made a beeline towards his first target, some random blonde kid who had a slight superiority complex if the words he was saying was anything to go by. Okay, maybe that was a bit hypocritical, but hey, Bakugo was improving. Bakugo smirked as he began with his explosions, making it so that his next move would be unable to be figured out. They could barely see him through the thick veil of smoke and bright explosives. And of course this move gathered a lot of attention from other teams, all desperately trying to avoid whatever altercation was about to go down, all except for the one he was targeting. They had produced a large disc barrier that looked like it was literally just made of air, but it gave Bakugo some kind of landing platform to stand on as he smirked at them. Bakugo landed briefly on the platform and reached over at the rider's collection around his neck, but the blonde boy was faster and grabbed Bakugo's wrist. Bakugo wrenched his wrist away and glared at the other student, however was met in the face with an explosion, one that was awfully familiar. When the smoke dissipated, the student on the horse was cackling as he looked at Bakugo, running a hand through his own hair. "My, that's a mighty fine quirk you've got there, Mr. Million Points," the student smirked, using a hand to crackle some explosions, boasting to Bakugo. Bakugo simply narrowed his eyes at the student, using small explosions to go back up into the air. The student scoffed at him. "Class 1A, running away from their problems, I see." Now that ticked Bakugo off. Mostly because he didn't like being associated with the rest of his class. But also because it was completely untrue. Mostly the former reason though. Bakugo grit his teeth and smashed through the weird barrier, although a new one quickly formed in front of him, although it was smaller than the last. Bakugo's mind was whirring as he shattered it again, a blast behind him as he propelled himself towards the group. The group didn't look panicked though as the rider held a palm towards Bakugo, but Bakugo was faster as he spun and used an explosion to go to the side of it. Bakugo didn't hesitate as he knew how the explosions worked. The edges of them, whilst hot and bright, had not real impact. At worst he would feel a little warm, as he had built up a resistance over time to the heat of them. And so when the rider released the explosions at where Bakugo was, it actually helped the attacking blonde as it meant the smog of the explosion would obscure vision of him until he revealed himself. Which was not long after, as he reappeared to the side of the team. The team was surprised, and one of them began spinning their arm around incredibly fast, prepared to hit Bakugo. The change in air pressure made it more difficult for Bakugo to navigate as he continued to launch his assault on their team. Bakugo had to use rapid explosions to propel himself away from the suction force, before flying at the team again. This time he was coming at a weird angle, almost from behind them, meaning that there was very little way for them to counter it. The riders had spun around and locked eyes with Bakugo, a glowing palm open towards the attacking boy. Bakugo didn't flinch, raising his own palm and released an explosion that was nowhere near his normal strength but evidently more than enough to throw the rider off his game, causing him to shield his face with the arm that had the glowing palm, inadvertently pointing it down towards his team, who all flinched from the explosion, allowing Bakugo to swoop overhead of them, grabbing the headbands as he did so before soaring off into the sky towards the rest of his team. The rider, however, did not seem happy about that. He glared at the boy in the sky before taking off, much to the dismay of the rest of his team. His flight was clunky, utilizing barriers of air to temporarily allow himself to stand as he tried to get a hang of the explosion-propelled flight. Honestly, Bakugo didn't really have a reason to need to take their headbands, although it was definitely relaxing to be able to piss them off, take his own anger out. He cackled as he bounced from explosion to explosion, hovering in the air as the other boy tried to catch him, causing him to shoot a nasty glare at him. Bakugo couldn't help but taunt the boy, sticking his tongue out at him. This caused the angry boy to now point a palm at Bakugo, glowing in anticipation. Bakugo's eyes widened, knowing that the boy was probably going to fire a shot as powerful as he could. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that his own team would be in the blast radius. He couldn't just dodge it. It would end up hitting them. His eyes hardened as he braced one arm with the other, palm out and glowing brightly as his explosion charged, briefly falling as he did so. The moment Bakugo saw the distinct simmer of smoke from the beginning of the explosion and was quick to react, firing his own off. It wasn't the strongest he could make. He knew the boy with the mimic quirk would not be nearly as strong with his quirk, so he wouldn't need to go all out, but he needed to make sure his own blast was stronger to balance it out. Bakugo roared and released his explosion just as the other boy did, blinding the arena with the brilliant yellow of the two explosions going head-to-head. Of course, Bakugo's was stronger and he couldn't help but think how dumb the other boy was, assuming he would be superior to someone else with their own quirk. It was kind of concerning, but he didn't want to get into it. Bakugo's arm flew upwards, despite him bracing for his counterattack, still resulted in a substantial amount of recoil. The other boy was also thrown back towards the ground rapidly as a result of his own attack toward Bakugo, the arm he had used to badly bruised and burnt. Unsurprisingly, the two attacks met partway, the loud explosion and blinding lights gathering the attention of all fighters below, looking up to see the exchange of power. The explosions met in the middle, a large band of fire and smoke expanding from where they met in the middle. Bakugo quickly began flying again before he fell to the ground, but looked satisfied as the smoke cleared to reveal the shocked faces of the students at the bottom. Bakugo looked back towards his team, Jiro just rolling her eyes at him whilst Hatsum looked intrigued by the destruction and chaos. Bakugo just smirked, using some more smaller explosions to work his way back towards his team. "How much longer is there?" he asked them, looking down at the crowd. "Well, we have about 10 minutes of fuel and 7 minutes of game left. So we can just chill until then," Jiro responded, looking at the fuel gauge indicated on her arm, "and we are going to chill, all right?" "Fine, fine," Bakugo waved dismissively, rolling his eyes whilst Jiro fixed him with a stern glare. And chill they did. They chatted and glanced around the fighting arena at the bottom, becoming somewhat acquainted with Hatsum, or at the very least she seemed to remember a consistent nickname for the two of them. Bakugo was appropriately named Blasty, whilst Jiro was simply Ears. Neither took offense to the nicknames and honestly thought it was probably the best outcome from the girl who didn't really seem to be paying too much attention to anything outside of her inventions, or babies as she insisted on calling them. Unfortunately, none of them realized how literal the idea of chilling would end up being. In the last minute of the cavalry battle, Todoroki had summoned a glacier that made an easy ramp up to where Jiro, Bakugo and Hatsum were. And with Uraraka and Ida on his team, they were going at crazy fast speeds. Uraraka had clearly made them weightless, if the slight drift they had was indicating anything. However, it looked like they had little control. In fact, the only semblance of control was a result of Todoroki's ice ramp having small notches in which they slid along using some skis created by Yaoyorozu. Ida was dragging his team along, unsurprisingly the primary source of their transportation and speed as they almost flew their way to the top of the ice spike. Todoroki's cold stare locked on the headband. Bakugo called out to Jiro and Hatsum, who quickly began to reposition away from the top of the ice, but Todoroki quickly extended it, chasing them down. Bakugo was flying with his own team, back-to-back with Jiro as he provided more speed to try and outpace Todoroki. Suddenly, the heterochromatic boy clenched his fist, before releasing an even larger wave of ice. This one was less structured but had far more expanse, catching up to Bakugo and his team and overpacing them. Although they were ahead, it was clear the other team had one more trick up their sleeve, evident as Ida's engines sounded like they began to rev up, brilliant colors of flame being shot out of the exhausts on his legs. Bakugo grit his teeth and launched a larger explosion that spread wide, not to directly attack the opposing team but to simply produce a smokescreen that would be an effective deterrent. The Hatsum girl was quick to flip her goggles on and pointed directly to where the other team was. Seemingly they briefly stopped and it looked like Yaoyorozu was handing an item to Ida. Ida held the object to his face, before his legs began flaming again in the direction of the first-place team. They were quick to catch on to this and Jiro brought her hands around her head, ready to try and swat at grabbing hands as she also brought her earjacks to be ready to stab. And then the other group charged at them, Ida literally blazing a trail behind them. All of the attention in the arena was grabbed by the combat happening atop the large ice platform, between the two frontrunner groups. Bakugo cupped his hands together and launched a blast at them, the blast causing the speeding team to flinch, but at their speed they were unable to avoid the blast. Because they flinched, they zipped straight past the first-place team, unable to act on the speed advantage they had. However, Jiro was and held her hand out, and managed to grab one of the headbands around Todoroki's neck. It wasn't enough to kick them out of the top four, especially given that the only team with any points remaining outside of the top four only had 100 points, but it was definitely enough to secure their own position should the worst happen. The two teams stared each other down, when Jiro heard something and was quick to tell her team. Ida's engines have grinded to a halt. They have no mobility. She smirked, Bakugo matching it with a menacing grin whilst Hatsume's eyes lit up with opportunity. Bakugo did pick up on this though. Eyes, focus on now. Bakugo called out as he got into a fighting stance, dropping onto the ice platform and quickly working out his balance. Right? We should be able to utilize the jetpack to get further away from them, slide it off and just use it as propulsion. Got it? Jiro replied almost immediately, and was quick to blast away from the now stuck Todoroki team. It didn't take long for them to realize what had happened, but when they did, Ito was unable to move his legs. Todoroki's face began filling with an emotion. Although it was subtle, it was definitely there and along the lines of frustration. Yaoyorozu looked frustrated too, with Uraraka feeling similarly whilst Ida looked disappointed with himself. Midnight began the final countdown as the two teams simply stared each other off, the first-place team having no motivation to approach them and the second-place team having no meaning to move. And so when the time ran out, Team Jiro was announced the winner. Every year, no matter the grade competing, there was one definite for the sports festivals. The 1v1 section. And honestly, Jiro was terrified, nervous, and excited. Not every day did they get the chance to go all out in individual combat with peers across their grade, although from the look of the brackets it was most likely going to be the people she already spent plenty of time doing that with, very few students outside of 1A getting into the final 16. Her fight was the last of the first bracket thankfully. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on who you asked, she was up against Uraraka. Someone was going to end up with a broken nose, and only one of them had training with Bakugo and Midoriya, one who gave combat training and the other who gave quirk training. Jiro couldn't help the evil smirk. Right now, there was an hour break in between events for students to mingle and have fun together before watching the final 16 duke it out in the head-to-heads. And of course, Jiro and Bakugo made a beeline towards the only place they wanted to spend time at the moment, Midoriya's spectator booth. They both picked up some food from Lunch Rush along with some katsudon for Midoriya, before going straight there, ignoring any glances from the other classes. Some of their own class tried to talk to them, but the sharp glare both of them gave whoever approached quickly made them go away. It didn't take long for them to reach the door to the booth marked as reserved, but was otherwise unmarked. They knew it was Midoriya's and quickly knocked on it, causing something that sounded like Midoriya jumping out of surprise and a quick shuffling. Jiro chuckled at the noises as Midoriya opened the door, the muzzle on his face but a slight smile in his eyes as he opened the door to let his friends in. They looked around the small booth room, noticing a few key features. First and foremost was the air conditioner in one of the corners, along with the various couches around the room. There was also a small drinks fridge, from which Midoriya pulled bottles of cool water for them that they happily accepted. There wasn't much in the room, but enough to keep someone comfortable as they watched the events, whether it be alone or with friends. They also noticed his laptop, which was open to various documents, some of which looked like they were designed with a professional purpose in mind, along with a charging cable for it. When Midoriya noticed them looking at it, he pulled out his whiteboard and marker and wrote down on it. Aizawa-sensei wanted me to do some practice with the quirk analysis, and he would be using them to improve our class and others, Midoriya wrote, and Jiro couldn't help but smile at his attitude. He seemed really happy with the opportunity to put his skills on use and help the others, even if he didn't trust. Jiro handed Midoriya the katsudon and his eyes lit up, writing a quick thank you on the whiteboard and bowing slightly. Jiro smiled at him as she and Bakugo sat down with the boy, Jiro on his left and Bakugo on his right. They looked out onto the arena, where they saw various recreational games being played, but none that they wanted to really join in on. Bakugo and Jiro were talking about the race primarily, but would also discuss some of the strategies for their upcoming fights. Luckily for them, they were on opposite sides of the bracket, Bakugo being up in the first fight whilst Jiro was in the last. "Yo, do you have info on that Shinso kid's quirk?" Jiro asked Midoriya, casting a glance to Bakugo. Midoriya made the gesture for sealed lips, causing Jiro and Bakugo to groan. "Really, you can't tell us anything?" Jiro whined at him, and Midoriya's eyes simply glinted in response. "Whatever, I'll beat that random extra anyway," Bakugo scoffed and Midoriya rolled his eyes. The three of them discussed various things related to the events of the sports festival and progression of the day so far. At some point Aizawa-sensei ducked into the room to mention to Jiro that apparently Yaoyorozu was looking for her, but the girl in the room just shrugged and went back to her conversation. The reasoning became very apparent when all the other 1A girls arrived on the field, dressed as cheerleaders. Midoriya physically cringed and looked away, very uncomfortable at the sight and frankly not interested in it, whilst Bakugo looked like he wanted to puke. "Bakugo, you good?" Jiro asked, honestly amused at his reaction. "Pho, that sheet's disgusting," he responded whilst Midoriya pulled up his whiteboard. "Pretty sure Kaken is aromantic," Midoriya wrote down, and Jiro shrugged. That made a lot of sense honestly. The three of them continued chatting as they finished off their food, relaxing in the booth. Eventually, Midnight announced that the first fight was going to happen between Bakugo and Shinso in about 15 minutes, so they needed to get to their respective waiting rooms, whilst the next fighters should be ready to get to their waiting rooms as soon as the first fight began. Bakugo sighed as he dragged himself off the couch and Jiro did similarly, but Midoriya grabbed her hand, blushing a bit as he did so, and held up the whiteboard. "You can stay here if you want, and Bakugo can join us once he's done," Midoriya had written, and Jiro smiled at him, relaxing back onto the couch. "Thanks dude," she said, stretching her arms out. Midoriya's eyes just glinted happily, and Bakugo chuckled as he left. "I'll come back after I win then," Bakugo called over his shoulder, prompting the other two to roll their eyes at his confidence. It definitely didn't seem misplaced, as the other student did not seem to have a directly combative quirk, which Bakugo's entire fighting style and quirk was about. "This year folks, we've installed microphones down in the arena so our commentators, and my wonderful colleagues," a tired scoff was heard from the speakers, "are able to hear what's happening in the heat of battle, and can relay that to you," Midnight announced, smiling to the audience as she did so. "But now, here comes the first contests. I'll leave the introduction to none other than Present Mike." "Thanks Midnight." In one corner, we have the ash blonde who has been dominating the competition so far. Of Class 1ing, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike boomed over the speaker system, which he definitely needed to be louder, as the crowd cheered for the boy who had so far dominated the competition. On the other side, a boy who hasn't been particularly of note up until now, we have Hitoshi Shinso of Class 1C. There were significantly less cheers for the unknown general course student who walked onto the arena. However, if the smirk he had on his face was anything to go by, he had a trick up his sleeves. "Are both fighters ready?" Midnight asked, holding one hand in the air. She received an affirmative grunt from Bakugo and a nod from Shinso, causing her to roll her eyes as she dropped her hand. "Begin!" Bakugo was on guard at the start of the fight, not wanting to potentially fall into a trap with his opponent's unknown quirk. He had one arm in front, palm facing towards the purple-haired boy whilst the other was up by his head, in a defensive position. Shinso meanwhile had a much more relaxed pose, hands in pockets as he leant back, putting more weight on one of his legs. It was obvious the boy knew he had a powerful trump card, and Bakugo was being cautious about it. Shinso then began speaking. "Oh? 1A? Aren't you in the class with that traitor kid? Midoriya, wasn't it?" Shinso asked, a devious grin on his face. Shinso knew that whether the response would be bad or good, he would be guaranteed a reaction of some kind, positive or negative it would work. Although it did concern him when the hero course student across from him gave no verbal response. So he did the only thing he thought would work. Double down. He did something horrible, didn't he? How did it make you feel? Like you wanted to beat him down? Now, Shinso did know that Midoriya's name had been cleared, although rumors were still flying around the school about his various misdeeds. He was fairly certain none of them were true, but they had to originate from somewhere, and where else other than 1A. And so, he decided to gamble that the angry blonde boy would be the source of at least some of these rumors. Unfortunately for him, he realized that was definitely not the right choice when the death glare he was receiving was connected to his opponent, and his opponent was bracing one arm with the other, having one pointing towards Shinso with a bright glow that reminded him of looking at the sun. Yeah, Bakugo was pissed. And if the massive explosion that was as wide as the arena itself and brighter than the sun had anything to say, Shinso had definitely picked the wrong target for his taunts. Oh well, it's a learning experience. So, Eraserhead, what advice can you give for the aspiring heroes after that fight? Present Mike asked, a little taken aback, as was the audience, by the size of the explosion that Bakugo had produced. Well, antagonizing your opponents is rarely a good idea, especially if you don't know enough about them. Taunting an enemy, especially when you don't have a good read or understanding of them, is an easy way to aggravate them. And once aggravated, well, the tired hero responded, somewhat proud of his angry student for doing that. On that note, we will need to fix the arena, but Katsuki Bakugo moves on to the next round. Midnight declared as Shinso was taken away by the medbots, needing to be pulled carefully out of the wall, Bakugo still seething and stomping away from the now torn up and burnt arena. The crowd seemed a little off-put by the display of power but nevertheless cheered for the victor, with some calls of sympathy for the boy who got so viciously exploded. "Whoa, what the F dash?" Jiro yelled as she stood up from the couch she was sitting on. "The hell did that purple-haired kid say to piss off Bakugo that much?" Midoriya shrugged, as he wrote something down. His goal was probably to get a response from Bakugo, verbally, to let him trigger his quirk. But as Aizawa-sensei said, it was probably too aggressive or too aggravating to achieve a low-tier response. And so, Midoriya just looked over the decimated arena that was currently under repair. As Jiro nodded in understanding. It didn't take long for Bakugo to return to the booth, a grumpy look on his face as he sat down. Jiro and Midoriya just shrugged and didn't question it as Bakugo slumped onto the couch next to Midoriya. "Alright, who the F is fighting next?" Bakugo asked Midoriya, clearly trying to take his mind off whatever happened during his match. Midoriya pulled out a spreadsheet of the tournament series and pointed out the next fight, between Todoroki and Shiro, who had gotten through on what was basically a wild, when there weren't enough students in the top 4 teams to fill all 16 slots. Both Jiro and Bakugo winced at that. Shiro was going to be in for a painful time. Whilst Todoroki was very much not engaged in the class's drama but was still affected by what happened to Midoriya. It seemed he had some kind of regret for neglecting to help the green-haired boy, stemming from some other deeper issues that seemed to be going on. And to no one's surprise, the fight was over as soon as it had begun. Whilst Shiro did try and drag Todoroki around the ring, it was put to a stop really quickly when Todoroki caused a massive glacier of ice to rise up, freezing Shiro in place. "Shiro? Can you move?" Midnight asked, shivering as her hero costume wasn't the thickest. Why were you kidding me?" "Of course, and..." Shiro responded. Midnight quickly declared him out and got Todoroki to thaw the frozen boy out. "Well, while we wait for the ice to melt, Eraser, what are your thoughts on the upcoming fights?" Present Mick's voice came over the speakers, making small talk to stall out the audience's attention as they prepared the arena for the next bout. Well, it at least gave Jiro more time to prepare for her own fight. Jiro cracked her knuckles as she sat in her designated waiting room, various strategies already formulated within her mind for how to take on Uraraka. Whoever won the bout would fight Kirishima in the next round. Jiro kept her breathing steady as she waited for the announcement for the round to start, trying to keep herself from doing anything too violent before it started. She started fidgeting with her ear jacks as she paced in the room, her breathing still remaining steady though. She may have been impatient, but she wasn't nervous. Time kept on ticking down, until eventually Jiro was called over the P.A system to appear at the tunnel entrance she was assigned to. Jiro stood at the tunnel entrance, glaring down at Uraraka who stood opposite her, across the arena. Uraraka returned the glare and raised her chin up, looking down at the girl who was barely shorter than her. Jiro vaguely registered that she was being introduced, as was Uraraka, but as she did so she began walking towards the exit to the tunnels. Jiro stood on one end of the arena, Uraraka standing on the other end as the two stared each other down. "Are you two ready?" Midnight asked the girls, neither girl looking at the heroine and just nodding, stern looks fixed on their face. "Sheesh, no need to be so cold," Midnight sighed before declaring, "Begin." Almost immediately, Uraraka and Jiro both jumped to action, Uraraka charging to try and touch Jiro, whilst Jiro wanted a moment to be able to actually launch an attack. She watched Uraraka's stance. It was leant forward with arms outstretched. It was fully offensive, leaving her with minimal balance but gave her a higher amount of speed. Of course, this meant that as long as Jiro was good enough at being unpredictable, it wouldn't matter what she did. So as Uraraka made a leap towards Jiro, Jiro dashed to the side, propelling off her right foot. This caused Uraraka to stumble forward as her attack failed to land, and the anti-gravity user had to quickly stop herself from falling out of the ring. In that time, Jiro managed to make a significant amount of distance between the two, and brought her arms up in a simple boxing stance. She kept herself prepared for Uraraka's next charge, bringing her earphone jacks up and ready for use. They each coiled and moved around Jiro's head cautiously, providing reason for pause as Uraraka planned her next attack. Both girls knew that if neither charged, Jiro would inevitably win as she didn't need to get close enough to do anything. And so Uraraka did her best to take the initiative, ignoring the slight scuffing of her pants as she charged again, hands out and ready to grab Jiro if she got the opportunity to do so. However, this time, as Uraraka was rapidly approaching Jiro, the shorter girl used one of her earphone jacks to point at the charging girl and release a screech of noise. It wasn't powerful enough to do any damage. It was much harder to use her quirk successfully in the air like that. But it was enough to force Uraraka to squint and flinch away, her arms still out. However, Jiro had also already started dashing forward. The moment she launched the attack, she did so to take advantage of Uraraka's confusion. In that brief moment, Jiro managed to position herself to the side of Uraraka and slammed her shoulder into the slightly taller girl's side, causing Uraraka to yelp in pain and jump in surprise as she fell over sideways. Whilst she didn't normally use such attacks, she definitely wasn't against it and learned from Bakugo and Midoriya that it worked quite well against targets that were both unprepared and larger than yourself. Uraraka, however, did not fall to her side for long, and quickly stopped her slide and picked herself up, although in the time it took, Jiro managed to make a significant amount of distance between them. It was enough for Jiro to fall into a slightly more vulnerable state, at least while fighting Uraraka. See, the initial problem with the fight was that Jiro, in order to use her quirk, would have to remain still and immobile, effectively tethered to a spot. So at the beginning, when Uraraka was primed and ready to charge, it would have been impossible for her to get anything off. But now, Uraraka was dazed but not desperate yet. She wouldn't try anything, but she would be a little slow to thought and reaction just for a few moments. In these moments, Jiro went on one knee, plugging her ear jacks into the ground and shooting a powerful wave out towards Uraraka, the girl on the receiving end of the attack, eyes widening as she dove to the right, avoiding the trembling ground. Uraraka's panic dive caused the brunette to end up tumbling over and landing on her arm, leaving marks that would definitely bruise. The destruction that trailed behind Jiro's quirk release was not immense, but it wasn't nothing either. The concrete was shredded and formed peaks just at the edges of her attack. The spikes and peaks were violent and chaotic enough for it to be effectively impassable without sacrificing a significant amount of mobility, which would mean losing. So now Uraraka was unable to dash to her left, so Jiro quickly repeated the move but significantly to the left, the concrete being shredded. This intentionally formed a barrier that meant Uraraka was trapped in a cone of the overall arena, making it significantly harder for her to be able to dodge anything, or at least it made it easier for Jiro to set up her next attack. Uraraka knew this as well, and she wanted to get out of the situation before Jiro could prepare an attack. Because Jiro was already in an advantageous position to utilize her quirk, Uraraka couldn't make a direct charge. If she did, it would take no time for Jiro to release a powerful blast that would immediately send Uraraka flying. However, if she stayed still, Jiro would be able to send Uraraka out of the ring with a charged attack. So she went the only way she could think of. Uraraka jumped towards Jiro and activated her quirk on herself, suppressing the feelings of nausea and queasiness as she flew upwards, the only forces working on her being air resistance and the momentum from earlier. Jiro was still down on her knee, however, and gave the flying girl one glance before her ear jack in the ground stiffened, a clear indicator that her quirk was working. Uraraka briefly saw the cracks in the ground below her forming before a large pillar formed directly underneath her, the concrete shooting upwards, propelled by sound waves. Jiro had sent powerful shock waves, but to the surprise of Jiro, had significantly more quirk control than previously. The floating girl had a split-second decision to make. If she returned her gravity, she would fall into the pillar, Although it wouldn't actually wound her, it would definitely wind her, which would likely be more than enough to let Jiro knock her out of the arena or knock her out completely. But if she didn't return her gravity, she would probably end up go flying high into the sky where a hero would have to grab her and she would inevitably be counted out. With a sigh, Uraraka pressed the pads of her fingers together and braced herself to land on the pillar, glaring at the smirk Jiro had on her face. Uraraka winced as she landed on the pillar. Despite the amount she had braced herself, it didn't help enough before she then dropped down to the arena floor. Uraraka shakily stood back up, ignoring the ache of her muscles, the nausea in her stomach, and the pain of one of her hands. She might have landed badly on that. Uraraka still managed to fix Jiro with a sharp glare as the earjack user walked towards her, cracking her knuckles. "Forfeit before I do something I won't regret," the girl walking towards Uraraka said plainly, a menacing look on her face. Uraraka just spat out some blood, wiping her mouth, and brought her arms up in a defensive position. "Try me." Jiro did. As it turned out, the girl threw a ender uppercut, one that was much faster than she anticipated as it was boosted by small blasts of sound, giving Jiro more speed as she ran at Uraraka for the hit. "That one's for me," Jiro declared, a large smirk on her face as Uraraka was thrown into the air by the hit. Uraraka was hunched over, standing closer towards the edge, but couldn't recover in time as Jiro came in again, this time with a powerful right hook that struck Uraraka across the jaw. "That one's for Bakugo." Uraraka seemed to faintly recall a memory about Midoriya mentioning that Bakugo always started with a right hook. The brunette tumbled across the ground, vaguely tasting a tangy, iron liquid in her mouth. Uraraka pulled herself up, not even remotely aware of the edge of the arena just behind her. She saw Jiro running towards her, and put her arms up defensively around her face in an attempt to protect her head from the next punch. "And this is for Izuku," Jiro declared as instead of punching the brunette, she kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her tumbling off the arena and into the grass below. "Winner by ring out is Kyoka Jiro," Midnight declared as the crowd cheered for the victor, and present Mike and Eraserhead began their post-fight commentary. A few medbots came to pick Uraraka up, but Jiro was uninjured, so she just walked back through the tunnel she came in from. She couldn't help but let out a smile once she entered the tunnel. It really was incredibly satisfying giving Uraraka her comeuppance, but at the same time, Jiro felt like she was yet to pay enough. Maybe there'd be time in the future. There'd definitely be chances in the future. But for now, there was the rest of the sports festival. She went back to the booth where Bakugo and Midoriya were, both of them welcoming her back in her own way. Midoriya with a friendly wave and the light in his eyes that showed a smile, which Jiro had to admit was very nice to see, and Bakugo welcoming her back with a smirk and cackle. He clearly approved of what went down in the arena. "I'm surprised you didn't hurt her more," Midoriya had written down, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Jiro flicked her hand at him and gave him a joking look of exasperation, before chuckling and sitting down next to him. "Yeah, well, I figured I wouldn't beat her too badly. She still needs to be given an internship and things," Jiro said, leaning back on the couch. "How considerate of you," Midoriya had written down, and Jiro chuckled. She was looking forward to the rest of the day. Honestly, she didn't really care about the rest of the festival. She had got her name out, and was likely to get a request from someone as she had shown off her quirk, close quarters skills, and ingenuity today. But that didn't mean she wouldn't try and beat Kirishima, although she knew she was probably at a disadvantage for that fight. And she was right, Kirishima's quirk let him deflect most of the damage she tried to inflict on him, and just bulldoze through any barrier of concrete she tried to put up. Any punches she threw were more painful to herself, and there was no chance she would get through his thickened skin with her quirk. But that didn't mean she didn't try to knock him out with a haymaker punch. Shame he was faster to it and knocked her out first. At least nothing was broken, and she only had a bruise to show for it. But hey, Bakugo made it to the end. He blew up Todoroki's ice and did manage to get the boy to use fire, although was quick to end the fight after that. He beat Tokoyami by blinding him, and when he fought Kirishima in the finals, who managed to beat Ida by simply being immobile and significantly stronger, he simply outlasted the boy in prolonged combat. Bakugo wasn't satisfied with the win, but he'd take it. While the rest of the class had various internships at heroes that had sent requests for them, Bakugo went with best jeanist and Jiro went with present Mike. Midoriya was still at school. He was spending most of the time with Aizawa, who was quickly becoming more of a father figure with each passing day. With all the other students out, Midoriya and Aizawa were left to their own devices, and the first day they spent together was mostly Aizawa helping Midoriya go through the notebooks, making sure to encrypt them properly, and once they were finally done, properly disposing of all the notebooks that were of high quality with fire. Lots of fire. It was kinda cool. Although they did keep a lot of the older notebooks done in crayon, Aizawa saying something about it would be funny to keep to show off as Midoriya got older. Well, at least Aizawa was taking to being his guardian well. Actually, that might go badly for him if he didn't want to get embarrassed. Especially if Yamada ended up getting involved with it. Problems for future him. After they did that, they spent a lot of time determining the limits of Midoriya's quirk. And so, for the first time in what felt like forever, he took the muzzle off whilst outside. He stretched his arms as Aizawa stood nearby with Recovery Girl. The elderly nurse was nearby with various items of medical equipment, monitoring dozens of different things simultaneously as they had a few other things to try. Although, Midoriya currently was not a fan of needles. Not in the slightest. But right now, trying to figure out what his quirk did at a base level and at its limits would be really useful. One part at a time. There was some testing he wanted to run regarding his hands. He found during the sports festival when he got excited or stressed the air around his hands would seem to wobble a little, but first was the obvious part. His vocal cords. Alright kid, normally I'd get Hisashi to help with this kind of thing, but at the same time he'd probably be too excited to get anything done. Anyway, for now, just try and talk at what would be approximately be my volume normally, Aizawa instructed at a level tone, at a volume that he would use within the classroom once the class were listening to him. Although, him and Recovery Girl standing well behind Midoriya. Midoriya nodded, and spoke a single word. Hello. The effects of the word were long-reaching, the ground immediately in front of him rapidly being torn up and the voice effectively booming. They were at one of the otherwise empty fields, normally used for these kinds of tests, but even then the extent to which the boom reached was obvious. Aizawa and Recovery Girl both had to take a step back, and the dust that covered the field was quickly swept up in a wind funnel. Alright kid, well that was certainly something. We won't be testing you yelling for a little while. Let's just test you talking quieter instead, Aizawa said, unable to help the grin on his face at the display of destructive power. It was incredibly satisfying and admittedly fun to watch. Midoriya nodded, and repeated the same action, but at a significantly lower volume, at least in theory. And it was, the ground this time wasn't ripped up and it clearly faded out much faster, with only visible effects being the wobbling air. Honestly, getting a target would be ideal to be able to measure things more effectively, but they'd need the support department to work on something like that. And now whisper, Aizawa said, writing some notes down on a smaller notepad he was carrying with him. Midoriya did just that, and it seemed as though it barely carried anywhere. However, Recovery Girl mentioned that this had a significant strain on his vocal cords as it appeared his body had to put a lot of effort in attempting to keep the word as quiet as it was, although both adults were still capable of hearing it be spoken. Effectively, Midoriya's whisper was soft, but its volume came across as a normal speaking voice. Well kid, if you put enough practice into that, I reckon you might be able to speak at that level, but check with Chio first before doing it regularly because if I don't say that she might flay me alive, Aizawa said, hastily adding the last bit as he gulped nervously under the glance of the medical hero's glare as he mentioned the practice of it. Never piss off a healer. That's right, young man. Currently the strain it puts on your system is far too much to barely form a single sentence, let alone practice it. For now, focus on your sign language to communicate. I expect at least Jiro will come back with a good understanding of it, and potentially Bakugo as well. Anyway, it is clear that this will continue to grow in strength over time, however as will your control, as demonstrated today, Recovery Girl said, glancing at various metrics of past measures. Anyway kid, you mentioned there was something else you wanted to try? Aizawa said, and Midoriya nodded. It seems like my hands are also able to do something, Midoriya signed, and Recovery Girl nodded thoughtfully. Yes, there are some peculiar readings to do with your vitals, That may indicate something more, Recovery Girl said, her eyes flickering over various readings as she did so. Midoriya nodded and placed one hand on the ground, and focused hard. He could feel something happening but wasn't really sure how to describe it. Recovery Girl was humming in curiosity and Aizawa was watching closely in his own interest. The ground beneath Midoriya's hand began to shake violently, before almost exploding. Aizawa's eyebrows raised in mild surprise whilst Recovery Girl was watching her equipment and readings with keen interest, making sure it wasn't actively harming the boy. It would appear that your quirk has developed seemingly thicker arteries in his hands that allow him to make use of what is effectively a vibration quirk. It doesn't appear to be detrimental to you, but I would recommend spending more time practicing it at a weaker level before doing anything drastic with it. In any case, it seems easier to manage than the vocal cord adjustment, Recovery Girl spoke, and Midoriya nodded happily. All right, kiddo, settle down. For today we'll spend some more time getting grips on your quirk now and you should apply your own analysis to this current development. Tomorrow we can work on a fighting style and teaching you to fight properly, whilst the day after we'll go out on patrol and get you some live experience, Aizawa said, placing a hand tentatively on the boy's shoulder, making sure he wasn't uncomfortable. Midoriya tensed at first, but soon leaned into the touch, making Aizawa smile. I'll grab you later, for now go eat something and get started on that analysis, Aizawa said, walking with Recovery Girl to the teacher's lounge as they needed to update his quirk file, and Aizawa needed to create a teaching plan to get Midoriya up to speed with the rest of the class. Although he had no doubts the boy could probably manage to do that himself with the drive he had to become a hero. Midoriya sat in the dorm's common room, one of the few times he did so. He had made himself lunch already, the bowl of katsudon sitting on the coffee table in front of him whilst he began typing up a new file on his laptop. The title of the file was simply his own name, and so far he had just some rudimentary categories, his quirk itself, the current evolutions as he was calling it, and the potential for future changes. The current evolutions it seemed were a heightened sense of hearing, the change to his vocal cords, and the vibrations he could produce. Although, he wasn't entirely sure of the maximum or minimum of any of these things were. Midoriya, however, leant back on the couch and breathed heavily through his nose. He wasn't really sure where to go from there. Sure, he had his own quirk now, and it wasn't the first time he had gotten a quirk but that hadn't exactly been under normal circumstances and honestly he didn't really learn anything about it. And all the times he had analyzed a quirk was once they were already significantly developed, allowing him to gain an understanding of its full capacity not limited by a lack of prior knowledge on how it worked. Never had he analyzed a quirk with so little information before, with no understanding of what it exactly did or how to apply it more than in the most basic of ways. So he texted Bakugo for advice on, well, how to learn about your own quirk. Bakugo responded fairly quickly. Just FING try sheet. But probably ask ears as well, as her quirk seems to be more similar to yours. And is much more complicated my own one. Seriously, my quirk was literally just FING explosions, it wasn't that hard. Bakugo's response was, and Midoriya thought on that for a moment. He figured that there were a lot of limits in regards to the advice other people would be able to give, based on their own experience. Midoriya's experience with learning a quirk was something he'd rather not think about, so he quickly moved on. But he realized quickly that everyone would have had a different experience with learning their own quirk depending on the complexity of it. After all, like Bakugo said, his quirk was very straightforward and there wasn't a lot to find out about it other than its limits. Sure, there was opportunity to develop it in a unique way, but in terms of understanding how to use it at a base, it wasn't that hard. Jiro's quirk, on the other hand, clearly had a lot more going on than Bakugo's, given that not only did she have what was effectively a different set of limbs to control, but her quirk also had complexities to it that were similar to Midoriya's own quirk. So he shot a quick text to her, and she responded fairly quickly. Well, learning my quirk was a mix of testing my limits but also understanding how in your brain to make things happen. If I were to try and do the things I can do today as a kid, no chance it would happen. For my quirk, controlling the ear jacks as a limb comes almost naturally now. When I was a child, it was like learning to walk again, just a different set of limbs. Using the vibrations took a lot of trial and error, and I'm still doing it. As you know, there's so much more to discover with my quirk. The only advice I can give you is try. If you're making mistakes, you're doing it right. I can't wait to see your progress. Jiro responded, and Midoriya could almost see her smiling as she wrote it. It was funny, him asking his best friends for advice on quirks when he was, not even a few days ago he was organizing training schedules for them, and still was for other students around the school, even if they didn't know it. And he was okay if they didn't know it. Honestly, he thought it might be better this way. Midoriya leant back on the couch, putting his food down on the table as he considered what Jiro had said. So basically you're saying I need to do what Bakugo was suggesting? Midoriya texted back, and he could almost feel Jiro roll her eyes at him. If you really want to put it that way, fine. But you effing better be safe with it, or you will not hear the end of it, got it? Jiro texted back, and Midoriya could only assume she was being literal about that. Yeah, sure thing. I'll make sure to show you guys when you get back, Midoriya said, and Jiro could feel the happiness radiating from the message. It made her smile. Midoriya laid back on the couch, and with any constraints gone, he was able to come up with so many different ideas for how to test and explore his quirk, define and understand its limits. And sure, they may be dangerous, but hey, at least they would be fun. Block, duck, parry, strike. Midoriya's thoughts rushed through his head as he was sparring with Aizawa. The two were doing quirkless sparring, something that the older was quite good with and the younger could definitely use the learning and practice with, especially given how new his quirk was. Besides, having watched Bakugo fight a lot, he knew that learning how to spar quirkless would be incredibly effective and useful in terms of making use of any combat style. So Aizawa was running combat drill after combat drill, going easy on the boy as he learned the basics of short, quick bursts of combat. Aizawa threw a right hook aimed at his ribs. Midoriya responded by stepping forwards, the power of the blow being reduced by the shortened distance so he could effectively ignore it, while simultaneously bringing his right around in a counter-strike with a right hook. Aizawa, however, was faster, ducking underneath the hook and bringing his left palm up to swat the strike upwards. Quickly, Midoriya retracted the hook, brought his arms back up to a defensive position. Not bad, although you need to be ready with more follow-up than that. Next time, Aizawa had his own arms in a defensive position before he launched rapidly into another flurry of attacks. Left jab, right hook, left jab, right uppercut. Midoriya managed to swat away the first left jab before bringing his right arm upwards to block the right hook. He then ducked the following left jab, but unfortunately was not prepared for an uppercut to come in, and because he had ducked, it hit him clean in the chin. Next time, be prepared for less predictable combos. And try and be less predictable yourself, Aizawa said, holding a hand down to the boy who was now on the ground after receiving the punch. Midoriya just nodded, grabbing Aizawa's hand as he nursed the bruise, causing the older man to roll his eyes. You're fine, I didn't even hit you that hard. Don't be so dramatic. Midoriya simply stuck his tongue out. Aizawa chuckled before speaking some more. In any case though, your attacks will be influenced by how you use your quirk with them, and depending on the style you're going for will influence the fighting style you utilize, Aizawa mentioned, and Midoriya nodded in understanding. In that case, shall we do some more work on my quirk then? Midoriya signed and Aizawa nodded. We'll get you used to using it first, and tomorrow we'll go out for some field experience, trial by fire if you will. But now we'll start with your quirk in smaller, close-range attacks. Despite that needing more control, you'll find starting with this is easier. Midoriya nodded and stretched his arms out, feeling the stretch of his forearms and upper arms. He and Aizawa moved outside of the training room they were in, towards the planes he had initially tested his abilities. Of course, he was excited to figure it out, but his wringing of hands definitely showed that he was somewhat nervous too. Meanwhile, Aizawa was honestly happier than he had been in a while. Whilst there were many a reason for this, the obvious one for now would be that he was able to help one of his most promising students, and now his son. The other was that he was excited to see such a promising student grow and come into his own. One of the most satisfying things about his job was that he got to see his students grow and become better people. Of course, his current class was a different problem, but they were a different problem that could be dealt with later. For now, he was content to just work with Midoriya, eager to learn about the quirk and all the applications for it. Of course, they had to start with some fundamental quirk control to be able to use it in combat. Once they were outside, Midoriya knelt down on the ground and gently pressed his hands to the dirt, feeling flexing his fingers out. Alright, if you want to use your quirk in combat, let's start with controlling your output. I don't care how strong it is, but your goal is to be consistent with it. Once you can learn to control to be consistent, you'll be able to use your quirk reliably and be better equipped to test its limits, Izawa explained, sitting down on the bench nearby the training grounds they had gone to. Midoriya nodded and closed his eyes, activating his quirk and sending it to his hands. He felt the thrum of his quirk pulse, the obvious sign that the flow had started. Izawa quickly called something out, "Midoriya, we're going to need to work on the time it takes for you to prepare. We'll get to it later, though, let's just focus on consistent use for now." Midoriya nodded again, but remained focused on his quirk as he prepared to release. Midoriya felt around with his quirk until he eventually found a level of output that seemed like a decent place to start. His fingers dug a little more into the ground as he braced himself, before releasing the pulse. It wasn't that strong, but it was definitely strong enough to rip up the ground in front of him, carrying along several meters before stopping. Izawa nodded approvingly, before gesturing for Midoriya to do it again. The boy stood up, stepped so he wouldn't be firing in the same line, and tried to produce identical results. Midoriya eyed out the distance, closed his eyes and brought the pulsing back to his arms. He released the charge and was sent slightly back with recoil this time. The attack was significantly larger in scale, and went much further than the original. Midoriya winced slightly and Izawa chuckled, causing Midoriya to whip around and shoot a faux glare at the man. "Look, I'll be honest, my quirk is basically on off. There's no intricacies in its control. I'll get someone who probably has better experience to help you with that. Give me a moment," Izawa said, pulling his phone out and shooting a text off. "Alright, Hisashi should be here soon. In the meantime, see if you can figure it out on your own," Izawa said, his classic smirk emerging as he gave the instructions. Midoriya nodded with determination, little other emotion showing on his face as he stretched his arms out before kneeling back down, and trying again. And again. And again. He did it many times. At some point he almost managed to do the same as the original. Although it was too wide that time, too broad as opposed to too far or too short. Midoriya laid with his back on the ground and his face to the sky, as Izawa chuckled at his reaction. "Come on, kiddo, get up. Hisashi is here and I'm sure he'll have some advice for you," said Kiddo responded by sticking a thumb up in the air before eventually sitting up again. "Hey kid, how's it going?" Hisashi called out, a bright smile on his face as he sat down next to Izawa. "No," Midoriya signed, causing Hisashi and Izawa to chuckle slightly. Alright, let's start with this," Hisashi said, gesturing broadly to the field of destroyed dirt, the once flat plains now completely demolished. "What were you trying to do?" "Identical outputs to the original one," Midoriya signed, before gesturing to the first of the many attempts. Hisashi began chuckling, trying to hide it as he did so. Midoriya noticed. Midoriya pouted at him. "Sorry kiddo, it's just funny seeing you go through the same struggles I did as a child. Sit with me for a moment, let's talk about your quirk," Hisashi said, patting the ground in front of him. Midoriya did so, and looked attentively at him. "So let me guess, you're trying to eyeball it and get the identical result, right?" Hisashi asked, and Midoriya looked slightly embarrassed at being directly called out. "Everyone does it first, don't sweat it. What everyone else has probably been taught, and I would hazard to guess you haven't," Hisashi said, waving a lazy finger at the boy, "is that your quirk is a bit deeper than that. Explain to me how you build up power. I feel the pulsing of my quirk in my arms, building up to a certain extent before releasing." Midoriya had written the word pulsing, not knowing the sign language for it yet. Just like mine," Hisashi said proudly, point his thumb back at him. "Except for me it's in my throat, not my arms. By the way, pulsing is signed like this," Hisashi finished off, showing the sign language before rubbing his throat gently to emphasize his point. "You see, some will tell you a quirk is like a muscle. This is true, to an extent." Hisashi started flexing his right bicep as he continued explaining. If you push a muscle to its limits, it will grow each time. If you stop using it, it will weaken. Of course, this is extra true for the way your quirk works, with it being basically an accelerated adaptation. Midoriya nodded in understanding, recalling some of the notes he had brainstormed on his notes so far. But how do I control it? Ah, that's where this gets fun. Let's start with your way of thinking. You're trying to match what you've already done, right? Hisashi asked, and Midoriya nodded. Well, that's the wrong way of going about it. Of course, this part of quirks isn't an exact science. Far from it, everyone has their own interpretation of how to control their quirk. I could tell you mine, but you'll do much better if you figure out your own system to do so. But the easiest way is that you need some kind of analogy to limit the power output, keeping in mind it isn't just on and off or keeping below a threshold. You need an analogy that will let you limit your output from infinity to zero basically. Hisashi was left a little breathless, but Midoriya had taken it all in, ideas forming in his mind. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't great at creativity. So the analogy part could take a while. What Hisashi failed to mention is the analogy doesn't have to be complex. It just has to be an idea in your head you can use to gauge your strength or output. It could be as simple as a dimmer switch, although honestly I don't think it would quite work for you. Eventually it'll become second nature, and you may even forget the analogy. For me, growing up I used the analogy of a light switch. I flicked the switch and my quirk would turn on, but light is useless if you're blinking. Aizawa mentioned, noting the confusion and concern on Midoriya's face. Finding the right one for you will take as long as it takes. But start simple, you can work on it later. Take inspiration in the world around you. Midoriya gently hummed in acknowledgement, although he did regret that afterwards as he ended up vibrating his whole body as a result, causing the two adults to laugh. Trying to ignore the slight rattling he just received at his own accord, Midoriya looked out for a moment. An obvious one is like a volume control knob? A bit meta I suppose, but it makes sense. The volume will keep going up but be limited by the system output I suppose, Midoriya thought, standing up, a glint of determination in his eyes that didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa nor Hisashi. Midoriya gently breathed in and out, building the pulsing in his arms again. Bring the flow down, bring the volume down, he thought, the image of a knob in his mind spinning counterclockwise, the volume bars progressively going down. He wasn't really sure where he was at, but he had a good idea of it. He released the charge, his eyes still closed, and could almost see the volume bars flow with the output, as a stereo might with sound going out. It felt a little unnatural, perhaps having to force the thought and use his quirk through that, but at the same time it felt smoother. He was no longer trying to match a physical measurement that meant nothing to him in his mind. Instead he was setting a personal measurement that could correlate to a physical one. He opened his eyes and saw a decent amount of dirt torn up, a mid-range attack that would have been about half the length of the arena the sports festival tournament was fought on. Midoriya nodded thoughtfully as he stood to the side and repeated the process. Set the dial the same, release the output. In his mind the stereo bars went up the same amount. In real life, the destroyed section was barely shorter than the one he just did. He smiled with glee, jumping up and punching the air, arguably one of the strongest emotions he had felt in a while. Good job, kid. Now, you can use your quirk with spars against me, and we'll focus on you using it in very small amounts to add a second impact to your punches if you will, Aizawa said with a sinister smile on his face, causing Hisashi to shuffle a little away from the black-haired. Teacher. So back to the ass-kicking? Midoriya signed, an eyebrow raised. That's the spirit. Although they didn't go inside this time, they did need to go to a different field. Nezu would fix up the destruction caused at some point, probably through Power Loader's tech. They stood within boxing range of one another, hands up in a guarded position. Hisashi stayed around to referee the fight and give encouragement or advice as he saw fit. 3. Hisashi began counting down. Midoriya flexed his fingers slightly, feeling the muscles stretch within. 2. Aizawa held his capture gear with balled fists, eyes piercing as he carefully watched Midoriya's movements. 1. Aizawa gave a devious smirk. Midoriya responded with a hardened look as he prepared himself. Fight. With the command, Aizawa lashed out first as he flicked his capture tool towards Midoriya. Midoriya, in kind, ducked to the left of the first end before grabbing the other with his right hand. This caught Aizawa off guard, and in that split second Midoriya sent light vibrations down the scarf, disorienting the hero briefly. Midoriya released his hold on it and he threw the end he caught away from him, making sure that it wouldn't come back for him. Midoriya then, with his left hand, fired a generic sound blast that he had charged up. This kept Aizawa disoriented, as the sound wave washed over him. Midoriya could see the contortions on his face as he fought the urge to cover his ears. Taking the advantage of that, Midoriya dashed towards Aizawa, his arms up in preparation to strike once more. In that time thought Aizawa had recovered, and seemingly had decided that Midoriya was worthy of being Quirk erased. Aizawa's sharp red glare pierced Midoriya as the man pulled back on the capture tool. Midoriya now realized he had made a mistake. Earlier he let one of the ends fly past him whilst pushing the other away. Aizawa, no doubt, was well aware of this, and Midoriya now had to quickly maneuver between the two attacks. After a moment's thought, the student dashed to the right, ducking underneath the rapidly contracting scarf end. As he did so he made sure to avoid the tool completely, but when he heard the shuffling of Aizawa's pant fabric. Reacting on instinct, Midoriya tumbled backwards, dodging the fast-coming kick. Aizawa took advantage of this brief time to blink, refreshing his quirk on Midoriya. Midoriya's fingers gripped the ground as he slid back a little, his shoes not gripping super well on the dirt. The two stared each other down, Midoriya in a runner's stance whilst Aizawa had his capture tool floating around him. Somehow, as the black-haired hero's red eyes continued to pierce Midoriya, the boy thought for a moment, before a different glint came into his eyes. He charged directly at Aizawa, the teacher not anticipating a direct attack. Aizawa however did react quickly and fell back into more of a defensive stance as he held one hand lower and one higher, as he deflected Midoriya behind him. At this point, Aizawa realized Midoriya's plan. Midoriya's plan came into fruition. In the briefest moment possible, Midoriya, while still facing away and relying on his hearing to identify where Aizawa was in relation to him. With that knowledge, Midoriya had dropped out of Aizawa's line of sight as he was now behind him. Acting fast, Midoriya placed a hand on Aizawa's back, prepared to send a concussive blast directly into the hero. Aizawa was faster, however. In the moments of hesitation Midoriya had between the initiation of his plan, Aizawa had already worked it out and had already managed to counterplay it. The hero knew, from experience and raw instinct, how Midoriya planned to move. With this knowledge, Aizawa caught the hand that was moving behind him towards his back, and pulled it forward. Midoriya was immediately pulled off balance, and as he was jumping forward, Aizawa spun around, careful to immediately remove Midoriya's quirk before the boy could react in any way. Midoriya fell forward, pulled by Aizawa as he was entangled in the capture scarf. Midoriya tumbled forward and flinched as the ground rapidly approached his face, before he was pulled tight by the capture scarf. Not bad, kid. Not exactly original, but that comes with time. I've fought villains that have done very similar things, so I knew what to expect, but then again I've fought much dumber villains too. We can give it a rest for today, but it certainly wasn't bad, kid. Not bad at all. With that, he then proceeded to lightly drop Midoriya onto the ground, much to Aizawa and Hisashi's amusement. Midoriya simply laid there, unmoving. Aizawa crouched down and poked him. Get up, we're gonna go out and get food somewhere. Midoriya shot up pretty quick after that.